had Kel had said that, wait, let me repin my pin comment. Kel had stated that I had doxed her because I had revealed her city in one of the messages. Now the problem with that is Kel makes her city public in regards to the fact that she IRL streams there repeatedly, has an Instagram that was like the first thing in her about section, with which every photo tagged her city, has a video where she tells you what city she lives in the first fucking few minutes. So she was mad at me, wanted to come up with something on the spot because she's like a spiteful, vindictive bitch. So that's what she came up with. And then she tried to lie and claim that when confronted about it on her Dickers Crash Out stream, where she cried a minimum of like fucking 4 times after like 6 White Claws, she claimed that we'd worked things out behind the scenes, which just wasn't true. This never happened. Lumpy Willie confronted her on this, and she said, well, I don't really want to talk about it. I handled it with Aiden behind the scenes to give like some plausible reasoning as to why she doesn't have to bring it publicly. Like, we privately agreed on something. We never privately agreed on something. Any conversation we had in regards to this was done on stream while I was showing our DMs. So, yeah. Now she's returned. She cried like 4 times, but she's back. Shout out to Blastard for bringing this to my attention. Yeah, let's check this out. Oh, dude, that would be so hilarious if he linked this and then fucking deleted it. Here we go.
Cal. And she doesn't fuck out the thing. She said, you know what she said?
Oh, sorry. I always forget.
What's going on, Cal?
Hi, Jeannie. How are you, Jeannie?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Tommy, are you mad at me?
What?
Oh my god.
I'm happy with you, but I'm not mad.
Dude, right off the bat, so fucking cucked. Tommy, are you mad at me? Are you mad at me, Tommy? Do you still have a crush on her? No. Believe it or not, a big factor for me in my taste in women is intelligence, in which she is clearly lacking.
Mad at you either.
You're mad she turned you down? Other way around, buddy. I left her on red.
I'm like...
You know what happened to you? You had no idea what you were getting into. Like, none. So you met me first. I was nice to you, and you thought the rest of them were like that. And you realized they're a bunch of autistic retards.
I fucked up.
Who is she referring to? Who is he referring to? Who could he possibly be referring to?
I fucked up bad.
But you know what? You know why they don't like. You know why they don't like you, though, right? Because like I don't like passive aggressive. You're actually kind of aggressive, right? You want to be an influence. Be honest.
That's wrong. She will be angry at somebody, bottle it up under a nice girl act, and then it just comes out because she has no self-control. So she'll join a stream and say, yeah, they have nothing on you because you weren't simping for me, which is true. And then I call her on something, on like inconsistencies in some of the stories she's told or issues I have with her content, and she'll rejoin and be like, oh, you're just mad you got caught simping for me. Or she'll try and come up with something like I spread her docs, which she knows isn't true, in the moment because she's so angry and can't address like what I'm actually bringing up.
I like making videos.
Yeah, sure, but you wanted to be in.
Exactly. She doesn't like making videos because the topic she covers, she knows nothing about, despite claiming to be like in commentary for years, keeping up with the community for years. She got fundamental details wrong about like the most basic stories that like anybody who's been here would be able to tell you off, like any fucking retard with Alzheimer's would be able to tell you. So I don't understand this like whole, like, she clearly doesn't like the type of videos she makes. She puts no effort into them. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were like written by AI. And she just makes these sort of videos to appease the people she wants to be in with. She wants all the benefit. She doesn't want to do any of the work. She doesn't care about the content. She cares about the results, being with the in crowd.
You wanted to be honest. You wanted to be, that's what they see. That's what they don't like. You know? And there's a certain about it.
Is Tommy coping? I don't give a fuck if somebody's aggressive. What is he? That's not what we don't like. That's not what anybody doesn't like. What I don't like is that she's a fucking liar. She just lies. She just fucking lies. She's a clout whore, an attention-seeking clout whore that lies when she doesn't get what she wants, like a little fucking 9-year-old girl. That's my problem with her.
networking you have to do, but you did it on the open. It felt too try-hardish, so they went after you.
Because it was inauthentic. She's pretending to have an interest in something she doesn't actually have an interest in it to appease people to get in with this group. It's totally inauthentic.
You didn't know how to tell somebody that was like a smaggle from Mudahar or Beauty Pop.
Yeah. I agree with Tommy on that one. Do you know why that is? Because she's lied about how involved she is in this community. She's a fucking tourist. She's a tourist that wants to be with the in crowd, so she knows nothing about any of this. If she knew anything about commentary, she wouldn't think there was anything to gain off of somebody like fucking Colton.
Why, for that matter?
Okay, bro, it's a learning curve. It's a learning curve.
Yeah, but it's not
A learning curve for somebody that's been here for several fucking years.
It's done.
What a liar.
It's not how it's done. So you met me. I was nice to you. You know, you asked me for the interview. I did the interview, and you figure everybody else is like that. No, they're not. They're fucking miserable fucks that play video games all day. I wish I'd have told you that. I gave you all this other great advice, and I didn't tell you probably the most important thing. You know?
I guess sometimes
Don't trust anybody.
You gotta learn.
That's one way to do it. I mean, keep your head up. I mean, that's one thing. But yeah, I mean, now you know, like now they're editing your voice, and they're saying you were gonna call my wife.
Dude, I literally.
She's even
You know what
talking.
my wife said?
She's even talking like lyrics now. She's even talking like Leon now. That's how much of a skinwalker she is, dude. Dude. I'm kidding. I don't think that's what she's trying to do here. It's a joke for all the fucking autists in the audience.
Because she only heard part of it when she walked by, and that bitch calls me. She's got a fucking thing coming.
I think Augie brought this up, or somebody brought this up the other day. Someone said to me that the only reason you messaged Kel, and then the only reason you told people about her, and that you commented on her video is to give like plausible deniability to the homosexual allegations. That is the most schizo theory I've ever fucking heard. That is the most schizo, insane fucking theory I've ever heard.
I never ever.
No. I was like, no,
very
it's not what you
starstruck.
think. I know. It's not what you think. They're fucking editing shit.
Dude, I literally was like, dude, I burst into tears. I immediately like sent it to Jeannie, dude. I was like, dude, I think I just got baited. But I'm like, just so you know, I would never do that. I hope you know that.
I didn't
like,
care. Well, I wouldn't care if you did, because, like, first of all, people are doing that kind of stuff all the time. I wouldn't really care if you did. I'd just ignore you. You know.
But still, that's a huge boundary cross. I'm like, I don't want that. Like,
You
what
know
people think
anything.
of me. Like, I'm a lot of things, but I'm not like a.
No, I don't think you gotta understand.
By the way, guys, if you want to support the streams, as always, you could tip, link above, or join the Reddit and the Discord. We're approaching 400 members on the Discord, and subscribe. We're close to fucking 6,000.
Because, like, first of all, people are doing that kind of stuff all the time. I wouldn't really care if
We
you
didn't
did.
hit 5,000 that long ago.
I'd just ignore you. You know.
But still, that's a huge boundary cross. I'm like, I don't want that. Like,
You know
what people think
anything.
of me. Like, I'm a lot of things, but I'm not like a.
No, I don't think you gotta understand something, right? Like, I'm almost 50. I've been around the block. I had a great time in the Army. And in that time, I learned to really enjoy women's company, right? When I was younger, like them, and everything was.
What type of broth was Tommy hitting up, like brothels in the Army? I learned to really enjoy women. Nobody loves women more than I do. What kind of brothels were you fucking hitting in the Army, Tommy? Holy fuck.
Fucking awkward. It's kind of like, you know what
No,
it is?
I get it. He's a product of his era, okay? I like Tommy. I do like Tommy. I fucked Tommy over a long time ago. We could go into that story. I really fucked Tommy over a very long time ago. Probably one of the fucking scummiest things I did. In my defense, I was like 13. But I did fuck him over. And he was very, very, very forgiving. So I do like Tommy. But I will say, a lot of the shit he says is so out of pocket, and I think he's like a product of his generation.
It's just it's a weird version of the asshole gets the chicks. So this is kind of their territory, and to them, you're that bitch that turned them down.
Dude.
She didn't turn me down. And let me tell you why she didn't turn me down. First time I was messaging her, she was asking for me to show her around my city. Other time, she hits me up asking me to give her some help with research on her fucking Himpleton interview. Asked me to be her fucking study buddy or whatever. I didn't respond. I ghosted her.
Not even. I don't even.
I turned her down. I turned the bitch down. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yes,
it's
you
like
are.
that.
Well, don't tell me nothing. You don't get to say no to me again. You got people making videos saying I'm fucking talking, sending you dick pics at 14. Say no to me again.
Dude, not even. I don't even
Yes,
think it's
you
like
are.
that.
Well, don't tell me nothing. You don't get to say no to me again. You got people making videos.
I don't even
Yes,
think it's
you
like
are.
that.
Well, don't tell me nothing. You don't get to say
Don't say no to me, bitch.
no to me again. You got people making videos saying I'm fucking talking, sending you dick pics at 14. So you don't get to say shit anymore.
I didn't make those though. But
I know you didn't make them. It doesn't matter. You should have known. Why are you hanging around guys like that? What are you nuts?
Yeah. No, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to like embarrass your credibility at all.
Well, credibility. Look at me.
No, like that. 'Cause it's like,
what are you
yeah,
talking
like,
about? You know,
like,
look at me.
not like you gave me the seal of approval, but like you gave me an interview, gave me the time of day, and then
Sure.
I've been acting like a total retard. I'm like, yeah, of course.
I don't know. I'd rather.
At least she acknowledges it. But Kel, if you really want to take accountability, you'd come on my show and answer my questions. Because you spread very egregious new donut sound. I'll consider it. You spread very egregious lies about me. Very egregious lies. Just like Jasmina.
I'd rather people be like you than passive aggressive, which is 10 times fucking worse. And then there's a lot of rats.
She is, dude, saying she's just, I'd rather people be aggressive like you instead of passive aggressive. Sure, she's not like technically passive aggressive, but like this is implying that she keeps it real. That's not true. She fucking will say things that she doesn't actually believe when she's angry at somebody to like try and smear them after putting on this fake, I just want to make friends and get along, like nice girl fucking act. Okay? So, no. This whole emphasizing you're aggressive instead of passive aggressive, she keeps it real. Kinetic Kel gets real or whatever is just total bullshit. It's total bullshit.
And they're always going to be that way. I've been doing this a long time. And that's just the way it goes. But I think the important thing is just be honest. That stunt you pulled with Colton, though. I mean, that was
I don't want
really
to talk about this.
Well, yeah, but that's
I don't want to talk about it.
wrong.
I don't want to talk about this.
I know.
This is the problem. When you're in commentary, you got to answer some hard questions. Now, you know, every behavior you do, when you want to talk about the behavior of others or whatever, you're going to have to speak on it. You can't dodge it and like maintain your credibility. Do you think I wanted to go on Chud's stream right after I woke up to give my side of these allegations of finding a woman hot? No, I don't like discussing these things. But I went and discussed it because it's only fair, because I talk about it with others. Or I talk about it when it occurs in others. Now, the exceptions to this would be like if tomorrow you guys found my family and wanted to like ask me questions about my family, then I would not answer your questions because that's a standard I hold for others. I don't talk about like if someone is doxxed and their family's not public figures, I'm not going to talk about their fucking family.
Oh, I know. But I just wanted to call and apologize. And
I'm
let you
not
know.
mad at you. I don't care.
Congrats on Starlink.
I
so
guess.
exciting.
I want my other shit back, but I want to be able to. I can stream at 720p. It sucks.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Dude, what is this Chud like sun meme that keeps going on? Okay, this is the weirdest meme ever.
Fun.
Elon-
But at least you have internet. SFTP lives on, bro.
You know, right before we went on, we got a notification that Starlink needed an update. I thought Elon was
Listen, Kel, you'll be forgiven if you come on a game show where I quiz you on commentary knowledge and you pass with flying colors.
fucking me.
Actually, Beckett will probably be in her DMs giving her the answers while we talk to her. So that actually might not be a good idea.
It's over, dude. It's over. First he beat me in that video game. Now he's.
All right.
All right. Well, have a good day.
No, I'm not
Good
mad
to
at you.
talk to you.
Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it.
All right. Well, the good news is it can only go up from here, right?
How about this? No, it could get a lot fucking worse. Don't tell people you fucking were like the best friends in the fucking world because they're gonna use it against you. Let's get this straight. You asked me on Patreon to do it. I have done. I don't know. They sent me all my interviews just yesterday. I have done. I want to check this out. Hold on a second.
A million. You're Tommy C. Local legend.
Well,
dude.
no, it's not that. I've done.
Tommy
like,
C. Local legend, dude. You're the best. Don't talk about Matt Pitt, guys. Don't make a joke about Matt Pitt. Dude, she's insane. She's crazy. She's a psycho. She's a fucking brown noser, dude. That used to be a great word we used to use when I was a kid, like a year ago. Fucking brown noser, bro. That's what she is. She's a fucking brown noser.
I've done everything from.
It's just so cringe. It's so cringe. Even the people I like or like admire, and there's not many of them, I still treat them like a fucking asshole. That's what you should do.
From Monkey Jones to these girls in 2016. That's the last time a girl interviewed me, by the way.
Kel is the female Aiden? What? What does that even fucking mean? What do you mean she's the female Aiden? I'm sorry, am I spreading false allegations against people? Am I trying to like sexually seduce fucking commentators to fuck my way to the top? Am I a vindictive, spiteful bitch that just fucking lies when she's confronted with her own bullshit?
The first one in
what?
8 years.
Aww.
Interviewed me.
Damn, with the audio, you should give me a redo. I'll give you a better
commentary. He's like nobody. I shocked Mouse. I got to know him, but I didn't know him at the time. He's just a fan. I've always given fan interviews.
Yeah.
McCake
And I
Dragon
appreciate-
Man. I don't even remember McCake Dragon Man.
Oh, Mr. Cake Dragon Man. That's a throwback.
Gaming for Bros. I've done a lot of these things, and I want to continue to do them. But they just make it really difficult. And another thing is you're kind of in an area, like I said, this is like a guys that can't get laid. It's their space, and they're pissed off about it. So you got to take that into consideration.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I believe, this is a genuine belief of mine. I think that anybody, absolutely anybody can get laid. I don't think there is a single person on this earth that cannot get laid. It's all about your behavior and how you act. And yes, they may be as fat as Nicholas Dioria. They may be as autistic as Colton. But if these guys had Riz, of course they could get laid. They actually made the effort. If I wanted to get laid and whore myself out tomorrow, I would. But you know the difference between someone like me and Kinetic Kel? You know the difference? I actually try to avoid degeneracy.
Generation.
Dude, Matt Pitt on Now Recording, he was like, if you just...
Do you have Riz? I do have Riz. I do have Riz. There would be many, many women that would be very, very, very happy if I was in their DMs right now. So, the line's over there, ladies.
make like a video like saying incels are cool. Yeah, y'all have everyone back.
Yeah,
It's
probably
like,
will.
Shut up. Shut up, dude. But yeah, no.
It probably will. Actually, just say a bunch of bad stuff about Jews and
Whoa!
It'd be great.
Whoa! Very coincidental timing, Tommy. Very coincidental timing indeed.
You'll be golden. You'll be the Leps. What's her face? Who's the girl? The young girl, Jeannie, Captain Jack or whatever the fuck her name was, and she turned into white.
Oh,
supremacist.
Lieutenant Corbus?
Yeah, you got to do Lieutenant Corbus.
Captain Jack?
I'll have to
Here's an
Nobody likes Lieutenant. Who the fuck genuinely likes Lieutenant Corbus? Lieutenant Corbus is fucking retarded. Lieutenant Corbus, me and Lieutenant Corbus, it was essentially like a parallel of my life, except it was like this person's a woman, and I could have gone down that path. I could have. Wait, hold on one sec. I could have, and I didn't. But Lieutenant Corbus is a fucking retard. One sec. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah. Jack Sparrow? Yeah.
another thing.
Lord.
Stay away from Kiwi motherfucking farms. If you didn't know that, since you don't know enough, don't ever get.
Yeah, so he has to educate her about these things, but she's supposedly been in commentary for forever. That's why she's such a big fan. She's been around forever, but she doesn't know what Kiwi Farms is, albeit she didn't ask or say anything that would lead to him bringing that up. He's giving that advice impromptu. So I would just assume she already knew this if she's not a fucking tourist, which she is.
Get an account there. I don't read it.
Okay.
Whatever happened to Lieutenant Corbus Aiden, like me, she had unmonitored access to the internet at a young age. and got involved in politics way too young, which is what happens when you're young and online. And she went down the other end of the extremist route. I went and did a left turn and went like commie for a little while. She did a right turn and became a neo-Nazi. And like the difference is, for some reason, the public is willing to forgive former commies. When they have like pictures of you with a swastika in the background, it's going to be very hard to get a job.
Don't do anything else.
I haven't been on there.
I'm not mad at you, but Jesus, don't go around telling people we're best. Well, you didn't do that to begin with.
I didn't.
Do some background checks before you get in an interview, because they're all looking to humiliate you and laugh at you.
Gay advice that will use Kiwi Farms when it suits their needs and then condemn. I never use Kiwi Farms. I'm not going to say anything about them because I don't want them fucking, coming at me. But like, I mean, obviously it's a fucking bad side. Like, obviously some of the people engaged on there are just totally unhinged.
Fucking crying. That's all they want. They've given up. They've given up. And I like talking to girls.
Is that why you got groomed? I was never groomed. It's like the fucking Nazi lie that everyone brings up. Find me footage. Find me Nazi footage of myself. Find it. I will personally issue an apology, a video apology for you, mentioning you by name if you can find the footage somewhere, because it does not fucking exist. Another one of Dioria's many lies.
I like making them laugh, but that can be really twisted into I'm unfaithful or something worse. I am a bit of a creep when it comes to...
What I don't understand is, why are Tommy now recording acting like everyone else is the problem and Kel is the victim? Because she's a fucking... Because people do this and it's really frustrating. There's an infantilization of women. There's a total infantilization of women. And I personally feel like we need to start treating them the same. And when I say that, I mean like to the same standards, holding them fucking accountable. There's like a need to like coddle and baby women. I don't understand.
Chicks, I love talking to girls. But I mean, there is a limit.
Tommy, you're a married man, buddy.
You've clarified like so many times though that it's like the stupid like Howard Byrne like skeezy like radio.
Yeah, but that doesn't work.
Like,
but see, like, but he's a creep then, I don't care. It's like no one's ever gonna nail me doing something on, offline or asking for pictures. I don't do that. First of all, I think it's weird because
my favorite Dioria lie is the myth that you beat up a police officer. It's not a lie. Don't you understand? It's true. It was like the fucking Waco siege. They tried to invade my meth lab, and they didn't have a warrant. And I stood up for my rights, which is why you won't find any criminal charges when you look up my name. But I tried to stand up for my rights. They tried to take my meth. I mean, we're like a communist country at this point. A guy can't cook meth.
That's not how you meet girls to begin with. So if I was going to do it, if I was going to go cheat my wife, I'd just go downtown.
Oh, of course, Colton's there to throw 5.
I'm not going to talk to somebody living in California,
On God.
Or Legoland, or wherever the fuck you're from.
Dude,
Doxing her? Doxing? Tommy C. caught doxing? I can't believe he doxed her, dude. I can't believe he fucking doxed her. That's crazy.
I am like astounded at my own, like, it's crazy how you can watch people on the internet for years, like,
another lie,
just make like bad decision after bad decision, and then every single podcast.
You didn't watch it because you know none of the details about it. You had to read like news articles to get your info on the John Swan situation, and still somehow managed to fuck that one up. Total lie.
Yeah, I know. I was like, okay, I'm gonna like really explain
myself. It's not as easy as you thought.
Time.
It's not as easy as you thought.
Dude, I just was like, like Dickers was the crying podcast was the last one where I was like, wow, I am.
It actually, believe it or not, it's incredibly easy not to fuck up. Everybody will have that moment that gets them in criticism, but it's very easy when you get that like reception for the thing you initially did wrong to like handle it and not do it again. It's actually unbelievably easy. It's insanely easy. Everyone likes to call me a lolcow, but it's like, sure, I've done annoying things, but like, I mean, how many things have I done that were like fucked? You know what I mean? Like, it is actually very easy to not genuinely like do fucked things.
Actually that retarded that I did that again.
It's easy.
And like it's crazy. Like that is crazy. So yeah, I'm definitely like reevaluating.
I did it too. I did it when I went after Kiwi after Baited. I should have done what I did after Lolcow. But that was I was so much cooler when I was like
unapproachable. Didn't have a Discord, you know.
gotta- every-
Unapproachable. Nobody was trying to approach you, lol, bro. Nobody was trying to fucking approach you. Nobody knew who you were. You were not in this space. You were not in this fucking sphere.
Every girl, Tommy sees a certified womanizer. Yes. I love chicks. I don't fucking care. I love women.
Hell yeah,
but, I
dude.
mean,
You've Tommy, please, buddy. Please. Please, Tommy. Listen, buddy, I get it, okay? I get it. I get it. But you don't need to keep emphasizing it. Please.
there is a line. I
Dude.
mean,
When he started talking about how like
I love women. Nobody loves women more than I do. I just love the way they look and the way they smell and the way they talk and the way they look when they're sleeping and you've snuck into their apartment and they don't know that you're there and the way that they wake up screaming because there's an intruder inside of the apartment and
oh, he was holding a donation goal over Jeannie's head to measure her tits. I was like, shut up, dude.
that was Jeannie's idea.
I was like, ask Jeannie about it, bro. I was like, there's some great tits.
See, the thing is, you know what the thing is? I get the feeling like 20 years ago, you're somebody I would hang out with at a bar. You fucking probably go up and play guitar, do karaoke.
just be honest. You'd hang out with her to fuck her. Her only redeeming quality is that she's semi-attractive. Okay, and they're gonna be like, oh, that's sexist. No, she, objectively as a person, right? I don't understand, like, what the two of you have in common. Or what you like about her. If this was a guy, you would hate this person with your guts. You would hate this person with your guts.
and
You always
have
make
a
it
great
worse,
time,
Tommy.
smoke weed at
Like,
the
I
end of the
don't know.
night. You know, but see, like I grew up with people like you. They didn't.
Hell yeah. We'd see like, each other like at the local pub somewhere. you know?
Hey, Cal, how you doing? Let's have a beer. Let's go smoke a joint. Let's go.
Oh, it's
Hey, go to a
exciting.
show next week. You know, yeah, I get
yeah.
it. It's like, but the thing is,
Dude, get down in the
I
pit.
came into this at 39. I lived a whole life.
Same.
And then I had to learn. You know.
Yeah.
But I didn't learn like you.
I gotta be done with this. I gotta be out of this by the time I'm 40. I got probably 30. I gotta be done, out, made my money, gone, doing something else with my life. I don't care what the fuck it is. That's a promise I'm making to myself. If this ends up working out and I stay and I don't leave again, I gotta be out. I gotta be out. I cannot be the guy that's like on here and this is a main part of my adult life. I can't.
Dude. Yeah, I crash landed pretty hard, but
All right. Well,
yeah.
keep your head up. Don't lose your smile, and don't lead these guys on.
Don't lose your smile.
That's wrong. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
Got it.
All right. Talk to you later.
You got it, boss. Have a good one.
All right,
Bye,
bye-bye.
Jeannie. Bye, Tommy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to hate her. Karen.
It's tough. No, it's not. It's very easy, actually. If you can look past her appearance, and by look past, I mean, don't click on the video where it starts off with like a semi-attractive frame and then like keep playing and realize like she actually dresses like a crazy person. It's actually pretty easy.
So she was social climbing a bit. So what? It probably, you see, the thing is, in the real world environment, everybody.
She's a liar. She's a fucking liar. That's the problem. She lies. She lies like she breathes.
thought she was adorable. In this environment, everybody thinks she's a tryhard. You know what I mean?
If I met her in the there is a reason. This is what I'm going to say. When you see somebody that is online doing this, you can always tell there's a reason they are as engaged online as they are. You could say, oh, this guy's a little autistic. This guy's making money. This guy's a fucking ugly loser. This guy's she's not making money. She is arguably semi-attractive, etc., etc. So she could probably make it IRL. There is a reason she's on here and not like there's... Listen, all I'll say is her personality is probably very off-putting to people in her real life.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't know she was like social climbing like that. I just I give the interview. Next thing I know, she was everywhere. I didn't know. Picklington, I don't trust her. See, Cal? Yeah. All right, I think at least we finished up
Yeah.
reasonably strong.
Yeah.
You know, fucking ridiculous. Oh Jesus, it was a.
One of Tommy's main criticisms of I'm Alex is that he's a...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Yo! Thank you for the... Let me read this real quick. Where the fuck is it, dude? Shit. Thank you, Ryle Kittenhouse, for the $10. No message, just quote unquote period. Yeah. I mean, so just read your comment. One of Tommy's main criticisms of I'm Alex is that he's a social climber, but it's fine for her to do it because she's okay, I'm not reading the end of that. Thanks. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. If like a man held any of the qualities that she had and made the kind of content she made, people like Tommy would be out of their minds about it, like fucking screaming about it, calling her a fucking degenerate social climber, not liking her, which should be the case. Aiden dreams of taking her to Legoland. I do not. This is why I declined her request to meet me.
A lot of fun though. All right, I want to do an after show.
She dreams of taking me to Legoland. She's still bitter that I left that bitch on red, dude. Many women have been scorned by me. Many women I've left on red. I admit it. Never responded to again.
Yeah, but you
Right
gotta
after this.
read all the stuff.
Well, and I got to read all that shit. And let's do that right now.
Is there anything else here?
I much amount of money that they take. Although maybe they don't take it as much anymore. I don't know what they do. I'm not terribly sure. I'd sure like to do. Well, hopefully I can do this. Tyler D's cat. Trivia Savage, Winter Gaming, Yini.
So yeah, if Kinetic Canel, dude, if Kinetic Kel wants to come on and clear up some of the lies that she told about me, I'm willing to be charitable. I'm willing to be... Somebody sent me a comment of her talking about Dicker's stream, and I can't fucking find it. I don't know where the fuck it is. Was it at the start? If anybody has this, please feel free to send it to me. I feel like I saw a comment of her talking about Dicker's stream, and I just cannot find it. What is this?
Oh, I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to that.
At 106:27?
Happy
Are you
with
mad
you,
at
but I'm
me?
not mad at you either.
I'm like,
You know what happened to you? You had no idea what you were getting into. Like,
She said something. Did she say it in this video? I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, I should have done a background check because they just wanted me to cry. Nobody wanted you to... What are you talking... Wait, how did I miss this part? How did I miss this part? Wait, hold on. Fuck.
Cal,
How the fuck did I miss this part? Hold on. I'm not paying attention. Did she say it on here? Yeah, here it is. Here it is.
not mad at you, but Jesus,
Do better.
don't go around telling people we're best. Well, you didn't do that to begin with.
I
but
didn't. I
Do
didn't.
some
I
background
didn't.
checks before you get in an interview because they're only looking to humiliate you and laugh at you fucking crying. That's all they want.
Dickers was unbelievably nice to her, unbelievably charitable to her, and if I remember correctly, he even like went at people who were going too hard on her. So no, the goal was not to make her cry. She cried in response to things that nobody would cry over. That obviously wasn't the goal.
You know, they've
Yeah.
given up.
Did it provide content? Yes, but I don't think that was Dickers' goal.
They've given up, and you know, I like talking to girls. I like making them laugh. You know, but that can be really twisted into I'm unfaithful, or something
Dude.
worse. You know, I
I
am
am-
a bit of a creep when it comes to chicks. I love talking.
Okay, all right, we saw that. Have you seen Dickers' response to this? He was pissed. Link it in the server. Link it in the server. Dickers declared war on Tommy C. Okay. Dude, why is everybody... I'm the only one in this community that's allowed to declare war. Nobody's ever declared war before. I invented the concept. Hold on. So, the other thing we got here is... Boblax has officially made another tweet about the Manchi stuff. So originally, hold on, let's just go to Comment Cop, actually. Hold on. Comment Cop, Twitter. Yeah, let's just go here. Because he points it out for all of us. Boblax made another impromptu tweet that was later immediately deleted. And I do that too, but just when like the tweet isn't okay, good one, buddy. Just when the tweet like isn't funny and it doesn't land. So Boblax tweets out after the Manchi stuff. My privacy was violated by a live stream viewer who screenshotted a brief moment where my private emails showed up for a login pop-up and used that information to find and spread images without my consent. It's been devastating, but there's not much I can do other than move on. I was trying to avoid it, and I hope that someone looked into this Manchi account more to know that it is not me. But it's gotten to the point now where so many people have talked about this account being mine, and people IRL are talking to me as if it's a fact. This is insane. So these tweets were made 2 days apart from each other. And in the first tweet, he's admitting, in another reply to somebody, they're like, how did this happen? He says it was in my Google logins or whatever, right? Hold on, if we can go find it. He said it was my Google logins. So he's admitting that the email that popped up on screen was in fact, where is it dated? Was in fact from his fucking Google login. Here we go. Yeah, it was a Gmail login pop-up. The window defaulted to popping up on the wrong monitor. So he admits that the email that popped up was the Manchi email. Or I guess he doesn't outright say that, but I don't know what other email he's referring to. And now he says this, and then he posts a screenshot of his Google pop-up without the Manchi email. None of my Gmails start with M. What? Do you not remember admitting to this, that it was in your pop-up a few days ago? Did you really think by reposting the screenshot, as if nobody screenshotted the actual stream, without the Manchi email, that we're just gonna fucking believe you? What is this tactic, bro? This is obviously just to try and convince his IRL friends / family. He doesn't think anyone online will fall for this. Well, he deleted it, and the replies will... I mean, who believes him? Who's gonna believe this? He posts these pictures with the bottom half of his face. It's him. I mean, especially his mom, dude. Like, your mom can identify you better than anybody. God, I pray his mother... God bless her soul, that she did not see these pictures. I hope she does not have an X account. But if she did, she can absolutely identify you. Like, to think that, like, they're not going to know it's you and they're going to buy this is absurd. Queeman watched the VOD last night and he had a pin folder in his files named Manchi. That's hilarious. She definitely kept herself safe. I mean, these are the real victims here. His fucking poor parents. His sister is a streamer. His mom, is his sister a streamer? Every day I believe the theory that, like, the sister he always talks about is him. Was always him. But, like, to make matters worse, I mean, I was talking to somebody about it the other day, and I said, I'm not going to cover Boblax anymore. And then I always go, and I end up covering him again. Because you think... okay, we've reached peak. When I came back, this was going on. I came back while this was going on. And at the end of it, we're like, it's a dead topic. This guy needs help. We're not going to cover it again. And then it just keeps getting worse. It just consistently, whenever you think, like, you're like, you know, you just took a nosedive. You've recovered the plane, smooth sailing. And then you're like, okay, we're going to make it to the airport. And then all of a sudden it fucking nosedives again. I mean, I can't, honestly, I want to say I'm not going to talk about him anymore because this guy is at the lowest point a human being can be, all at his own doing. But I don't know what's going to happen in a week. I mean, in a week, is Boblax going to be caught in, like, a vice sting? Like, trying to, like, solicit a hooker? I mean, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Anything that I thought would be totally laughable a year ago just happens now with this guy. So, God, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to try not to cover him for any minor shit. I mean, I'm gay, I'm an ethical streamer or whatever. If you're like, oh, you drew his dress for money. I did do that. Okay, I did do that. So I can't really hide behind ethics or whatever. But I do not want this guy to, like, I hope he gets help. I hope he gets help. With that being said, I think we checked this out the other day, but I just wanted to take a brief look at this to show you how unwell he is. I mean, I don't think he's BPD. He doesn't think he has BPD, but there's obviously something very mentally wrong with this guy. And I can't tell if this is like sudden onset or like if he's always been this way and it's been covered up. And I'm inclined to believe he's always been this way. It's been covered up.
That's like perfect, dude.
I mean, he uploads this VOD. He wants to be a streaming channel that's uploading VODs, you know, getting big on live streaming. So he uploads this. We're not watching I just want to show you the beginning to show you how like psychotic this is. We saw it the other day. I just need to show you this again.
That's what having autism can do. It can make you sound like Christian. Now, PPP, that guy's a friggin' troll. I wish you'd stop talking
So he just wants to like mock the lolcows as if nothing's happening with him. And it's
about me on Kiwi Farms. Josh Moo's been nothing but nice to me, but all these other guys are really friggin' me, pissing me off.
Is he seeing a therapist or something? I doubt he would stay with a therapist, because any therapist worth their dollar would, the second he sat down with them, would say, you're the problem. You need to actually make an effort and do these things for yourself. And he would come up with excuses. He's the type of guy where it's the horse, you walk to the water and it won't drink. He knows exactly what he would need to do for his life, and he does to make it good, and he does the opposite. It's not just the horse that walks to the water and won't drink. It's the horse that you walk to the water and it doesn't, not only does it not drink, the horse then like lights itself on fire.
Oh.
Not only is he not doing things to get his life back on track, he's actively doing things to derail the fucking train. That is his life. I mean, he seriously said the other day he couldn't get a job at McDonald's because he's dyslexic and wouldn't be able to read out the orders. You just have to read out the numbers, right? Order 32. You read for a living. You read chat while you're on you read chat while you're on here. You read chat while you're like live. Why can't you read two numbers? These are just excuses not to work.
Ralph really fucking got me mad when he came over and tried to film me while I was going to prison.
We need like a camp for people like this who are like living off of like other people's money. At least what I assume is he's either his money has dried up, he's living off someone else's money, or he's about to. People who are a net drain on society, we need to put them in a camp somewhere where they can work and actually contribute. Okay, that sounded really fuck. Okay, I just realized what that sounded like. That's not what I meant. That is not what I meant. Okay, I don't advocate for concentration camps. That's not what I meant.
Just for loving my mom a little too much. You don't love your mom. You don't love your mom. Wow. I'm gonna tell on you. It never ends. Oh, hello, it's me, Mr. Frog. Hello.
I mean, he's just unhinged. And according to him, he's abstained from weed and drugs for like 2 weeks or whatever. So he's totally sober here, which is more scary to me.
Oh.
And the worst part is I believe him.
I'm gonna play Tom Kench in League of Legends today. Hello. What do you guys think of my Mr. Frog voice?
Yeah, we need a night, like, and it has to be in a universal language, a nice camp where people could work and contribute. And then, like, yeah, the work will set them free. I mean, let's pick, like, a universal language because Canada's a very multi-ethnic place. So what's, like, a language everyone understands? I don't know. We'll say, like, something like Arbeit macht Fried on the top or something, right? Because everyone knows German, right? Universal language. It's a good idea.
Next.
See, I come with great original ideas.
Twitter versus is Mr. Frog. Kind of sounds like Trump. Okay, Mr. Frog is not...
Does he expect people in the audience that, like, at this point, he's not sure, you can't see chat. At this point, chat is saying shit like, why are you doing this? Which I called out. I said, that is like, I would rather get any insult in the book than have somebody unironically come onto my stream and be like, why are you doing this? In reference to the fact that I'm just streaming. Sprechen Sie Deutsch, Aiden? Mein Deutschsprecher ist nicht so gut. I speak a little bit. I can speak a little bit. Enough to order, enough to get around, but my German is not the greatest.
Getting elected. I won the election. No cap. Mr. Frog needs to get off the ballot and let me make America great again. Yeah, I don't think my Trump is as good as my Mr. Frog. I don't even think my Trump's good.
Why are you doing... Okay, good one, buddy.
I can do like Mr. Frog and Christian. I love fucking around with voice. I don't even care if I'm good or not. It's just fun. Do Christian? Well, you see, you gotta like kind of get in the mindset a little bit for this.
Yeah, we're not gonna watch this. I mean, this is obviously just insane. Absolutely insane. Totally insane. I don't know what to say. I truly do not know what to say. To be honest, I feel kind of bad. You're not gonna believe me. I had my problems with Bo Blacks a year in advance, and I actually have proof of this. I was going through one of my old VODs from a year ago. But I called him a fence sitter because I thought that he would just fence sit on every take and not actually contribute to an issue. And contrary to popular belief, and I rephrase this all the time, yeah, I'd call him a friend, just like I would call some people in my chat friends, but I use the term loosely. We talked like 2 times a year. I think when I left, he never hit me up to like ask where I was, what I was doing. Have you looked into the Dream Brother allegations? I've not. I won't actually at all. I will not be talking about Dream. Dream could go. They could discover 5 like dismembered bodies in Dream's basement tomorrow, and I'm not gonna cover it. He deserves this. I mean, yeah, but then it comes down to like, I have to ask myself, is this a guy that is able to like is he in the mindset where he can actually adequately make decisions? And I'm not even sure I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if he has agency at this point with how fucking insane he is. I mean, he does, obviously, but I don't know, dude. You have a photo of Bobby sleeping next to you. He wasn't sleeping next to me. He was like slouched over. His eyes were open. This was in a public living room where everyone was. Contrary to popular belief, Augie was there behind the camera. Okay? He denied this. He's like, I wasn't there last year. This wasn't last year. This was like 2 years ago when he was there. So, another Augie RFC lie. Augie RFC sweep. Augie RFC sweep job. All right, apparently Bunk talked about me. My best friend, my debate mentor.
People. I do hope I get to talk to Aiden on stream.
That would be
Part of me hopes
nice.
that he's moved his position on this one, just so he's not making the argument in favor. Because I think that
You guys were fucking in a. Let me tell you something. If I was gay, I would not be fucking someone that looked like Bo Blacks. Thank you very much.
looks bad. I think it looks bad to have to make the argument to anybody who like is going to ask more than 3 questions in a row, like more than 3 pointed questions. I think it looks.
So he thinks I'm going to look bad if I make the argument. I'm going to talk to Bunk about this. Am I going to do it today? No, I'm on no sleep. I'm going to have to do some debate prep. The problem is Bunk is much more like philosophically literate than I am. And him and Synth kind of, I like Bunk. I know you all hate him. He'll like overwhelm the person he's talking to with philosophical terms and like speaking really quick. So I need to educate myself on some of the terms. I know what expect utility is. I know what utilitarianism is. But yeah, I need to do a research. I need to do some research. Like Destiny, like maybe 2017 Destiny. I'm pretty sure Destiny like is intolerable of that shit now. He had like a falling out with like the actual debate bros because he left like the Ask Yourself server or something. He had like a whole anti-debate bro debate a long time ago against Synth actually. Why are you gooning? I'm not. Thank you for the comments. All right, what else do we have going on here in topic suggestions? Oh, we've got the jar video to cover. All right, I guess we could cover this. I don't like to cover what's trending, but we don't have anything else to talk about.
Hey everyone, it's been a while. In fact, it's been a couple of months. These last few months have been very chaotic to say the least, and I know a lot of you have many questions. You're curious about my side of the story. Don't worry, I brought receipts. I know most people won't care for what I have to say. The tea has gone cold and they've moved on to talking about people like Mudahar and Nuxtaku. But at least you're—
I find it so funny. I mean, this could be coincidental, but he waited until like the week Chud went on vacation. He waited till like the week that Chud went on vacation to like go and drop this video. Like the second that Chud left, he drops this shit. I knew Jar was coming out with a response. But he literally waited to this moment.
You're here watching this—
I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but it is very convenient timing.
unmonetized video of mine, so you don't have to even worry about giving me money by viewing this video. Or maybe you're just viewing this through someone else's live stream who's looking to farm a few more clicks off of me.
What was that?
Viewing this through someone else's live stream who's looking to farm this
Whoa.
video. Or maybe you're just viewing this through someone else's live stream who's looking to—
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you guys just hear that? Is Professor Dreadlock getting railed in the background? Save Professor Dreadlock!
this video. Or maybe you're just viewing this through someone else's live
You heard that, right?
stream who's looking to farm a few more clicks off
It's like a Michael Jackson, like some shit like that, bro. It's literally Professor Dreadlock is getting railed in the background.
of me. I'm not gonna sugarcoat things. I fucked up. I really dropped the ball on this situation. I can't even say that I was manipulated or enabled to get involved with the cine drama, because both my roommate and my girlfriend and even my neighbor told me that what I was doing was stupid and reckless. Even I knew that defending someone from the Art CC with allegations this serious—
Jar, go like 5 minutes without like referencing Spockter or Peaches, dude. I don't know anything about. Okay, the Spockter shit, wasn't this a guy? If you just listen, like, you know someone's from the ACC by the way they talk. I was totally unfamiliar with this community up until recently, but you just like, they all talk with very distinct style and they all have like the weirdest dramas out against them. The Spockter person, apparently, like, correct me if I'm wrong, they were like a kid and they were dating a kid that was like around their age, and they got nudes of that kid that was their age, so it wasn't pedophilic, it was still legal. And then they didn't delete these, and they were somewhere on their computer, and then when they were an adult, they realized they had it and tried to destroy the hard drive or something, and then they told everyone about it for some reason. I don't know, this Peaches person was like involved in like bullying the mentally disabled girl with Lyle Convoy. But yeah, I mean, every 2 seconds, Jar's like, this reminds me of the Spockter and Peaches drama. Dude, Jar is like in Lower Manhattan on like September 11th, 2001. This reminds me of the collapse of Spockter's career. Like every 2 seconds.
would more than likely go bad for me. I, along with everybody who was close to me, expected me to get some backlash, but not this much backlash. They're not even telling me they told me so because they didn't even expect it to get this bad. But before I get into what's going—
I just heard, you guys have to be on headphones to hear this. I hear the hing.
They told me so because they didn't even expect it to get this bad. But before I get—
Yeah, right there. Is anyone on headphones? Can you vouch that you heard that? Am I like schizophrenic? You heard that, right? You heard that.
Get into what's going on and all the allegations against me, I would like to apologize to a few people. I would like to apologize to my girlfriend, my roommate, and—
They hadn't deleted the nudes the moment they turned 18, so people tried saying he had CP saved on his hard drive and that he was a pedo. The pedo part isn't true, but this is my problem with, like, framing. You could say something that's objectively true, like, he had CP on his hard drive, but, like, you're giving a certain implication there that isn't true. You're leading people down a path that isn't true with the choice you're wording, like, if you're not adding additional clarification. But if I can see that happening. I could see that being a real mistake. But why tell people about it then? Why not purge your hard drive? Be like, fuck, I still have this saved. If this really happened the way you said it did. Purge your hard drive. Why go and tell people about that?
and my neighbor for not listening to them. You guys know me best, and you were looking out for my best interest. I should have listened to you guys, and now I'm facing the consequences for my actions. I would like to apologize to my editor.
Also, what is this, like, background? am I watching like a Mr. Nightmare video?
Lorenzo for any backlash he might have faced from editing my video. Even you were worried about things going wrong after I released the video, and I'm sorry for making you edit it in the first place. I hope the extra money I gave you can make up for my mistake. I would like
Just say this to him in private. You don't need to like apologize like him as an individual. I didn't even know you had an editor. You don't need to give individual apologies unless they're a public figure in your fucking video.
to apologize to Eno for how my video affected her. You were so young.
Yeah, like a Creeps McPasta, Mr. Nightmare.
And no one should go through that at your age, along with anyone who might have been made uncomfortable by things I've said in my video. And I'm also sorry to my fans for disappointing them. What I did was incredibly stupid.
Oh, is this background footage like a metaphor for Jar's like Pinar when he like gets like a glimpse of the pedo-ussy? I see what. Okay, I understand the background footage, the relevance here. This is a metaphor for Jar's Pinar.
And I understand if you unsubscribed from me. I'm not upset with everybody who has made a video on me, because I can understand where a lot of them are coming from. Granted, there are a few people who have said some crazy things about me.
Like, I knew how this guy was. I warned you how he was. I told you what position you were in, and I was very conscious and scared on your behalf because of what position you're in. Jar could have raped you, and that's probably...
Stand up, Aiden. Yeah, I'm a waterfall file. Dude, just when I see a fucking waterfall, I'm just like, oh yeah, keep flowing, babe.
what he was trying to, like, that was probably his dream, his end goal.
Listen, I've stood up every time. I do the stand up bit. But if nothing sexual is happening, you're saying stand up, I'm not standing up every fucking time.
I'm going over a lot more than just the Cine stuff in this video, because just about every bad or questionable thing I have done is out there now. If you're only here for one specific allegation and you don't care to watch this entire video, don't worry, I will be providing timestamps for specific allegations. The biggest problem with my video—
Wait, what? What?
I will be providing timestamps.
The Jaden Animations drawing. Do I have a fart fetish? VideoCon 2023, The Handshake from Hell, Misanthropony / Zaid, Kumo, Ending Thought. Kumo, friend of the Cabals, friend of Beckett's. Beckett swept for Kumo. Okay, I don't actually know the I to this day I've known nothing about Kumo besides he also wanted the pedo-ussy. The VidCon stuff, he was like being like super pushy and autistic with a girl in DMs, trying to meet her. The fart fetish. I mean, I did.
Stamps for specific allegations. The biggest problem with my video draft about Cine by far is how soft I went on her. I regret that even more now due to the fact that new information has been released about Cine. I don't like being lied to, especially by people who wanted my help, but I fell for what she told me, being the gullible fool that I am. I didn't believe that Cine is a pedo, and I still don't believe she's a pedo. I don't believe she had a desire to get with the minor or exchange nudes with the minor. I never said what Cine did was okay. I said it was wildly inappropriate and an optics nightmare. Usually I would expect that if someone was grooming, that the groomer would intend to get with them. At least this was my thought process at the time, based—
Then you're fucking retarded. Then you're retarded. You don't think somebody can like just like groom a kid into entertaining a sexual fantasy, groom a kid into— it doesn't have to be a relationship. Groom a kid into having sex with them, it doesn't have to be a full-blown relationship. You're fucking retarded.
Off of all the other grooming cases I have seen. I didn't believe she did what she did out of malicious intent or to hurt anyone. I really believe that she was just incredibly socially retarded.
I could buy that if she's like insanely like mentally disabled and autistic. But she claims she's autistic. Some people said it's self-diagnosed. I'm not sure, but she's obviously like high functioning in that facet. Like she knows what she's talking about. And she's in a community where she's watched people go down for way less. So it's very suspicious to me. I know in my mind I know the evidence shows she knew what she did was wrong while she was doing it. And she continued anyway. So then I have to ask myself, what was she getting out of that? And obviously, more than likely, you're led towards some sort of arousal.
Along with the fact that I really wanted to believe that she wasn't as guilty as everyone was painting her out to be. Along with the fact that she was encouraged to draw suggestive artwork when she was 14. That's why I took pity on her, because I thought what she did was out of stupidity.
No, she's in your community. That's retarded. She's in your even if she was, I bet you half the people in your community were victims of something at one point or another. That's not an excuse.
And not malice. I truly believed that I was onto something comparing this to the pyro drama, because
Do you think she's a primary attraction? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Wasn't she attracted to this Jack person who was the same age? No, I don't know if it's a primary attraction. And you could be like, oh, well, the definition calls for a primary. Yeah, but she also would she even be considered a pedo for like the 14 thing? No, we can obviously, there are certain cases where we don't need to use the DSM like 5 definition of like pedophilic disorder, okay? We can use it like colloquially, right? We can use it colloquially. There are a lot of guys that are in prison for raping kids that had a wife or were in relations with adults, and you could be like, oh, well, technically, the definition of pet is exclusive attraction to children, and it's like, sure, but colloquially, it's totally okay to call this person a pedophile. I'm not saying that's what she did, right? But it seemed like she was speaking to a child in an inappropriate way for motivations that logical inference would lead you to conclude was for the sake of becoming aroused.
What did learn of Ivory's age when they turned 16, not when they were 15. And he said, and I quote here, shouldn't have continued the furry stuff with him, along with the fact that Pyro got a 15-year-old
what is going on in the background? Like, record when Professor Dreadlock isn't getting fucking railed, dude.
Knew was 15 to draw a thicker, lewder, sexier version of his avatar. I thought to myself, well, if people are okay with Pyro doing this, then why aren't they okay with Cinny's actions? I think we all know that if the
this Moad person, why do you keep asking me if I'm a groiper, saying the groipers will accept me? What is it? Are you like a groiper op trying to recruit me?
Pyro drama started with Pyro immediately uploading a video saying, guys, I admit to it, I groomed a minor, and I knew what I was doing was wrong. That drama would have gone completely differently, and I believe that Cinny was gaslit into doing that by her roommate who goes by it pronouns. When I saw Kumo coming to the same conclusions about Cinny that I came to, along with witnessing him beating a few people in debates about it, I thought he might have been onto something, so I decided that I should help her as well. I now realize that
this is like the problem with debates. Like, people are under the assumption that because somebody wins, their position is like correct or has some basis. That's not true. It just means you're like more rhetorically effective, at least in that moment or on that topic, than the person you're speaking to. Just because somebody wins a debate doesn't mean their position is good. I've watched people win debates who are like debating like insane positions.
Then all the chat logs were released between Ivory and Pyro.
Aiden's sweeping for, how am I sweeping for Pyro?
In the same way they were for Cinny. Also, I believe Cinny released the full logs herself, but I wasn't aware of that when I was working on my video. At least I don't think I was. On top of that, Cinny is a repeat offender to a very disturbing degree. It would be like Pyro getting accused of everything he did, with the Call Me Carson allegations on top of that, along with a bunch of other things. My main understanding of morality is that hypocrisy is the most objectable sin. I also understand that nothing can get you cancelled harder than a child grooming allegation that a lot of people...
Objectable sin. Hypocrisy is the most objectionable? Am I missing something? Does he mean objectionable or objective? Objectionable? Objective? What do you think he meant there? Am I missing something?
People believe. I saw how people...
What did I miss?
People flip-flopped on the
Am I missing something with that statement? If he's saying it's the most objectionable sin, I don't think that's true. No, hypocrisy's... Okay.
Pyro drama, so I thought they were about to do the same with this situation. The first...
Yeah, hypocrisy is the most objectionable sin? That's obviously fucking ridiculous.
First draft of my Cinny video was originally made to
I guess
bash
he was
her.
being hyperbolic.
That being said, I still went softer on her than most people did, and I was planning to add more to my video draft as the drama went on. I really should have focused on being more professional and objective with the sensitive information around Cinny. Instead, I took her at her word, and I gave her way more charitability than she deserved. As you can hear at the end of the full call I had with Cinny, I said that I would be making a new draft.
Thinking hypocrisy is worse than, I don't know, murder? Well, I'm sure if you framed it to him like that way, he wouldn't actually agree. I just think his wording was like totally fucked. And he wasn't thinking about what he's saying. Dude, this Jack person, oh my god. If anyone was there for Jack's video, oh my god, dude. This person is like insufferable. They have some allegations against them that they like swept on the... Didn't they try to claim like the 13-year-old like groomed them or something?
In defense of Cinny before I talked to Jack. But, yeah, I'm gonna be changing my video a lot, and I'm also gonna have to reach out to Jack because, you know, for all I know, you're...
Uh-oh! Have fun with that, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the video ready because knowing Jack, they're probably and try to control the narrative. Like, I thought I was being fair by doing that because I only
This Jack person like makes like Cine Bear like look like a fucking saint. I mean, it's crazy. This Jack person is like the most insufferable, like fucking stereotypical like BPD fucking like the image that like the Fox News like stereotype about like liberals that leave college, like kids that go what they come out of college looking like or doing. And the funny part is this Jack person didn't even complete high school because doing math was like too hard. They don't think they have to do any work. It's everybody else's fault.
talk to
He did some stuff with his ferret. He didn't. He apparently thought about it or was like being convinced to by somebody and admitted to that. He didn't do anything to his ferret.
Cine after I had a draft ready to upload on her, but now I can see that was an incredibly stupid move. I was planning for Saturday to be a day where I would @Jack on Twitter, along with a day to look over a whole bunch of videos about Cine to make sure that my information was correct. Unfortunately, the last draft that I was still in the middle of adding stuff to was leaked by Kumo, and I panicked uploaded what I had. As you can see from this screenshot, which is of my Cine video, I uploaded it unlisted on October 10th, which was a Tuesday, and the actual Cine video was planned to go live on Sunday, but then Kumo leaked this version of the video, so I foolishly decided to upload this version because the other one still wasn't finished. I don't do YouTube full-time. I have a job. I have Saturdays and Sundays off. That's why I was trying to do extra research on Saturday. He got it through Romantic Goblin as I was in the middle of asking people to look
Oh, a member of Himpleton's E-Harem, right?
over it to see if there was any mistakes I needed to correct. I asked people like Misanthropony, Akumu.
Why? Wait. Miss Anthropony, do you want to know the only reason I know this guy's name? Do you want to know the only reason I know who this guy is? Because in that 4-hour Lio Convoy call, where I actually was like being the most like moral flaggy person of all time, when in a case where it was incredibly justified, where they're like emotionally abusing this like mentally disabled woman with seizures. This Misanthropony guy joins, and he talks like all the other autistic. He's like, "You came at me disagreeing with my Star Wars take. Why did you do that?" And it was like they're like confronting her about sweeping for a groomer, and this guy's like allegedly or what the but it really is they're all mad that she was like criticizing this Misanthropony guy disagreeing with his take on Star Wars. And they're like, "You swept for a groomer and her kids," and he joins, "And yeah, you said my Star Wars take was bad." Yes, he actually, hold on, I'm sorry, we gotta interrupt this programming. We have to interrupt this programming. That's exactly how he talks. Really quick, hold on. Speedrunning it. Somebody's streaming about this right now? Why is somebody streaming about this right now? Did they take the video down? Did they take the video down? It had 40k views. Somebody where is it, dude? Did they take it down? Where's the video? Where's the video? There it is. Got it.
Exactly.
Listen, you gotta hear this one part, okay? This is exactly the guy. Rosa, you disagreed with my Star Wars take. This is the guy he's like reaching out to for advice on his video.
Something about Star Wars opinion.
They all talk like
doesn't give two
autists.
shits about kids. You care about Zayi.
Just for quick context, quick rundown. The Senate was like run by this Lio Convoy guy who's like a 30-something-year-old man who wants to feel powerful. So he ran this ACC group called the Senate where he would like confront people in big groups of people and essentially publicly humiliate them so he could like feel a sense of power. And this girl, this Rosa person who is mentally disabled, talks like a 12-year-old child, like is under care, doesn't live on her own. They bring her into a call to confront her for not banning a groomer in a server she doesn't even own. But they're really mad that she was like criticizing their friend Misanthropony on Twitter. So they spend 4 hours essentially all emotionally abusing her and threatening her if she leaves the call, and she like has the mental capacity of like a child. So she's like, it's a fucked call. It's really disturbing if you listen to it. But this Misanthropony guy was like a big part of that, going after her. And you just listen to the way he talks.
It was a Star Wars quote, since you're all up in your
No, that's
dick
Lio.
about that. that you do not care about. The fact that you rate Star Wars and people being
So they're like
And you
talking
just
about sweeping for a groomer while they keep reverting to like a Star Wars take. Wait, I'm just showing this to you really quick. Hold on.
you lying piece of garbage.
Yeah, that's
Please.
Lio.
So much for all that Star Wars morality and doing the right thing. Because when it push comes to shove, you don't. You just don't want consequences for your evil.
Star Wars. I get that's your comfort. I wish I had comfort when
All right,
Necropon
this
went
is a
after me.
grooming victim. Wait,
The
where,
LGBT and bitching
Where
a
is it?
marathon of Star Wars.
where is it?
But just
Hold on, you have to hear this. You have to
I'll
hear
tell you
this.
what, Rosa. I'll tell you what.
You have to hear this. You just have to. I can't miss this.
Certainly don't respect
This is
mine.
him. This is him.
help me. Why do you feel the
So this is Rosa talking, and anyone who's not a fucking 80 IQ retard can understand that this is a poor woman who has some sort of mental incapacitation, is not equipped to face some sort of confrontation like this, and actually is probably so mentally hindered she cannot be reasonably held accountable for like not banning a groomer from a Discord server she didn't even own. Listen to her talk.
Well then, just help me. Why do you feel the need to shove your opinion down our throats?
This is Rosa talking. You can, if you listen to the whole call, you can just tell she's not.
Oh, you mean you're not doing the same thing?
This is the Misanthropony guy.
Well, I respect everyone's opinion.
Listen, I do have a soft spot in my. I'm not talking about your fucking like Asperger's people like fucking Boblax or whatever. I have a soft spot in my heart for people who are like actually like mentally disabled. This call really pissed me off. But wait, this is like the way. Hold on.
Certainly don't respect mine.
I do, but
No, you don't.
always shove it down down everyone's throats.
No, I just make videos making my points clear on why I thought something was badly made, and I try to do editorials and explanations trying to support arguments that I make. And hey,
Hi.
if someone doesn't want to listen to it, I'm not holding them hostage to do it.
Yeah, so he talks like an autist. I just need to show you that. You can go watch my coverage of the call. It's ridiculous. Let's get back to this.
Over it to see if there was any mistakes I needed to correct. I asked people like Misanthropony, Akumu, not to be confused with Kumo, and others if they could look over.
Holy fuck, we're almost at 200 fucking concurrent. We're getting close, boys. If you're enjoying, make sure to like, sub. We're close to 6K. Donate. We're trying to hit goal.
My video,
For some reason, I can't reset it, so goal today is actually 139. I have nothing to do, though, if we hit goal.
was even debating on whether
Join the Reddit, join the Discord.
I should have Chud look it
AG4L.
over because he knew about the Cine situation. My roommate was also on a business trip and coming home on Saturday. I was planning to look over both docs with him very carefully. I have the worst case of dyslexia in the world, so it's very hard for me to do that myself. Yeah, my dyslexia often leads me to focus more on what I can hear rather than what I can read. Now I want to make this clear. When I have people look
Thanks for filling in Chud's time slot. Oh, really? No, well, Rena, you're so very, 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 very welcome. But unfortunately, you're gonna have to go spend your time slot, like, doing something else. Like, watching fucking Misanthropony and Just a Robot and Lio Convoy and a fucking retard that's more equipped for your taste. Because you are going to the gulag. Goodbye, bitch.
look over certain drafts of videos I've made, I'm not just going to blindly agree with whatever opinion they have. If they disagree with something in my video, I have a discussion with them about it. That being said, 9 out of 10 times it comes down to just me rewording a certain point. I can't even begin to tell you all the different opinions people gave me on how I should go about making my response to all the allegations. This is why I was considering having Chud look over the video because I considered him to be an objective person. Granted, I went back and forth on whether I wanted him to look over it privately or on a live stream. I was also encouraged to have Chud look over my video by people like Romantic Goblin and Cine.
You could correct me if I'm wrong, Kuma, but didn't you say the same thing on the Chud Logic stream, something she also watched but was happy with the conclusion of?
They set him up for failure. Even I poke fun at Chud for doing this. Even if Jar genuinely made the greatest video of all time, Chud would absolutely get him in a call and like take some sort of shot. Because Chud hates being accused of sweeping by his chat. So he will, like, anytime he brings someone on for an interview, he will find at least one thing he has to push them on. So it doesn't look like he's sweeping.
Yeah, no, I said the exact same thing on a stream that you had no issues with.
I agreed to do this, even though I didn't know that much about Chud. I just knew he did a video on me.
Aiden banning new viewers, lol. Absolutely. Yes. 150%. I absolutely ban new viewers if they're fucking retarded. Retards are not, this is a retard free zone. You want to be retarded? Go to Now Recording. Go to Xylee Gets Real. Go to fucking RFC After Hours. The people that are allowed to type in my chat are only the highest IQ, the top of the game, dude. The studs.
A really long time ago, and out of any video I've ever seen on me, I thought it was the best one ever made. Ironically, he was covering my video on cancel culture.
Never know for what or when you'll be canceled. Maybe you were live streaming and you suddenly screamed out the N-word. Maybe you lied about a drama which caused people to dig into your past about other dramas you have talked about. Maybe you're completely innocent and the allegations against you are false, but too many people are against you and they won't listen. Or maybe you don't have the evidence to prove your innocence. I know cancellation will come for me one day. It comes for everyone. It's not a question of if it will happen to me, it's when. Will it happen in 2025, 2022, or maybe this year? We won't know for sure until it happens.
Yeah, that video aged like a fine wine. I may not fully understand myself as a person, but I do understand that I say off-the-cuff stuff all the time, and that I'm autistic.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, thank you for saying that for us, buddy.
Cancelled was never a question of if it would happen, but when. I was never foolish enough to believe that I would be the only autistic man on the internet to never get cancelled. If my roommate came home on time, he definitely would have told me, hey, this draft sucks and you need to change.
Professor Dreadlock coming home being like, stop focusing on your video. It's time to get back to our fuck sesh. Bend over, Jar. Bend over.
A lot of things about it. This is why I didn't ask my roommate to help me debate anyone. He loves debating and he's really good at it, but he only had superficial context as to what was going on. So when
Dude, am I ever gonna get the Professor Dreadlock debate? Wait, let me ask Jar if he wants to call into my stream. Would you be willing to call into my stream? I sent him a message. We'll see if he gets back.
Have been right for me to ask him for help. Me asking him to jump into a random stream and help me debate a topic he didn't know that much about would have more than likely made things worse for me. On top of that, with a little bit of the situation I did explain to him, he told me it was a bad idea to get involved. Yes, I absolutely regret not listening to him, and I'm so sorry for it. Some people said I should—
What was that? What the fuck was that?
Superficial context as to what was going on, so it wouldn't have been right for me to ask him for help. Me asking him to jump into a random stream and help me debate a topic he didn't know that much about would have more than likely made things worse for me. On top of that, with a little bit of the situation I did explain to him, he told me it was a bad idea to get involved. Yes, I absolutely regret not listening to him, and I'm so sorry for it. Some people—
Is he on the verge? Why put that part in? Wait, why? He's fucking on the verge of... This is like his, was he in editing and he's like, I need to cry, I need to put in at least a clip of me like on the verge of tears.
People said I should have flagged or copyright strike down
Professor Dreadlock, I'm sorry, I should have listened to him. Professor Dreadlock is mad at me. He hasn't touched me in 3 whole days. He says I'm dirty.
Mo's video, but
he called me tainted goods.
To be honest here, once a video is out there, it's kind of out there. And I've seen what happens to other YouTubers when they try to strike down a video. Long story short, it doesn't end well for them.
Why does he always need to fucking...
Uploading my video ruined a lot of things for me. It kept me from reaching out to Jack and doing further research on the topic. Even if I didn't upload my unfinished draft, I still would have received a ton of backlash. Just not as much backlash as I'm receiving now. Because of my lack of research on the situation, I did not understand how bad Cinny really was, until I had a call with Himpleton. Yes, I understand.
Oh shit, the crossover has begun. For those of you that don't know, when I first met Himpleton, Himpleton was trying to impress me. That's my read of it. Himpleton obviously introduced himself as Lyric's co-host and then said, yeah, I'm in contact with Jar. I could get you in contact with Jar. I'm like, okay. And then he tried to, essentially, he was gay-opping Jar, and he tried to get me in on it and lied to Jar that I, like, was a supporter of his. And then when Jar DM'd me, I DM'd Jar saying, yeah, I don't know what he told you. I'm not a supporter of yours, but I'm unbiased, unobjective. I'm willing to see a response before it comes out, etc., etc. But I know Himpleton's been involved with him for quite some time and was essentially gay-opping him.
He's getting canceled right now.
Yo, Aiden, we can't hear... Good one, buddy.
Which made my...
You're fired.
Drama blow up even more, but he still explained the situation to me and helped me understand where I went wrong. So for that, I have to thank him. Apparently, Cinny told Enno that it wasn't a big deal that she—
Dude, this guy is getting his advice from Misanthropony, the guy that's, like, debating a girl who's, like, mentally disabled and having seizures on, like, Star Wars takes. And is seeking advice on his response from fucking Himpleton. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that. You're seeking advice from Himpleton? You're seeking advice from Himpleton for your response? Really, dude? Really? Lyric said, my favorite streamer is live. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it to the hotel yesterday. I know you... Listen, I got your invite. I didn't mean to stand you up. I just wasn't interested in whatever you and Dirty Mike were up to, but I appreciate the offer.
She had a rape fetish at 11, and she also got Eno, who was 14 at the time, to read out the rape comic. And that makes the whole situation way more disturbing than I originally was led to believe. When I was 14, I did an unpaid internship for a ranger station, and one time this guy came by, and we were cleaning up the canyon together, and he showed me a whole bunch of porno magazines he found while cleaning up.
What?
He was an adult.
Why are you telling us this? What is this, like, need? Like, you can make a good point without always, like, needing to share some incredibly personal detail from your personal life. I don't understand. Like, this is the response ult. Like, share that something fucking horrible happened to you or whatever, or share that something really bad happened to you. And yes, it is very inappropriate for an adult to show porno magazines or whatever to a fucking kid. How old did he say he was? There's no reason to fucking share this, though.
I was 14, but I didn't feel disturbed by the situation. However, he did not get me to read.
What?
And we were cleaning up the canyon together, and he showed me a whole bunch of porno magazines.
I wonder if he means, like, I guess would we consider Playboy a porno magazine? Like, to be honest with you, sure. At the time, if I was 14 and an adult showed me a Playboy magazine, I would be like, okay. But I wouldn't really feel like that's totally inappropriate and should not occur. But I'd probably laugh about it in hindsight rather than be, like, traumatized. But, like, why bring this up at all?
He found while cleaning up. He was an adult, I was 14, but I didn't feel disturbed by the situation. However, he did not get me to read out the porno magazines or anything like that.
And just because you don't feel disturbed in the moment doesn't mean it's an inappropriate exchange with a minor. A lot of acts of grooming the minor is okay with at the time. I'm not saying this what happened to him is grooming, but he's, like, using this as, like, a frame as his frame of reference. The whole point of grooming, I think, is to get the minor to be okay with it.
That. When Himpleton explained this to me, that was the moment everything hit me.
By the way, the flickering is not on my end, it's on his, so Tay Perks, please do not sue me, if you're still with us.
Oh my god, I can't believe what I have done, and I'm so sorry for it. I should have done better research. Now granted, I am not happy with Himpleton leaking our call without asking me for permission.
Because he was gay-opping you. He was literally gay-opping you. This fucking guy was gay-opping you. He wanted you for content. He was bragging about how he has you wrapped around his... I have no proof of this, so you're gonna have to take my word for it. I have no reason to lie about Himpleton, okay? He was literally, like, bragging about how he has Jar wrapped around his finger, and this guy just is so desperate for a friend, it's so easy to gain his trust.
First.
850% a gay op.
And I'm also not happy with him saying he was pulling an op on me. However, he still did help me out a lot, so I have to thank him.
I'm a few minutes behind. Why is the stream flickering? It's not on my fucking end. It's on his. It's his editing.
For that. Just to give you an example of the extra research I could have done on Cine, this doc was released on the same day Kumo uploaded my video onto his channel. Unlike the other two docs, it's short and straight to the point. If I saw this, I would have held off on uploading my video to do extra research. But because of what Kumo did, I panicked and uploaded what I had. When I uploaded the Cine video to my channel, all I could think about was how unprepared I was for this situation. I came across as very arrogant in that video due to past success of going against the mainstream commentary community opinion and coming out on top.
Yeah, but even then, it doesn't even see, like, isn't the big criticism that he didn't really go against the mainstream? These people were mainstream at one point, but he came in after they fell out of the mainstream, or he came in at the tail end when the work was already done.
Often when I upload...
Wasn't that like a huge criticism, like a point of criticism against him?
A video on YouTube, I get anxiety. I think to myself, oh no, this is the video that's going to get me canceled. Hopefully it will go over well.
Well, just rewatch it. Logically think about it. What I'm saying here, does this make sense? Do I have proof to substantiate it? I mean, this guy doesn't seem to have any insight into anything. He's having to reach out to, like, every rando spurg in the books. You know, does this video make me look bad? It's okay to get feedback from other people on your videos, but it seems like this guy is unable to, like, it's like a lack of theory of mind. He's unable to, like, picture himself in other people's shoes and how he would look.
Well, that's why I try to hype myself.
I'm not playing psychologist. He has said he's autistic. I know that is, like, a thing with, like, autism.
up, because often when you come across as confident in a video, it
So
makes people
actually,
more-
I would say it's good he's going to people to get advice for his video, or see how it looks, but he's going to the worst people to do that.
are willing to hear you out. Granted, it's a double-edged sword because it can make you come across as an arrogant douchebag as well. As for the way I interviewed Cinny, I have no excuses for myself. I was completely unprofessional with how I handled that interview. The interview was very cringe and my questions were leading. I was thinking about redoing it, but I thought that would be dishonest. Also, I leaked out the full version of the interview, not Cinny. Lio Convoy asked me for it, and I sent it to him after thinking things over for a few days. I could have said I didn't have it anymore, but I wanted to be honest.
Like, why are you talking to... And this is my criticism for Beckett, too. I don't like to police who someone's associating with, who someone's talking to, generally. Actually, that's not even true. That's not even true. I'm okay with guilt by association. But what I'll say is, like, it's pretty gay. Like, why are you, like, getting advice from, like, people who all couldn't, like, help themselves? All fucked them, like, they couldn't help their own careers, and you want them to, like, give you advice on yours. Like, and the other thing too is, like, what do these people have to offer to you? Realistically, what does Lio Convoy have to offer to Beckett? Why does Beckett talk to Lio Convoy?
At the end of the day, I shouldn't have even entertained the idea of making that video in defense of Cinny. It was reckless, it was stupid, and I deserve to be dunked on for it. The only part of the video that aged well is what I said about Jack. From the very beginning, I knew there was something that wasn't adding up about this drama, and it was...
Yeah, people all knew, like, this, like, he's taking credit for, like, he had some, like, great, like, what the fuck? Are we getting botted? Are we getting botted? Is this a glitch? Are we getting botted right now? How, wait. No, I know Morale is rating us. Morale doesn't have 600 fucking viewers. Is this a glitch? Is it coming up on your... Morale doesn't have 600 viewers.
Jack. They're getting bashed for stuff hard right now, but I know for a fact they're not going to leave the internet. They're way too addicted to it. My entire Cinny...
Yo, if you guys are enjoying, welcome to AIDS Gang. We don't give you consent to leave. We don't like consent here. Make sure to like, sub, give us your money so we hit goal 8 times over. Join the Reddit, join the Discord. AIDS Gang Nation, AG4L, rise up.
The video wasn't terrible, but enough takes were so bad that I shouldn't have uploaded it. You might think that this video is over now. After all, my Cinny video is the main problem people have, right? Well, surprisingly, no. In fact, I would actually go as far as to say that it's only 1/10 of the reason as to why I'm getting cancelled right now.
You're getting botted? Am I getting botted?
Because Cinny thought it would
Morale did not have 600 viewers.
be a good idea to leak our DMs, even though I was sticking my neck out to help her.
And like the stream.
Now, I've been called a simp for defending someone before. I've been called a simp for Peaches, Antunes, Mari, and many others. But because
we've surpassed lyrics and viewership. We've surpassed lyrics and viewership. Once we're winning.
the
We
DMs
beat
between
Leon.
me and Cinny were leaked, the simping allegations actually have some evidence for once. However, the allegations of me simping for Cinny are false. I can understand why someone would believe I was simping, especially if they didn't know me as a person. I'm gonna be real here. Me saying wanna see my cock, followed up by a picture of a chicken, or me commenting nice pussy when someone shows me their cat, are common jokes I've made
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. This was obviously like a way to flirt with someone and then give plausible deniability to the fact you were flirting if they rejected you. Just own it. Own it. You know how base you would... Okay, it's not base. But if you just came on here and said, yes, I know she's a pedophile, but she was fucking hot. I wanted to smash and abort, bro. If you just said that, you know what, Jar? I'd forgive you. I would forgive you, okay? Jar, I would forgive you. But you're just a fucking, like, autist, bro. It's like, I was just joking, guys.
Multiple times with multiple different people. I can't believe I used the same cock joke on the same person twice. The only compliment I gave...
Is there any proof that he makes these jokes with men? Besides Professor Dreadlock, because that's the only man that's allowed to touch him. He's admitted that...
AIDS Gang represent, okay?
Whoa! Thank you so much for the dono. Appreciate it, buddy. Can you stop the flickering? Mr. Grape, it's on his end. There's nothing I could do about it. Apologies if you have fucking epilepsy.
Gave her was calling her Mamacita.
The brand shirt you're wearing is often worn by neo-Nazis. Well, maybe what Nicholas Duria said about me is true.
Here's the audio clip.
Alright, Mamacita, I'll hit you up when I get home.
As you can clearly see...
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I gotta lock in.
me their cat are common jokes I've made multiple times with multiple different people. I can't believe I used the same cock joke on the same person twice. The only compliment I gave her was calling her Mamacita. Here's the audio clip.
Alright, Mamacita, I'll hit you up when I get home.
What? What the fuck was that, dude? Autistic Riz? Dude, the fucking Riz god? Listen, man, stand aside. Your girlfriend is in trouble. She hears this. Even the most loyal women would cheat in a fucking second.
As you can clearly see, I was making a race joke, not actually trying.
I'm not the one flickering it. He's just edited it like this. I think this is an attempt to kill his haters. He's just assumed his haters are like epileptic.
To hit on her. When I do hit on women, I don't put on a voice like that. I can't believe people thought this was my attempt to sound sexy. I talk to both men and women like this. It's just how I joke.
Okay, all right. Jar likes to play both teams. Okay, all right.
Around. For example, here are a few audio clips I've sent to Akumu, not to be confused with Kumo.
Me and you, man, we're gonna make some magic together. Akumu, trust me, our team up on YouTube is gonna result in Yaoi being drawn of us. It's gonna be great. Yes.
This is so autistic, dude. Why are you sharing this?
Yaoi, boys and lover.
Let's be real here.
Just say I've made the jokes with men.
If I said this to Cindy or any woman, I would never hear the end of it. I'm going to be honest here. I think telling someone we're going to make some magic together and that people will draw ship art of us is a lot more sexual than saying want to see my cock and sending
To be fair, like amongst guys, like gay jokes are like done all the time. So, but I wouldn't be surprised based on his relationship with Professor Dreadlock where they're slapping each other on the ass if he just actually plays both teams. I would not be surprised. And when guys make gay jokes at each other, it does not sound as autistic as that, dude.
Image of a chicken. I also have ship art of me and another YouTuber. It's Manga Common, who is a guy. It's Rule 63 versions of our avatars kissing in underwear.
Now,
we need like an art commentary genocide in Minecraft, dude. We need who is going to be like the Hitler of the ACC?
whole world pretty much knows what I jerk off to.
I have no desire nor romantic interest in getting together with Manga Common. If I had art like this commissioned of me and Cindy, oh my god, I would never be able to get out of this. I also said this to her in our interview, which was the first time I ever had a call with her. Like, here's the thing, I'm way more sexist than I'm racist.
At least you're admitting to it.
Okay. No, that's true. That's true. I can agree with that. We tolerate people of all colors. Black, white, yellow, purple, green. Women, on the other hand. That's a different story.
What do you know? You're a woman. I'm going to be honest here, being sexist towards women.
But he makes sexism uncool. He is subverting the sexist movement. This is controlled opposition to make sexism look uncool.
Done in a joking way is not a good way to get them to fall for you. As more and more DMs between me and other women got leaked, people start—
You wanted everyone could hear the way you were talking to her, bro. Why deny it? Why deny it? You didn't even know what she looked like. You were attracted to her voice and her sona, and you wanted to slide in, and you wanted the pedo-a-see. Stop denying it. Own it. I'm sick of people trying to deny what we all know to be true. Like Nicholas Dioria being like, so I'm not allowed to fucking DM a fan now? Okay, it doesn't sound like that. I played up the New York accent. But like, no, you're only DMing her because she's hot. You're only DMing her because she's hot. Albeit Cindy Bear is not hot, but Jar's obviously attracted.
Are believing that I didn't simp for Cindy, but I was simping for every woman I've ever talked to. I heard some people saying, oh,
some women do like being emotionally abused. Yeah, my female audience.
Maybe he just talks to every woman like this. The truth is, I talk to every person like this, both men and women. It's just how
Aiden wants him to admit that he was cheating on his girlfriend. He has a flamenco girl, but she goes to another school.
I joke around. Here's some friendly advice. Telling a woman want to see my cock and sending a picture.
Wait, she's what? What did I miss?
Talks to every woman like this. The truth is, I talk to every person like this, both men and women. It's just how I joke around. Here's some friendly advice. Telling a woman want to see my cock and sending a picture of a chicken is not a good way to pick up chicks. If I truly believed it was a good way—
No, if you're somebody that doesn't want to come off as a creep, it's not even that smart, but it's a way that gives you like plausible deniability. You can just claim you were just joking if it doesn't work out. A lot of people will flirt with jokes. I've seen it happen. They'll flirt with jokes to give themselves like deniability to fall back on if they get embarrassed.
Way to pick up chicks, then I would have pursued every woman I sent this to romantically. But aside from one, I don't think I've pursued any of these women. Yeah, I did send this to my girlfriend as a joke, but we talked for several—
You said Kel is hot, buddy. You're done? She can be attractive. Yes. I'm okay with admitting that. Yes, there are some women out there that can be attractive to your average guy. Yes, I can admit that.
Several months before we actually got together. I didn't send it to her.
I can say a guy is handsome. Doesn't mean I want to fuck him.
The pickup line, I legitimately just thought it was funny. One of my thumbnail artists even sent out this voice clip.
But the problem is she looks mins, dude. She looks mins. She went to like, what's the opposite of Mogwarts, dude? She like tries to like wear makeup to like make herself look insane.
What a cute little pussy.
I think it's pretty clear from my tone of voice that I'm making a joke. I'm not actually drunk. But here's the context as to why I sent that voice clip.
I'm an average like every day, not my appearance. I'm obviously well above average. I mean, the women, you know how many people I have trying to get into my DMs that I have to block on a daily basis? Listen, people only hate me because they're worried I'm gonna steal their girl, dude. I'm Mr. Steal Your Girl, dude.
The cat spelled with a K instead of a C. Next time you leak something out...
Do you think Lyrics is handsome? No, I am not particularly attracted to wildlife, particularly the one that is on his head.
Make sure to edit your reaction. Saying Lamau implies you thought it was funny, not creepy. Some people have accused me of sending the chicken image.
Sending Lamau. People can say that if it's awkward. People could say lol with a question mark if they find it awkward. This is like an awkward response. You're autistic.
Mao implies you thought it was funny, not creepy. Some people have accused me of sending the chicken image to get out of sending my dick when someone says no to me. Then why is it that of all the examples I have found, is there no one saying no to me? Pretty much every single questionable DM of mine has
Rabbi nonsense. Nice coat, bro. Dude, I'm sorry I wasn't in the synagogue this weekend. I know you're mad. I'm sorry. We need to talk about, I know we had the meeting today about like how we're going to get more immigrants into England. I'm sorry I missed that one. I'll be there next weekend though.
Leaked, so there should be at least one image of my joystick. I'm not going to send a picture of my dick over the internet. Plus, I wouldn't want any of you males to feel inadequate. I'm also not going to lie, people trying to hunt down an actual picture of my cock is a little bit creepy. But of course,
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Nobody wants to see that shit, little bro. Nobody wants to see that shit. I'm not hunting that shit down. We're being botted. We are actively being botted. How do we have 904? Dude, I'm getting botted again. Who is botting me? Dude, this is ridiculous. How am I being fucking botted? It's organic? Why are they fucking botting me now, dude? This is ridiculous. You think YouTube would have a way to fucking fix this? Almost 1K viewers and we can't fucking hit goal? Mr. Grape said, has Kai entered your DMs yet? No, but she made some very weird comments to me once.
First, the big one is me falling asleep on calls.
Or at least comments that I interpret as weird. Maybe a little uncomfortable.
With her. I'm going to be honest, out of everything, this was the main thing that I didn't want to get.
AIDS gang is going to the top. They cannot stop us. Diorio is shivering, shaking. He's scared. They're all scared. They're calling meetings right now. Xylee gets real. It's like, we need to fucking stop this kid. He's at 1,000 viewers. And you know what, Xylee? I am Cope, Seethe bitch, AG4L in chat, AG4L in chat. If you're a real one and you're here and you're not a bot, because everyone is real. So
leaked out. I have incredibly bad sleep insomnia. I have blackout curtains, and I often use
sleep insomnia. Is there a form of insomnia that doesn't involve sleep?
Different methods to help me sleep, such as melatonin, NyQuil, and more. I even have earplugs and use a fan as background.
Yeah, I do all that shit, lil bro.
Sound. Talking to someone as I fall asleep, waiting for the pills to kick in, is one of the easiest ways to help me fall asleep. I could only
Why? What is this cope about sleepy time calls? Everybody does sleepy time calls. How long have I been on? I've been on here. I'm the youngest, but I've been on here longer than like everyone else in this community. How long have I been here? Like fucking, what? We're going on 7 years at this point, 8 years. I have never done a sleepy time fucking call. Unless you're counting the time I was like in a VC with some people gaming and I fell asleep at my desk and then they screamed into the mic and I woke up and left. I've never done a sleepy time. It's not a normal thing. Everyone likes to pretend it's fucking normal. It's not.
Sitting near the end of the day when she and I were both off of work.
Dickers is doing sleepy time calls with Kinetic Cal.
It's not like I fell asleep while the call was still going or anything like that. Professor Dreadlock has talked to me as I fell asleep numerous times. Unfortunately,
if we hit $500, I'll tell the Kai story.
Fortunately, he was on a business trip. Last time he went on a trip, I did this with someone else, and that person did not come to the conclusion that it was a romantic or a sexual thing. Because of my autism, I'm very blunt with the request I make. Falling asleep on call with someone was literally done to help me sleep.
Yeah, but like out of all the people you could do it with, why do it with the person like you're actively talking to? The whole reason you've initiated contact with them is for inappropriate exchanges with a 14-year-old. Albeit, even if you don't think that's pedophilia, the whole nature of your contact with this person is to cover the inappropriate exchanges they've had with a 14-year-old that you yourself admitted always thought was bad. Why is this the person you want to be in the sleepy time call with?
Was taking Adderall to finish up the Cine video, so that is one of the reasons why I had such a hard time.
Why are you admitting that? Why are you admitting to your... Why? Stop oversharing. Stop telling us what substances you do.
Passing out. I used to do what many people have referred to as sleepy time calls on Skype all the time. The only problem is Skype deletes
so
your messages
autistic.
after 3 years, so I don't have the proof for that.
We believe you. No, I 150% believe you.
Luckily, one of my old friends has...
Also, dude, what Adderall... Hold on.
Because of my autism, I'm very... like I fell asleep while the call was still going or anything like that. Professor Dreadlock has talked to me as I fell asleep numerous times. Unfortunately, he was on a business trip. Last time he went on a trip, I did this with someone else, and that person did not...
Professor you live in the same apartment! Why are you on sleepy time calls? Does he read you a bedtime story before you go to bed? Yeah, Jar, you better stop thinking about that video. Start thinking about me for tomorrow for our fuck sesh. Dude, he's fucking Professor Dreadlock.
Come to the conclusion
we need to save Jar.
That it was a romantic or a sexual thing. Because of my autism, I'm very blunt with the request I make. Falling asleep on call with someone was literally...
At least he is honest about his Adderall usage. I don't know anyone who's dishonest about their Adderall usage.
...done to help me sleep. I was taking Adderall to finish...
Is this... Okay. I'm assuming this is a legally purchased Adderall. Because it's in a fucking Ziploc baggie, okay? This is like the drug dealer baggie, dude. This is like, for some reason, if you buy drugs illegally, it's always a green Ziploc for some fucking weird reason. But I'm assuming this is off the street shit, and he admits he lives in California. This guy's definitely taking meth, or like fentanyl.
Finish up the Cine video. So
this guy's definitely taking meth or fentanyl, dude.
That is one of the reasons why I had such a hard time passing out. I used to do...
Because isn't Adderall instant release, isn't it blue? Is there an orange variant? I guess the bigger one is orange, right?
Taking Adderall to finish up the Cine video, so that is one of the reasons why I had such a hard time passing out.
I'm not saying it's... Wait. I don't have a problem if you want to illegally do drugs yourself. I have no problem with that. But you have to be a fucking moron in this day and age to go and illegally buy pills in the United States and illegally take pills. Like at that point, lie about having an illness in Minecraft, not encouraging this, and get a real prescription or buy off your friend who has a prescription. You are a fucking idiot if you're illegally buying pills and taking it right now, okay?
Do what many people have referred to as sleepy time calls on Skype all the time. The only problem is Skype deletes your messages after 3 years, so I don't have the proof for that. Luckily, one of my old friends has agreed to give his testimony. Hey man, so we've been friends for like several years, right?
Yeah, so since like we were like 6 or 7.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And we moved in together. How many years or months would you say we lived together?
That would have been like 2016-ish.
Is this Professor Dreadlock? Wait, is this Professor Dreadlock?
Years, right? One of my old friends has agreed to give his testimony. Hey man.
One of his old friends. Okay.
So we've been friends for like several years, right?
Yeah, so since like we were like 6 or 7.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And we moved in together. How many years or months would you say we lived together?
That would have been like 2016-ish, like maybe about like half a year or so.
And you told me that I was borderline asexual.
Oh, his ex-roommate.
A handful of times, right?
You might have had a thing for Gonzalo.
Wait, why would that be a conversation you would have with your roommate? Yeah, Jar, every time I tried to molest you in your sleep, you just didn't get hard. I think you might be asexual, buddy.
Our 470-pound roommate?
He was that
Yeah, but you did say I was borderline asexual a handful of times, right?
I guess so, yeah.
What do you think about the way I talk to both men and women?
I mean, you just don't have a filter in general. That's sort of like, you just talk to people sort of like wild stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, the ex-roommate sounds like he's being held hostage. Why did he agree to do this?
I got warnings from both you and many other people that this would bite me in the ass one day, but I never thought it would be this bad.
Yeah, this is like the hardest you've ever been canceled.
Yeah, but the biggest issue people seem to have with me is not...
Wait, now I said like the stream, and now we're at 320 likes. So somebody is botting our viewers, or somebody's botting our like. I can't tell if we're actually being botted or not. This might be authentic for somehow. I don't know where the traffic is coming from. If you're new here, tell me where you're coming from besides the morale raid. I need to know if we're being botted or not.
The inappropriate way I talk, but the way I fell asleep on calls with her, and that's why I had to come to you. Out of anyone, I think you know about my sleep patterns better than anyone else.
Yeah, like you'll pace back and forth sometimes, just thinking these times, like now and then.
Was there ever a time I talked to you as I fell asleep?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, it helped me fall asleep too now and then. It's good and relaxing, you know, like ASMR. Just hearing a person's voice it's a good thing, you know?
Yeah, did you ever think it was a romantic or sexual thing when I talked to you or any of our roommates as I fell asleep?
I mean, no, that would be kind of weird.
What? Who has... The whole premise of this conversation... Run a poll? Oh god, run a poll. Okay, everyone's just gonna vote yes. Just vote on something. Vote. Alright, vote. I double typed the E's. I don't care.
Weird if it was.
Yeah, I get that, especially when you consider the fact that we were all guys and I'm not gay.
I mean, maybe 1 or 2 times with, like, Gonzo, but...
Shut the fuck up! I almost did this as well with another person.
Like, can you imagine you, for whatever reason, you got grouped up with somebody to be their roommate, you couldn't pay the rent yourself, whatever, and you get stuck with an autistic, like, ACC, like, high libido, fucking sex pest YouTuber, and he's now having you come back long after you moved out and wanted to forget him to, like, give your testimony on his, like, sleepy time calls. I mean, this is just a nightmare scenario.
Involved in this situation, and that is Romantic Goblin. I will admit, this is a weird and abnormal thing I do, but I don't do it in a romantic or sexual way.
Okay, we've now surpassed 1,000 viewers.
Even Cindy herself admitted she thought it was just me being autistic.
You know, like, how could he get caught in a cheating scandal or dumped by his girlfriend if nobody will believe it ever happened? And
okay, if you're not a bot, subscribe to the channel. If you're not a bot, sub right now.
Acting uncertain that was the case.
I didn't think it was at the time. At the time, I thought it was just being, like, weird. I didn't think it was, like, an actual pass. Like, I was assuming that he was, like...
You're smarter than you're letting on.
Because I just thought it was strange to say, because it's just not something you say.
Because you thought it was a flirt.
Not really, it's just...
Well, then why would it be strange?
I mean... I don't know, it's just not...
Dude, why does the groomer, like, always sound like she's being groomed when she talks? Like, I was worried for the groomer during the fucking jar call, dude. She, like, sounded, like, fucking scared. He groomed a groomer.
So what else could it have been?
This is Kumo, not Jar. I know that. Beckett's friend likes to sweep that aspect under the rug. No biggie.
I'm autistic, I don't fucking know.
Did you actually stay on the phone with him while he went to sleep?
I thought I was being a friend. I thought he was trying to be a friend to me.
Granted, she later changed her stance to the popular opinion.
So proud to see my rising star shine bright. We've overtaken you in viewership, Leon.
Saying things like how she felt so violated by me. But I have to ask, where am I simping or cheating? I don't see this as simp behavior.
Wait, who said that?
Me.
Granted, she later changed her stance to the popular opinion, saying things like how she felt so violated by me.
Well, I believe her, 100%. That was such a strange call.
But I have to ask, where am I simping or cheating? I don't see this as simp behavior. I'm not-
We had almost 200 real viewers before this started. Now I have no way of gauging the amount of, like, actual viewers we have on this stream.
Constantly giving her compliments and money. At first people said this was cheating, then they later walked it back to
And chat, unironically, is pretty active.
Emotional cheating. Where's the emotion in saying I want to see my cock followed up by a picture of a chicken? If there was some more evidence, like me constantly giving her compliments, or confiding in her emotionally, then I think this would be an open and shut case. But the thing is, no one has any evidence like that. Kumo knew what was going on. Why didn't he ask Cindy to ask me how I truly felt about her, or something along those lines? That would have been undeniable proof, and I would have no way of getting out of it. Yes, I do find Cindy's avatar attractive, but 99% of the time, people's avatars look a lot more attractive than they do in real life. Even my robot avatar looks more attractive than—
You were into it. You were into the PWC's fucking avatar, her drawn avatar. You didn't know what she looked like, because you're a fucking freak.
And me. I didn't know what Cindy looked like in real life at the time.
I'll be live later, Speed Racer. That's great, Leon. We won't be watching. We will not be watching. None of us will be watching the stream, but thank you for telling us anyways. Dude, this just robot call is crazy, dude. Meanwhile, chat's like, add Aiden. Dude, why is Aiden being so annoying? Nobody wants Aiden in here. But meanwhile, the whole chat, add Aiden.
I'm not going to hit on a woman that I haven't even seen before. Hopeless Peaches had an incredibly attractive avatar, but in real life she looked like an Albinoric from Elden Ring. Not the hot ones that ride on wolves, the ones that look like frogs. I never asked for a picture of what Cindy looked like in real life, and I never did a video call with her. I don't want people to believe that I was simping or cheating, but even if I can't convince any of you, there's at least one person who believes that I wasn't simping or cheating, and that's my girlfriend. And honestly, I think I should care more about her.
We want to hear her testimony. If you're getting your ex-roommate, we need to hear your girlfriend's testimony. She's not real, dude. Your girlfriend's as easy to find as, like, JF's girlfriend.
Opinion than the opinions of random people on the internet. Don't get me wrong, with everybody yelling at me and all the videos made on me, I started questioning my reality, asking myself if I really did cheat on my girlfriend. I was starting to buy into the negative hype surrounding me. I started believing that I cheated on my girlfriend, but after looking over things more clearly and talking with my girlfriend, I realized I didn't cheat on her, and I would never cheat on her. She's the most wonderful person I've ever been with. It's very odd that the—
Oh, Farran, I actually wanted you to call in, by the way. I did want you to come onto the stream later, Farran. I was going to ask you.
A narrative around Cindy was that she was a groomer, but not a pedo. But now all of a sudden, people are saying I rizzed up a pedo, or that I cheated on my girlfriend with a pedo. Seriously, who do you guys think I am, Monkey Jones? I didn't have any sexy role plays with Cindy, or any role—
Dude, he's like the Family Guy cutaway, but like with old YouTube references, because that's the only thing he knows about. Hey, Lois, this reminds me of the Spoctor drama. Hey, Lois, this is like the time Peaches bullied a fucking retarded girl. Hey, dude, he's always— it pisses me off. Stop doing your little cutaways to old YouTubers and old YouTube drama. It fucking pisses me off.
Role plays for that matter. I never requested her to draw me any lewd art.
Did you guys goon together at all? No, what the fuck? He didn't make it like in your phone calls with him. He doesn't do anything freaky. No, he mostly just talked about fucking like Star Wars and shit. And I mostly just talked about my cat, like—
Now, I did admit that I wanted Cindy as an ally, but I didn't elaborate on what I meant by that. I've been working with Akumu, not to be confused with Kumo, who was slandered by the ArchCC. I was also slandered by the ArchCC, and I thought Cindy was as well. I worked with Peaches, who was slandered
who am I stealing jokes from?
By the ArchCC, and we did a lot of good together. But Peaches only went after people who talked about them. I knew I couldn't stop people from getting slandered.
It pains me to see you like this, Aiden. Well, you know what? You're gonna be even more in pain when me and Kai are walking down the aisle together, and it's okay, Leon. It's okay, Leon. I'll invite you to be the best man. I'll invite you to be the best man. You can make a toast at the rehearsal dinner. Listen, Kai, baby. Hit me up in DMs.
By the ArchCC by myself. I needed help. But stopping commentators from slandering people, even if it's a niche group of commentators, is an absolute pipe dream, and I'm giving up on it. I didn't help people like Hopeless Peaches, Antunes, Mari, or Princess Elizabeth 013 with the expectations that they would return my kindness one day. Granted, I always hoped that they would join me and help me help out other people who were slandered, but it almost never happened. Putting my channel and reputation at risk to help another YouTuber rarely gets me views or any form of benefit. Often, it means I will have to deal with their haters from now on, or they'll come at—
Dude, the other thing I hate about him, he acts like some noble knight that's brave and willing to take on the crowd. When it seems like, based on other people, I've watched other people's coverage of this, albeit I haven't watched a lot of his videos, or I haven't been super familiar with his presence. I don't really fuck around with the ACC, so if I'm wrong, you can correct me. He just dives into drama when it's already wrapping up and takes credit like he's some brave, like, noble knight.
After me for not helping them out enough. I'm not the best judge of character, and I think it's time I stop trying to be a little internet hero. I now understand more than ever before why other people don't do this. I want to make this clear, whenever I defend anyone, I'm not saying they're a perfect little angel who didn't do anything wrong. Not every allegation about Cindy was true, but enough of them were. But I know you guys aren't just—
nobody ever denies the fact that you acknowledged that aspects of what Cindy did was wrong. It just seemed like you were overly charitable and had an unprofessional relationship with this person that anybody who's able to read cues would read as like flirtatious. And it seemed like that influenced your coverage of this to be like insanely like over charitable to the point where you're just like being disingenuous.
Just here for this stuff about Cindy. You're also here regarding the allegations involving the image of Jade Animations lifting up her shirt. First of all, yeah, I always had a thing for Jade Animations' avatar. I've never kept—
What? Why admit that? Why admit that? Yeah. God, kids, I loved your mother the second I laid eyes on her fucking avatar.
That fact hidden. I even asked her out on a date at the end of my first Daft Pina video, and then she immediately uploaded a video saying that she was asexual.
I respect the Riz. I do that to Kai at the end of all my live streams.
Jesus, I've never been rejected that hard. But of course, the more important part about all of this is the age of the person who drew this picture for me. A document was made roughly a week after I got involved in the Cindy drama.
With the 17-year-old drawing the Rule 34 shit, like, obviously that's not appropriate, but I don't really give that much of a fuck. I don't think he was, like, being pedophilic.
Basically,
I think the 17-year-old just wanted to, like, I don't think they were, like, traumatized or groomed. I just think he's autistic and didn't realize why this is, like, a horrible idea and asked them to draw something that he shouldn't have. And they just wanted to jump on to join the dog pile and get attention.
a person who I will be referring to as K was in one of my Discord servers. According to their document, they were in a VC with me, and I made a request for my avatar to be S-ing Jaden Animations. Then everybody yelled at me that there was a minor in the call, and I lowered the request to just Jaden Animations lifting up her shirt. And K, who was 17 at the time, was the one who drew it for me. The most damning claim in this document doesn't have any evidence to support it. To my knowledge, the call wasn't recorded, and I don't think I or most people would remember what they said in a specific VC.
Yeah, this part, we have more than enough on him. This, like, the fucking 17-year-old at the time, that was like a total nothing burger.
Over 4 years ago. I don't know what I said, but I don't think I said that. I'm pretty sure this was just put in the document to make me sound as much like Cinny as possible. My best guess is I was making a video about Jaden Animations porn, and I wanted something to be used in a thumbnail, and Kay offered to do it for me so she could get the art roll. Let's be honest here, this picture of Jaden looks like it would be more at home in a thumbnail than in someone's wink bank. After they made the art for me, several months later, they told me that they were 17 at the time they made it. When I saw this message, I didn't know how to respond. It was just before Christmas, so I got ready for the holidays and forgot all about her message.
Who is this Lyrics? I never heard of him. He's a smaller streamer that I like to help out sometimes. He's been going through a rough patch. He gets less viewers than me, so I generally like to help him out.
So as you can see, they told me their age after they made the art. According to their document, they didn't want to come out about this sooner because I was a big, scary, and intimidating YouTuber. But the thing is, I was getting cancelled about 4 years ago during the Prismate Luke and Toby drama, and that was only a few months after they made this art for me, so that would have been the perfect time to release this. The people I was dealing with back then were cartoonishly uncharitable. She really missed out on a big opportunity. You can also see from—
Dude, it's crazy. We have 1,000 viewers. We've only gained 2 subs. We are 30 away. 30 away, ladies and gentlemen. 30 away from hitting 6K. So subscribe, all 1,000 of you. 1,000 authentic viewers.
RDMs, which Kay showed from the bottom up for some reason. She was always the one starting the conversation with me and not the other way around. Literally, the last quote-unquote conversation we had was the same year the Cinny drama happened, in 2024. If I was a big, scary, intimidating YouTuber, then why did they continue talking to me? Why did they make the art just for a Discord role? And if they thought it was wrong, then why didn't they tell anyone about it before the drama around me happened?
Because they wanted to jump on the bandwagon. This person who's in their 20s now is an attention whore. Obviously, this was like a... You can do something inappropriate with a minor without being like an irredeemable pedophile. Like, I've been in calls when I was a minor where somebody made a joke they shouldn't have and apologized. You could say, oh, they were inappropriate with a minor. And yeah, that's true, right? But like, it's totally forgivable. It's a nothing burger. And this guy asked a 17-year-old artist to draw something that probably wasn't, or that was not appropriate for them to draw at 17. But are they traumatized? Are they a victim? Do I think had they drawn it like a few months later, all of a sudden there would be no harm? Obviously not. This person's a fucking attention seeker.
After they got slight pushback, once they put this document out in the public, they deleted their Twitter. So they kind of just nuked themselves and me for literally no gain. However, the document was out just long enough to do lasting damage to me. Even Chud, Kuimon, and Himpleton—
Queemon! Not Queemon!
Along with their chats, thought this was a bit—
Wait, why is he putting Himpleton in the ranks with like fucking Chud and Queemon, dude?
ridiculous. Keep it—
Chud, Queeman, and Buttfucker 3000.
in mind, I'm public enemy number 1 right now, so my reputation is at an all-time low, which means the charitability people will give me is not very high.
This Kuimon guy.
She got interviewed.
To be honest with you, I probably mispronounced his name when I first heard of him.
In
Wait, Lumpy Willie made a cameo? Lumpy Willie mentioned? Dude, Lumpy Willie mentioned! Lumpy Willie mentioned Brooms in Chud's chat. Very fitting. Lumpy Willie mentioned.
I'm low, which means the charitability—
Who else do we got in here? Anyone we recognize? I think I recognize all these people.
people will give me is not very high. She got interviewed and admitted to being overdramatic. However, there's a reason why I'm calling her Kay instead of her Discord name, and that's because I don't want you to send her any hate. Now, I understand her name is already out there in other people's videos, but I personally don't want to send her any more hate for one specific reason, and that's because she acted completely differently in the interview than how she came across in her doc, which to me heavily implies that someone else wrote it for her, or at the very least, someone manipulated her into writing the document in the way she did. I can't believe that throughout my entire time on the internet, I've only requested—
Aiden viewbotting, sad lyrics or never. You're just coping that I'm going to the top and you're not coming with me, bitch. I have thousands of real people in here, thousands.
2 pieces of quote-unquote goon art, and one of them caused this much drama around me. Goddamn. Yeah, aside from these two images, there's no other piece of goon art that I have requested. I have one of them just to see if someone would make it, just for a Discord role, and the other one was to fuck with Manga Common. The only evidence that exists that implies I knew
goon art, dude. How is this a problem you have to deal with, bro? Why are you asking?
her age at the time.
I can't, dude.
From this screenshot. However, I'm dyslexic, so I only skimmed her message and replied with, "That's sweet of you, thank you."
I didn't read any of your message, but that's sweet of you. She could have just told him to go, like, fuck off and die in a hole.
Just so I could be polite. I was talking to a lot of people back then. I'm not going to read that much text from someone I barely know. That's way too much work. Reading gives me a massive headache. As for her age...
Skill issue, bro.
And birthday in her bio. Back then I didn't really...
Aiden, it's lonely at the top, remember that? I'm bringing all the loyal ones with me. It's not going to be lonely. I said AIDS Gang and its loyal members are going to Valhalla together. You're coming with me. We're going to the top. I have an army.
Check those. Plus, it doesn't show up on my laptop for some reason. It does, however, show up on my mobile device, but I use Discord on my laptop 99% of the time. If anyone knows why this is the case, please tell me in the comments down below. However, I still made a mistake here, because whether she was 7, 17, or 70, I should have 100% asked for her age beforehand. So for that reason, I have to apologize. Okay? I'm sorry for being an irresponsible server owner. You were 17, and it was my job to check your age beforehand.
Oh yeah, dude, nobody gives a fuck. You're not actually this mad that you were 17 and this happened. You're not. You just want a bandwagon. Nobody cares. I'm sorry, nobody cares. I did a sexual drawing when I was 17. Nobody cares. You'll get over it. You'll fucking live. I'm serious, you'll live. We don't care.
Now, some people, like Ghost Cato, have tried to increase this allegation all the way to a grooming allegation. No wonder why Just a Robot was so eager to defend Cinny. Skullface, pedos of a feather flock together.
Is the algorithm spamming the stream? I'm not sure.
IG. Where did they get the pedophilia from this? Jaden Animations is the same age as me. It's not like I was asking for sexy artwork of that anime VTuber Shark Girl or anything like that. I have to say, if you actually believe this is grooming, then I must be the worst groomer in the world. I make them draw one picture for me, then barely interact with them for 4 years. The next big allegation against me is kind of like the first one. I sent this image to someone who was apparently a minor at the time. I sent it because...
What the fuck is that? What?
Because I honestly thought it was funny. Like, I think you guys can see the comedic nature of this image. Here's all my DMs with this person. As you can see, we barely spoke, and they sent me some inappropriate stuff, like a video about Kronk judging the size of your dick. I acknowledged their age near the end of the chat, because I just found out—
I don't care if they were— how old they were. Why is that something you— why would you send that to someone else? Why would you show that on fucking stream? Oh my god. That might be the only thing so far that's worse than the Boblax leaks.
Their age was around this time. However, I did not check their age at the time, so to comedic autism, I am sorry for not double-checking your age before—
Honestly, I do believe that. I do believe that. I believe this guy's just fucking retarded. I don't think he's like a pedophile.
For sending you this image. Now, some people have accused me of having a fart fetish from this image, even though I think it's the only fart image I've ever sent, and I sent it because I thought it was funny, not because I thought it was hot. Some people have even said that the person bald guy is me. I guess everybody forgot how to reverse Google image search. Not every bald guy is me. That's fucking dumb. I sent this image around the same time I requested the Jaden drawing, so it's clear to me that back then I wasn't very good at checking people's ages. But I have learned to do so, and as far as I'm aware, I haven't repeated this mistake. No one called me out for this back then, I just corrected it on my own. I think there's only one more big allegation against me that I think I need to go over. And that's the stuff surrounding VidCon 2023.
I'm sorry. I need a second. I need a minute to just process. What the fuck was that, dude? What the actual fuck was that? I didn't even know stuff like that existed. Who drew that? Who would save that? Who would send that? Who would put that in their video uncensored? I'm taking a shower when the stream is done.
First of all, I'm a little shocked that they held on to this for over a year. Yeah, the ArtCC wasn't planning anything against me, nothing at all. Basically, just before VidCon started, I showed off my new thumbnail for my Spoctor video. Obviously,
Hey Lois, this reminds me of the Spocta drama.
It had an EDP joke in it because, well, I love making jokes about EDP. Bro is the most exposed man on the internet. And Spocter had the nudes of a 13-year-old on his flash drive, and EDP went to go meet up with a 13-year-old. So that was the thought process behind the joke. People in the ArtCC had an issue with this, and eventually I came to the conclusion that the problem was that people would come across this thumbnail and immediately assume I was comparing him directly to EDP. So I decided to change it. Now granted, they don't seem to have the same problem with other clickbait titles and thumbnails about me, but I guess it's one of those rule for thee, but not for me.
Chud called out. Chud called out. Exposed, ladies and gentlemen. Exposed. Listen, me and DK, we don't get along, but I've said this before. The guy's the most talented in the game in terms of marketing. He's a marketing propaganda genius. I'll say that. We don't like each other very much, but he's a propaganda fucking genius. It's actually crazy. I mean, works of art like this. Works of art like this. Just incredible. Just incredible stuff. Incredible stuff going on. No, I never said I'd go over the Kai store once the goal is hit. I'd go over it once we have $500, which is like 5 times the goal. Good stuff. Good stuff. He doesn't like you, I wonder why. That sounds like sarcasm, and because of that comment, now I don't like you, so get out of my chat, you stupid fat bitch. Alright, put user in timeout. How long? 3,000 years. Bye! You won't be missed. I won't even notice you're gone. I'll forget it in like 5 seconds.
Kind of things, but I still thought we were on friendly terms and we would meet up at VidCon. I sent this inappropriate joke to Mal, and she did not take very kindly to it. I should note that I was a bit high at the time. Weed is illegal in Texas, but in California it's very easy to get. But the bigger issue was me—
Nobody gives a fuck about your personal illegal drug usage.
Constantly pushing to meet up with her. Eventually I told her that I'll leave her be because I had no more plans to meet up with her because she didn't want to see me. Now I did later apologize for this, but unfortunately it came a little bit too late. Admittedly, I should have stopped after she said no the first time. I was walking around at VidCon doing stuff at different panels. Eventually I got hungry. I bought some ice cream, I sat down to eat it, and then I heard—
Dude, it's even narrated like a Mr. Nightmare video. As I was walking around VidCon to the various panels, I got hungry, and out of the corner of my eye saw a woman, which caused my horny mode to activate inside my neural processing chip. I immediately ran after her. I don't not want to take no for an answer. Like,
Ponder's voice and looked to my left, seeing that she was sitting right next to me. So I shook her hand, revealed who I was, she exclaimed, "Oh my god," and I walked away. I thought—
That is not a good reaction. That is not a good reaction if you go up to a woman and introduce who you are and they know of you and their first reaction is, oh my god. They had like whole watch groups out for this guy to avoid him.
That was funny. Ponder described this interaction as a lot more creepy than it really was, adding things like me squeezing her hand and other stuff like that. Or that I was laughing maniacally as I walked away. I did laugh, but it wasn't until I was inside. She talked about this interaction literally a year later and drew me as a sexy elf boy for some reason. She kept me anonymous, of course. A bit odd that my anonymity was important until I was getting bashed. I'm confused as to what the allegation is here.
I don't think he had rapey, and this all comes down to him being like insanely autistic. I don't think there was some moral bad that was done here. It's just funny to laugh at.
It's just a handshake. I didn't put my arm around her and say the N-word.
I think he could just not take a hint.
Ponder has drawn my avatar
because he's like beyond autistic.
Are in very compromising positions a handful of times.
She did that? I've met this Ponder person, by the way. And I'll listen, I have to next time I see her, I'm gonna ask her, did you draw fucking Rule 34 of Jar?
My request or consent. I want to make this clear, I don't really care how she drew my avatar. If the genders were reversed, what I did would have been seen as no big deal, but what she did would have been seen as a huge deal. The problem with this allegation is I don't know what people are accusing me of. It was just a handshake. People have claimed I cheated on my girlfriend by doing this, even though we got together after this interaction occurred, and I think a handshake is one of the most unromantic things you can do with a person. I don't think this is sexual assault, it's just two hands touching. I wasn't hunting the others down at VidCon. If I was, I would have just stayed there with Ponder. I knew she was friends with them, and I knew they were going to meet up. Basically, the allegation about me hunting the others—
Why do you have 1K viewers? Because I'm better than you. I'm better than all of you, and the public is starting to realize it. AIDS Gang has seized the day. Seized it.
down at VidCon has no proof backing it up. In fact, all the proof seems to contradict that claim. I sat next to Ponder by complete accident. I wasn't going to pass up on that opportunity. Then there was another allegation about me hunting them down at VidCon 2024. From the video evidence I have seen, the video footage just shows them running or hiding from someone who is allegedly me, but they don't show me in any of their video footage. There's not one single shred of evidence that I was looking for them. Sure, I was keeping an eye out for Ponder. If I saw her, I was just going to say, hey, did you see Akumu's new video on you? And then walk away. And that was about it. If there was video evidence of me running up the escalator to catch them, or chasing them around at panels, that would for sure make me look very creepy. But just for the sake of argument, let's take their word on it. Let's say I was hunting them down at VidCon and chasing after them. Then what was I going to do when I caught them? Shake their hand again? Sorry, but I'm going to keep going to VidCon. I'm not looking for you guys, and I hope you guys aren't looking for me. We can both enjoy it separately. As much.
You know what, Jar? I'm going to be going to... Listen, Jar. I would absolutely shake your hand, sir. I would absolutely shake your hand, and I would stare you in your eyes. I would be creepier than you were with these women, and I would look you in your eyes, and I would say, how was the pedo-ussy, Jar? I'm dying to know. How was the pedo-ussy? And then he'd try to run away. But I don't take no for an answer.
Much as they say that I'm paranoid, I think they're really the paranoid ones. I just wanted to meet up with them at VidCon.
To port toastify? Okay, disavow. Glue, aren't you literally fucking Bangladeshi or whatever?
And all of this happened. Goddamn.
Oh, here we go, Misanthropony.
I think this became less important as my drama started, but I might as well nip this in the butt right now. I was letting the YouTuber Zaid, aka Misanthropony, upload videos on my channel. He left YouTube.
So cringe. So unbelievably cringe.
Due to threatening people he doesn't like on alt accounts and then lying about it, and then repeating the same process a few more times. I decided to give him one more chance. His fans missed his content, and I'm not gonna lie, it made me some money. Unfortunately,
he's the most autistic, retarded person. If you missed his content, you don't deserve to have an opinion on anything. He is insufferable. The worst person I've ever listened to.
By doing this, it meant I had to deal with some of Zaid's haters myself, and they're, an interesting group.
Listen. At Aiden, I'm mixed. Mixed with what, buddy? I've seen your face. I've seen your face. You're not mixed with what?
And well...
What the what is that? Wait.
Lie, it made me some money. Unfortunately, by doing this, it meant I had to deal with some of Zaid's haters myself, and they're, an interesting group.
Listen, well, I'm gonna make you wish that
This guy's a Giga Chad. He's a Zaid hater. He's a Zaid hater, dude. This guy's a fucking Giga Chad.
You'd stayed gone too long.
This guy won. This guy unironically won. This troll caught Jar so off guard, he's throwing it into his response video. This guy won.
As far as I'm aware, while Zaid was on my channel, he didn't mess up by creating alt accounts. Due to the Cine drama I got myself involved in, I told him it was best if we go our separate ways so he doesn't get any more hate. He asked me to take his videos down off of my channel.
My mother is white, blonde, blue eyes, and my dad is a short Bengali man. That is not what you've said in the past, and I've seen what you look like. That is total cap. Complete cap.
Channel once my response came out, and I agreed to do that. But then he asked me to take them down even sooner, along with asking me to advertise his channel on my community tab, give it a shout out in my response video, and advertise it in my Discord. I agreed to this, so I took his videos down, which is why suddenly a bunch of my content disappeared. I wasn't trying to hide anything, nor was I trying to say, oh look, Zaid's videos are no longer on my channel.
Nobody missed them. I doubt anybody, dude, nobody missed them. You did the world a service. This is one of your rare W's.
You guys can
putting less content of this guy on the internet.
Like me now. I literally just took him down because he asked me to. He made those videos, so I thought he had the final say on the matter. And I was going to boost his new channel, but I decided not to because he was calling me a pedo apologist on his new channel.
Dude, this is like me promoting like Adolf Hitler gaming. Why would you ever want to boost this guy's channel? He fucking bullied a mentally disabled woman over her disagreement with him on Star Wars.
Yeah, he wanted me to send my fans to his new channel so he could bash me. In my humble opinion, that's a pretty scummy thing to do. I don't think he knows what that word means, because the main reason why I defended Cine was because I thought she wasn't a pedo. If she was a pedo and trying to get with a minor, I wouldn't have even entertained the idea of defending her. I really should have heeded the warnings of people who told me not to work with the guy. Zaid, if you're watching this, you are a talented guy. You make great videos. Forget about your haters. You're always going to have haters. Just upload your great, amazing content and let them cope and see that at your success. I have this issue where
Beckett reference? Beckett mentioned? Beckett is probably in DMs with Zaid as we speak, bro. This if there is a cringe person in this community, Beckett is like in call with them.
See someone that everybody else hates, and I just want to help them out. It's a pattern of behavior that has bitten me in the ass over and over and over again. I just see someone that no one likes, and I think if they just had one person defend them, maybe they can turn everything around. At first, people said it was not only okay, but a good thing that Kumo leaked an early draft of my video before it was ready. They claimed he only did it to keep me from uploading my video, which isn't the best strategy in my opinion. It's kind of like stopping your friend.
Becky is way too close to all these freaks. Yeah, I don't think he'll ever learn. And he copes about it. He's like, well, I personally happen to like Lio. I think Lio, quite frankly, has a lot to offer. The space, and the community, and the sphere. I think when he bullied the retarded girl, I felt like he offered insight in a way that nobody in the past was able to offer it, and I personally think that he offers a lot to this to the community.
Friend from shooting a guy in the face by.
I like when Lio Convoy pushes mentally disabled people to the brink of suicide.
Taking the gun and shooting the guy in the face yourself. And also, I don't think what Kumo did has ever worked, like, ever. But people seem to start walking back on this claim once they realize that Kumo wasn't all there.
None of you know what the fuck you're even talking about! You keep twisting the context! And people wonder why I get upset, people wonder why I get loud, and people wonder why I fucking scream. I'm gonna start flashing.
Kumo was trying to sabotage me because he doesn't like me.
But the parts that were problematic were specifically things that I would care about, and I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that because I was so focused on the guy I already didn't like. And the guy that I was already concerned was going to, like, try and use, like, do shit to you. Do you understand, Sunny, that you are in, like, the perfect position for—
What the fuck is this cope of the unfinished video? The whole concept of the video was retarded? Yeah, unless you were, like the segments we saw, there was no context that could have been added that was going to undo, like, affirmative statements you made, which were all super fucking dumb.
For him to take advantage of you?
It all started when I had to deal with a very poorly photoshopped—
Beckett said that? Yes. I just played an audio recording of his voice. Beckett said, actually, I think there is some value in talking to pedophiles online and being best friends with them. I think that if the more pedophilic and degenerate and retarded somebody is, I think I should be better friends with them.
Allegations of grooming a 13-year-old girl. He seemed to believe they were real more than anyone else I talked to about them, and it took me a few minutes to convince him that they were clearly poorly photoshopped. You see, once Kumo is a little suspicious that you might be a pedo or a groomer, he's going to hold on to that opinion forever. By the way, a lot of people have been commenting underneath my grooming a 13-year-old allegations video that it aged poorly or that Chaos55T was in the right. I just gotta say, that's absolutely disgusting. This is stupidly one of the main reasons as to why I thought he was onto something when it came to the Cine Barrow 3 drama. I thought to myself, if this guy has such a low bar to call someone a pedo or a groomer, but he doesn't think this—
Oh my god, Glue just sent me a photo of his hand. I'm not gonna hand dox you. This guy is so insecure about his race. He just sent me a photo of his hand saying, I'm not that brown. Still tan though. Dude, I've seen what you look like, dude. There's no reason to be fucking ashamed of being fucking brown, dude. All this fucking I know you're not Indian, I know you're Bengali. But, like, all this anti-Indian hate is making you reject who you are. You're claiming your mom is some, like, Aryan, like, Nordic, like, Viking. That's a lie.
Person's a groomer, then he's probably right. Basically, I thought maybe I should listen to the least charitable guy being charitable for once. I thought people just—
Yeah, actually, both of my parents, guys, are 100% Germanic. Both of my parents are Aryan, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Weren't listening to him because, well, pretty much everybody hated him. Unfortunately, I forgot who I was getting myself involved with. Kumo, unprompted mind you, leaked his own DMs with Cine, and they looked even worse than mine. I don't know what he was thinking, he kind of just nuked us both. Then people found out more stuff about Kumo, such as the leg cutting incident. Then he tried to accuse me of trying to meet up with Cine and rape her. No, he had no evidence for that.
Problem? I'm kidding.
He said something to Cine to convince her that I was a rapist, but it's bleeped out. Apparently, he has evidence that I'm a rapist, but he's not releasing it to—
Yeah, he didn't want you going for his girl, bro. Shouldn't have gotten involved.
The public for whatever reason. I can't fully blame him for doing this. I mean, he convinced people that leaking out my video was a good thing, and he convinced people that I was hitting on Cine. The thing is, though, people would believe those things at face value because they're funny, but rape allegations are very serious, so people were a lot more skeptical. He was bashed for this, and then I think he tried to copyright claim someone's video for using his traced art in their thumbnail. Apparently, uploading my entire video before it's fully ready is a-okay, but don't you dare put Kumo's traced art in your thumbnail.
Okay, I don't need a picture of your mom, Glue. I don't need a picture of your mom. And it's like a woman with her full name. Why are you sending me pictures of your mom with her full fucking name attached? What is wrong with you, dude? Are you retarded? Oh, he deleted it. He said, fuck, lol. Why are you sending me pictures of your mom and her full name?
Because that's a step too far. After that, he could
While I'm streaming! What if I actually pull that up?
handled the backlash and left the internet. Goblin Girl was all alone and eventually she gave up too. By the way, it took Kumo less than 2 weeks after my drama began.
Dude, this was like a guy, I was talking about how I can't verify, we're doing 18 plus, I can't verify ages on my server, I might get a bot to like verify IDs. And the first thing he says to me, or no, the first thing this guy does is he sends me his full uncensored state driver's license. It's like, I never asked for that, thank you.
To give up. Yes, him and Goblin Girl didn't even gain anything from sabotaging me. Goddamn. Kumo's a very young adult and he's clearly dealing with a lot of demons. I hope he gets the help he needs. Dude's younger than Cinny. He has his whole life ahead of him. I think he still has the potential to change. There are some smaller allegations against me, like how my roommate isn't actually black, or that me and my roommate
No! Not Professor Dreadlock!
jack each other off, or that I make videos.
Whoa, why are you addressing this like this is a serious allegation? The rumors that I jerk off Professor Dreadlock are entirely false.
On a combination of cocaine, Adderall, and magic mushrooms. Every other allegation I've heard against me doesn't really have any proof backing it up, or the proof contradicts it, like the claim that I got a rape fetish from watching anime, even though I literally said the opposite.
Like to have a rape fetish at 11.
I mean, I think it's common to have a rape fetish, but not at 11. Like, don't get me wrong.
He's right. He is right. Rape fetishes are more common than people would like to admit. Yeah, he's right. Isn't it like one of the most common fetishes in terms of like abnormal fetishes? That's not like a wild take. That's totally true.
I developed a gender bent fetish at like 7 or 8, but that's because I watched Ranma 1/2.
Okay, all right. Okay, that is not normal. That is not normal.
And it developed
that is not fucking normal. That part is not normal.
early on, but like, I did develop a rape fetish from watching Berserk.
I won't lie, this whole drama has not been fun for me to go through. I joined the losing side in a big drama, and the people I joined tried to sabotage me and destroy me. If it wasn't for my girlfriend's support, I don't think I would have been able to come back as soon as I did. I was thinking about giving up, but then—
My girlfriend's support. Dude, what if it's like Boblox, like, he's like using his stories about his sister as a proxy for him. This guy's using stories about his girlfriend as like a proxy for Professor Dreadlock. What if Professor Dreadlock was the supportive girlfriend the whole time?
And she told me that—
What if Jar is Professor Dreadlock's apartment bitch instead of his prison bitch, his like apartment bitch?
that plenty of other YouTubers have gotten way more backlash than me, and they haven't given up. Turkey Tom.
Dude, if Jar goes and makes another response, you know, like, people have accused me of dropping the soap with Professor Dreadlock in the showers. This is not true.
Bordering, Blair White, Seth the Programmer, Illuminations, Tipster, Nostalgia Critic, Killer Keemstar,
Tipster,
Kraut, and even more. I've seen multiple YouTubers get less backlash than me and give up, but I think I'm going to stay. However, I'm going to take a long hiatus. I'm only taking a hiatus from uploading videos, but I'm going to keep on working on videos just as much as I always have. So once I come back in August, I'll have plenty of videos to upload.
We'll be welcoming you back, buddy. We can't wait.
My channel hasn't been doing so hot all of 2024, so I think it's time I take a step back and re-examine everything. I want my content to be more consistent across all of my channels. I also think taking a break from YouTube would not only be a good thing for my mental health, but also because it has changed so much. It's not YouTube anymore, it's the gay love child of TikTok and Twitch. I've seen so many YouTubers say they're going to take a break, only to not do so, and then they mess up a lot. So I'm going to try to avoid making the same mistakes as them. Trust me, I wanted to make this video longer, I wanted to debunk more allegations against me, but if I make this video too long, well, people aren't going to check it out. The bigger I get on YouTube, the more haters I'm going to get. So I'm just going to have to deal with the fact that people are going to believe things about me that are untrue, just like a lot of big YouTubers have to deal with.
Yes, I relate to Jar on this one. After the Jasmina situation, after Diorio spread his lies, Diorio has made half the lies that are out there about me were propagated by Nicholas Fatass Diorio. This guy utilizes the big lie more than anybody else. Big guy, gives big lies. I mean, he's accused me of being a neo-Nazi groomy, fucking domestic terrorist, responsible for the Chernobyl implosion.
Throughout my time on YouTube,
justice for Jasmina.
I've dealt with false murder allegations that a lot of people believed.
Wait, what? I need allegations. unironically, it'd be so Kino if like somebody released murder allegations against me.
So I'm just going to have to deal with the fact that people are going to believe things about me that are untrue, just like a lot of big YouTubers have to deal with. Throughout my time on YouTube, I've dealt with false murder allegations that a lot
False murder allegations. That's a first. I have not heard that one before on YouTube. Like a YouTuber falsely being accused of murder.
of people believed. Poorly photoshopped grooming allegations, rape allegations, grooming the groomer allegations, getting backstabbed by
He's addressing every little joke as though it's a serious allegation. He's pulling in a cheetah.
people I was trying to help, and so much more. I just need to take a step back and take a break for a little bit. I hate that people can literally say anything about me and it's treated as fact, even if they have no evidence for their claim. I debunked our gentleman's video on me. He took it down.
That is true though. That is a problem, but I think he can't tell when people are joking. So he thinks people actually believe that these are like serious allegations. It's actually fucking retarded.
At YouTube for several months, and once this drama around me happened, he re-uploaded it, and it got over 200,000 views. Come on, that's a
If Lyrics or Nick dies, it is so over for you, but what do you mean?
bitch move. Know what else is a bitch move? People coming out with allegations.
Because I would have nobody else to hate? There are so many other people besides Lyrics, Lolicon Lyrics, whose girlfriend I will be stealing soon, Nicholas Diorio, all these people. There are so many others on the list. If they die, we'll go for Xylee Gets Real. We'll go for The Boring Show, now recording. Very boring, very low ratings. Numbers have been horrible recently.
Against me that if they released at any other time wouldn't have been taken seriously at all. If you think these
Dickers, Aiden said you berated a woman for
Allegations
views. I never said that.
are half as damning as you painted them out to be, then you should have released them way sooner. But I guess you got a lot of views and attention, so I suppose it was worth it. Someone told me that more videos have been made on me than Cinny. I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels true. I know there are people who haven't made a video on Cinny.
Make the bed! Make the bed! True! Achito, dude, Achito, the stalking is continuing when we get back. We are stalking you, Achito. I will break in Minecraft, break in your room, make the bed.
But did make a video on me. Being more hated than a groomer is not a good feeling. A lot of YouTubers I'm subscribed to made videos on me. Not only did they make videos on me, but those videos did really well for their channels. It felt like even the algorithm was against me. That's why this response took so long. I had to gather so many receipts to prove my innocence. I don't think people were going to let me ignore this. When you take every single mistake anyone has ever made and line them up in a row, we all look like monsters. This drama has shown me one thing. People for years couldn't wait to see my downfall. And it sucks to know that. But not everyone is against me. A lot of people want to see me make a comeback. And I understand that for the last couple of months on YouTube, I've been acting a little bit crazy. I should have taken a break a lot longer ago, but I'm going to do so now.
Listen, I empathize with Jar, okay? I empathize with Jar. I know what it's like for people to prey on your downfall, to be targeted by a bunch of old, unfunny people. I understand, Jar. I empathize with you. I understand. I love you. I appreciate you, Jar. We're going to be best friends in the future. I can't wait for you to come back. Why is Nicholas Diorio in my recommended? Why is Xylee Gets Real in my recommended? What's going on? What's happening here? But yeah, we're almost 3 hours in. So with that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'll play some content, some old content for you guys to catch up if you missed one of our prior streams. We'll be back in 5 minutes. You're going to want to be here. We have more Cheeto stalking. Kinetic Hell released an official response to me from this stream. And we have something else. I don't even remember what the other thing is. But you're going to want to be here for it, folks. So stay here. Be here. And if we hit goal by the time I come back, I mean, I have nothing to give you, but it'd be fucking sick. We'll be back here soon, folks. Hold on. I'm not leaving just about yet. All does. But if you're Wait, what the fuck? Hold on, 1 sec. 1 sec, everybody. 1 sec, folks. So just to catch you guys up on what you missed, here's some Kino Achito content. We'll be back here in 6 minutes, folks.
This is what I think.
Stand back,
Yeah,
boys. Stand back.
presents this information,
We meet at the rendezvous point and hold back.
and as if it was a fact that came from a study that was testing for this. That being said, to my regular viewers, do you remember when I did the Illumination
Is this our salute? Okay, that
video?
has anyone used the salute yet? I know you have the communist salute, the Nazi salute, which I'm not going to do, and then you have the Zionist salute from Turkey. And that's not Zionist occupied government. The Zionist salute from Turkey, which goes like this. So we need a salute. We need a salute.
Talked about people, especially Marxists and radical leftists like Robin DiAngelo, just quoting their friends and printing it as scientific fact. Well, here's yet another example of that. So did Manifestel read the source of this quote to evaluate the validity of the claim before she essentially stated it as fact for her video?
Well, of course not. Like, this isn't this, like, I guess the problem with this is that at this point in time, all you're doing is just saying the exact same.
You guys are such freaks, Lamafau. What do you mean we're such freaks? What are you talking about?
Thing that has been displayed by her. Like,
the AG salute is the retard salute. Hey, buddy, I don't know if you noticed, this is a fucking dictatorship. And those who go against the supreme leader will pay the ultimate price. Mods?
For the entire length of the video. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just saying the same shit over and over again. Like they're just proving
the AIDS gang salute
that she doesn't make like. I'm running out of words for this shit, bro. Because it's just like, yes, she's not. The shit she's saying is ridiculous.
Facts.
It's not proven by anything, and she spams it. So.
Facts. He's spitting, bro.
At this point in time, bro, like I might just skip ahead a little bit because if we're still on like the murder shit, it's just like. We're gonna skip.
Is he? He's not talking about me.
The murder stuff, I had to skip, bro. Like.
Whenever women express their desire for material...
The murder stuff, I had
to... arguments.
Whenever women express their desire for material...
The murder stuff, I had to skip, bro. Like, we're gonna skip.
Strong confidence to get
Alright, this is so boring. I'm not even gonna stream snipe him anymore. Let's just get into the topic. Stop telling him to debate me! I'm not debating him. Tonight, at least. Can you estimate Cheeto's IQ? Full scale, or... Because I think full scale is a little misleading. Subcategories. We can go into the subcategory. Typically everybody, unless you're like neurodivergent, typically everybody has like scores similar in subtests for like the Wechsler. It's like a similar range. So your full scale is the average of all of those. But if you're neurodivergent, it's very skewed. So full scale is like typically not a good representation, but I think he's probably not neurodivergent, maybe a little retarded. I'd say he's probably a 90. So he'd fall into the average standard deviation, but he'd be he'd be at the low end.
Like, is this like how, like, is this what his Sunday is?
What?
Oh,
Can
it
you
literally
estimate
is.
Cheeto's IQ? I'm not telling people to raid this guy. You guys are such dicks. We're just watching his stream. What? We're just watching his... I am not telling people to raid this guy. I'm not telling... Stop raiding this fucker, dude. You guys tipped him off. Full scale, or... Because I think full scale is a little misleading. Oh my... You guys suck. You guys suck. You all suck. You all suck, dude. You guys, I'm just fucking taking a glance at his stream. Leave the guy alone. Let him stream. Let him restream Think Before You Sleep with no commentary. Subcategories. We can go into the subcategory. Typically every...
Sean, excellent video. I will say...
What did he say? You guys suck. You guys...
It is crazy. Shit's crazy, bro. But,
That's the level of Cheeto commentary I expect. That's crazy, bro.
Anyway. Sean, excellent video. I will say...
Go back?
Shit's crazy.
You guys suck. You guys...
It is crazy. Shit's crazy, bro. 3 hours.
Estimate Cheeto's IQ. I'm not telling people to raid this guy. Dicks. We're just watching his stream.
So his content is watching me watch Think Before You Sleep.
Lil bro, we're not even watching you watch. I've been watching for like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. What are you talking about? Keep going back? How far? Everybody, unless you're like neurodivergent. To where?
You should perpetually, nonstop be afraid of getting murdered. You know? This does not make sense.
Screw his stream. Only debates when you have easy dunk, but always runs. This guy's retarded. He just made $4. Somebody needs to donate $5 to me.
Is he just like watching me on stream? Like, is
yes.
this what he's doing?
Yes. I'm doing what you're doing to this guy.
I'm
yes.
so confused.
The thing you do for a living, I'm doing that to you right now. And I'm actually not even talking about anything that you have to say because it's like not interesting unless you're talking about me.
Like, is this like how, like, is this what his Sunday is? Oh,
Can
it
you
literally
estimate
is.
Cheeto's IQ? You can't super chat because we don't have monetization because I spread vaccine misinformation. So for those of you that want to fight the liberal agenda, you can use Streamlabs, #1 stream donation platform in the world. Your donations are safe, secure, in good hands. Goes into my wallet. Full scale, or... Because I think full scale is a little misleading. Subcategories. We can go into the subcategory. Typically everybody, unless you're like neurodivergent, typically everybody
Yeah, bro, I don't know. It's just like, I just don't get it, bro.
Average of all those. What don't you get? What is your major malfunction, numbnuts? What don't you fucking understand? I am making fun of you. The thing you do to everyone else for a living. What do you not understand? What don't you get, you fucking retard? You don't seem to get a whole lot.
There's complete static, and he's just so desperate for content, like looking for the smallest come up. Like, of course he's trying to like instigate. You know what I mean?
The small what? What do you mean the smallest come up? What? What do you mean this? What? What are you smoking, retard? Retard alert! You're on a
AIDS gang represent, okay?
You are literally on a channel that is 100 times my fucking size, and I have more viewers than you. This should prove to you that nobody watches for you. They watch so you can cover like Dream Sharded Part 5. Maybe a little retarded. I'd say he's probably a 90. So he'd fall into the average standard deviation, but he'd be he'd be at the low end.
There it is, bro.
There it is, bro. There it is, bro.
Like, is this like how, like, is this what his Sunday is?
Yes. Yes, it actually is. Yes. I'm sorry I'm not sitting on my Sunday watching Think Before You Sleep in my dirty ass fucking room with horrible wire management and a bed that's probably unmade because I'm so fucking lazy. I can't even bother to do the bare minimum to keep like an organized life and make my fucking bed in the morning. Pillows thrown in the back, a bowling pin for some reason. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not spending my Sunday in my shitty, cum-stained, smelly room streaming Think Before You Sleep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Making fucking George Not Found Took a Shit Part 8. What?
Oh,
Can
it
you
literally
estimate
is.
Cheeto's IQ? I'm not telling people to raid this guy. Dicks. We're just watching his stream. It's like the unearned, like I'm just watching. It's like the unearned, like fucking pompous and ego. Like he's accomplished something that I haven't. I could do what you do. I did do what you did. I did it at like 12. I did it. I got big. It wasn't worth it because I actually...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Thank you so much for the donut, buddy. I actually like having people that watch me for me and not the shit I'm covering. So I'm rebuilding it again. You will always have people watching for what you cover and not you because nobody who watches you actually gives a fuck about you.
So his content is watching me watch Think Before You Sleep, bro. That's crazy. I mean, it's unlucky for him that I was literally about to get off. Like, been on for about 3 hours. First stream back, so.
Hello?
What's up, bro?
How's it going, dude?
You tell me, dude. You seem like mad as shit. And I'm just thinking back, like, I don't think I ever said anything to you. Like, I don't think I ever was like talking shit about you. So I'm confused.
Oh, I just think you have like a really like unearned ego, and it's like really obnoxious.
Okay. So like you're screaming about that like a little schoolgirl because of that?
Well,
like I get under your skin that bad? Like because I have an ego, you're now gonna have a tantrum?
No. So I play it up for my stream because like streams actually like to watch personality instead of like someone sitting there like probably high being like, yeah, Think Before You Sleep makes like a good point, bro. Like people actually like to watch like a personality, not somebody on like fucking SSRIs or like edibles just like sitting there.
SSRIs? So I'm on neither, but
oh, okay. Thank you.
I think it's interesting. Like you do this thing a lot where you try to like fill in the blanks for shit that like I'm doing, you know? It's just like he probably doesn't make his bed and he probably like comes on the wall and he's probably on SSRIs. Like it's so weird how you have like these like fanfics of me in your head and you fill in the blanks to try to like rile up your chat. Like it to me is just so, it's just so bizarre. Like I don't know, bro. Is it just that rent free? You know? Like, why did you even check out my stream anyway? Like, was I just like in your head like that? Like, I'm confused.
So, okay, believe it or not, the world doesn't revolve around you. I haven't spoken about you since I was like defending you from like a bullshit allegation. All right, I think I covered you the day.
But hold on. Shut up for 1 second, bro. Because the fact that you have people come to my chat after watching me, and then you're gonna say the world doesn't revolve around me.
When did that happen?
Just now, bro.
Wait, when did I have people come to your chat?
When you pulled up my stream. I'm not saying you directed them there. I never said that. So I'm saying they came. I'm not saying it's your fault. Never made that point, bro. I'm saying the point is because you said the world does not revolve around me. But when you act like it does, a little bit of a contradiction there, you know?
I don't. This is the first time I'm
do.
talking about you in like a month.
No one.
Because someone called into my stream and it's like, yo, you have more viewers than this guy right now. So it's like a little funny bit. This is the first time I'm talking about you in a month. So no, my world clearly does not revolve around you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like just verifiable.
You brought it up, bro. Hey, man, like you
wanted
like,
to call.
and then you're now you're like thinking about what I'm doing. Like, is he on this? Is he doing that?
That was a joke, retard. Why do you address jokes like they're serious
just
claims?
The way that you think about that shit is just strange.
You make fun of people for a fucking living, and then you take every joke I make about you as like literally as possible to the point where you literally call me off stream because you got offended by a joke that you didn't make your bed. Okay, and now you're offended by it again.
That's not true. That's
yes,
not true
you called me when we were done with the morale stream. You called me to ask about a joke that I'd made.
That's not what.
Okay,
it
then
was,
what was the call about?
The call that I called you about something because you said it. You made an offhanded remark about how you had someone investigating me. I didn't know if you were trolling or not because I've shook your hand. I've met you in real life, and you know where I live. So
I do
didn't
not know
if
where
that
you
was...
live.
Yeah, you do. Vaguely, you do.
Oh, like a giant fucking state? Sure, I guess I do know where you live.
Right, and
Based on your
met you in
longitude and
person.
latitude.
The point is, when you talk about something like that, and you randomly, because we've been amicable in person and stuff like that, and then you go from hot and cold, kind of just like out of nowhere. I didn't really understand what had happened, but then when you do that, and then you flip that fast, and I was like, is he? I don't really know what to take from this. So I just was clearing that up. It had nothing to do with like making my bed or anything, bro.
Well, okay, but that's like literally what you brought up when you called me.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's just not true.
Okay. Well then, okay, cool. Then we could just claim that never happened. But you're doing it now.
It didn't. You're just.
But you're doing it now. But you're doing it now.
I'm calling you now.
No, you literally, yes, you called me and you're talking
That's
to me
correct,
about a joke
because
that I
your
made
chat
about
said
your
you
unmade
wanted me to
bed.
call you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my chat is probably fucking riling up, and because you take every joke seriously, you're gonna believe it.
I'm not taking it seriously. I'm saying that the fact that you're sitting there and you're talking about me, it's a little pathetic. Like that's what I'm saying.
Because that's what you do to people for a living, bro. What do you mean?
Right, but I'm saying it's multifaceted because there's a few things. One, you've met me in person, so it's like it makes it a little weirder. If that
you
makes
met
sense,
Jalen in person. Did you not make any videos about Jalen?
Yeah, for sure.
So this meeting in person bullshit makes no sense. If you're acting like a fucking egotistical retard, I'll talk about you and I'll make fun of you, regardless if I met you in person or not. You've done the same thing to other people.
Right. I'm not saying that it's different, right? I'm not saying that I haven't done it.
So I don't know what you're saying.
Well, I think the behavior is that when I met Jalen in person, they were one way, right? And then when I was talking about them, they were another way. I'm trying to think, like, what was that other way that made you flip?
All right, folks, I'm back. I'm back in action. All right. I'm back in action. We're very close to goal, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to support the stream. Sub, like. All right, where were we? So Kinetic Hell has issued an official response. Bots got bored. Maybe they weren't bots, Ruby. Have you ever considered that? Have you ever considered that? Cheeto is my favorite victim. What's he been up to? Hold on. We gotta stalk him for the day.
So Ellen was the good.
Boring, boring, boring. What's this?
I went on the internet this week.
Oh god.
Dude, dude, the view variation is crazy, bro. The view variation is insane. Is insane. He blocked lyrics? Wait, when did he block? Didn't you respond to the recent? Didn't you read the recent Cheeto allegations on Twitter? Okay, I'll address that since everybody keeps bringing it up. There is some guy in this community, and it's the same guy that did the Jasmina shit with me. And I know just by giving him attention, I'm gonna be like encouraging it. I really don't care at this point. It's the same guy who did the shit with lyrics. It's the same guy who did the Jasmina shit with me. He thinks it's hilarious to write up fake allegations against people. And he relies on the fact that like the community is so retarded. They treat everything like it's a credible allegation. So somebody released allegations against Cheeto, and it's the same shit they did with me. Like the same exact shit they did with me. It's the same guy. I'm pretty sure it's the same exact guy. They think it's fucking hilarious. I think when you're making allegations and wording them in a way that like is trying to make them seem plausible, even as a joke on like a burner account, you're probably taking it a bit too far. And people actually were like, I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if you saw, people were DMing this to me. So I guess we'll talk about it really quick. Trigger warning, mention of manipulation and self-harm. This is the same person, guys. This is the exact same person. He thinks it's hilarious. Cheeto's pressuring me to print pictures of him and display them on my wall, which I refused. He then escalated by sending explicit photos of me and threatened to release them on 4chan with my Discord user and ID unless I cut myself. I'm clean from self-harm for 6 months, so I refused. He then continued to pressure and blackmail me, telling to pour hot wax on myself instead, which I gave into. He's continuing to try and manipulate me into SH. I'm sharing to expose him and put an end to my blackmail. What time was this? 8:07. And then the DMs are supposedly... Okay, these are the DMs. It's a picture of the shrine. Right after... Like, this is people tried to go at him against this recently. People are going against him. So apparently now he's like DMing on the same day. He's DMing people to ask them to make shrines and shit. These allegations are obviously completely false. This is bullshit. Don't DM me about this. This is absolutely false, and I totally disavow this kind of shit. I think it's like, I just don't think it's a funny joke when you're like doing it in a way that tries to make it seem like real. I don't think it's a funny joke. They're slandering my good name? True. Very, very true. So Kinetic Kel has released an official response to me. I'm going to ask her if she wants to call into my stream. She knows at this point any correspondence she has with me is going to be public, so... I'm going to read her response. She blocks and unblocks me like 12 times a day. See if Tommy wants to join. Good one, buddy. If Tommy wants to call in, Tommy can call in. He's welcome. Let me bring up this response real quick. So, if we go here, let me just make sure there's nothing in here that I can't read. All right, here we go. Nothing in here that I can't show. So it's a nice, listen, everyone's gonna, if you don't know the context of this, you're gonna think I'm going too hard at her. She seems very nice here, but that's her whole thing. Do the nice, cute act, and then fucking, like, turn on you. So... Hey Aiden, I just wanted to clarify something I said on Dicker's stream. I mentioned that I DM'd you about my concession on the spreading my docs thing, but that was actually a mistake on my part. I must have confused that with a message in your chat that night. I went to F6, the transcript, to provide receipts for where my confusion stemmed from, but I think it's too long for a transcript. Regardless, I acknowledge that the information was already out there before you repeated it, so I apologize for DMing you, asking you to stop spreading my... It wasn't just that the information was out there, the information was... essentially plastered all over your main channel. It wasn't like I took something that was like technically public but buried somewhere. Like, this was not something that was ever, that you ever intended to be private. Not something that you ever intended to be private. You just brought this up as like an own on me, not realizing that I could easily disprove it, that I was spreading your docs. That wasn't what you were doing, and I misdirected my frustration. No, your frustration was directed at me. Because I was shitting on you, and that's when you conveniently accused me of spreading your docs, when I was like shitting on you in your story. This was a malicious attempt to smear me. Additionally, everyone's first videos suck, lol, and to be honest, you'd be appalled at the amount of effort that went into my videos. I know the product is, shall we say, a bit amateur. I've been enjoying commentary passively for a long time, but it's completely different watching a few big dudes in the space while you do your chores versus diving into it, learning all the lore, and participating. I meant no harm, but I misstepped hella, so I apologize. May have a great 2025 with AIDS Gang. AIDS Gang disavows you! It's not gonna work. This nice act isn't gonna work, and you're downplaying what you did. You lied in an attempt, because you had no ammo on me. You tried to claim I was spreading your docs when you knew very well that your docs was out there. This was verifiably false, because you got angry. It wasn't misdirected frustrations. And then you also lied, claiming we resolved it behind the scenes. This wasn't like confusion. You just blatantly lied. Just like you lied claiming that you weren't mad at Colton for like the reason you were mad at Colton was because he was DMing people you were meeting up, not because the two of you, not because he mentioned he was visiting California. When we go back to the voice memo, it clearly shows you saying you were mad because he mentioned he was visiting California. This is I don't accept your apology. I do not accept your apology. You're unbelievably malicious. And I, like, obviously, I normally don't fucking... Sure, your first video is bad, but, like, the problem I have is that you claim to be, like, a avid watcher of this community, which is why you're such a big fan, and you got, like, the most basic fundamental details of, like, the biggest dramas in this community, like, completely wrong. Like, totally wrong. So, I don't really know what your deal is. This is just embarrassing. If you want to call into my stream to talk to me about this, you can. I'm not talking to you behind the scenes ever. Anything you DM me will be public. Anything you DM me will be public. Some bullshit about satire? In agreement with our service providers, TikTok is in the process of restoring service. We thank President Trump for providing the necessary clarity and assurance to our service providers that they will face no penalties, providing TikTok to over 170 million Americans and allowing over 7 million small businesses to thrive. Oh, so gay! So gay and cringe. I didn't even care about it's coming back now. Okay, apparently functionality is being restored on people's phones because Trump promised that he was going to undo the ban or whatever, but he's not even in office yet, so they're doing it like preemptively. This is, I mean, TikTok, it's just brain rot. I hate short form content. It's ruining people's attention spans, and I have no problem if you want to willingly download TikTok and use it, okay? I have no problem with that. The problem is every social media site now has short form content that you don't have the option to disable. It's like fucking insane. It's insane. This shit is total brain rot, total goy slop. Same with Instagram Reels, same with YouTube Shorts. It's designed to be addictive. It's designed to keep you in with no regard for the effects it has on the consumer, because that's just what companies do. But you don't even have the option to disable it. So if you're a parent, there's no way to like prohibit your kids completely from using social media without making them the biggest loser in school. But you have no moderation options if your kid is like watching YouTube. You can't turn off shorts. This is fucking ridiculous, dude. And people are just they were crying over the ban. Apparently somebody committed arson. A 19-year-old from Menasha, Wisconsin was arrested for allegedly setting fire to a strip mall in something French, where U.S. Representative Glenn Grotham's office is located. The incident occurred early Sunday morning, motivated by the suspect's frustration over the proposed TikTok ban. They responded to the fire, which was described as suspicious. No injuries were reported, and the suspect confessed the act, citing the TikTok ban as his motive. I mean, this is ridiculous, dude. This is ridiculous. It's such a brain rot fucking site. I don't have it on my phone, so I didn't really care that it was getting banned. It didn't really affect me. But I mean, this is the final form of the goy slop consumer throwing his life away for a ban that didn't even last a full day. Crazy, dude. Not the best act, but it's not a noble cause at all. The app sucks. Ban it. Fuck it. Be like, what about our freedom of speech? You can still have freedom of speech. Banning a certain place you can speak is not banning your freedom to speak. Okay, there are certain freedom of speech doesn't mean you can just speak anywhere at any time on anything. Right? It's like these fucking UC Berkeley students that gave a speech in a professor's home, and the professor kicked them out, and they're like, what about freedom of speech? And it's like, no, freedom of speech doesn't enable you to be in someone else's house and give a speech. Monitoring the medium in which you speak is not limiting your ability to speak. It's Chinese, they don't get USA freedom of speech. Dude, blow up TikTok with posts about Tiananmen Square. You say that like you couldn't be a TikTok star yourself, Aiden. I need a marketing agent, dude. I need someone to post clips of me. I need to hire someone to work on my brand. I'm too ADHD to do it. It's a paid position. You can upload videos of you dancing anywhere. True. True. I'm just appalled, dude, at the amount of fucking young kids on TikTok. I mean, God, dude. Hire an assistant? I would. I would. If I had someone that was capable of the job, I would pay him. I would unironically hire an assistant. But we're not making a whole lot of money right now. This goal you see here, this $55, is from the last 3 days. We are demonetized at the moment, and Musty is on vacation. So if you want to help out the channel, Streamlabs link below and pinned. Or if you can't donate, that's fine. Make sure to like, sub, helps out the channel. Join the Reddit, Discord. Well, DM me if you're actually interested. I need a minister of propaganda. AIDS Gang is requesting a minister of propaganda. Musty on vacation with Chud. Yeah, they went to Thailand. They went to ping pong shows in Thailand. Kalu's white mom for assistant. Sure, he just like looked up like stock image of white woman. What do we talk about now? I didn't really think this one through. I don't even know if I have any topics. What do we talk about now? I mean, do I have anything to cover? Did fucking Cheeto block me? Oh shit! Oh shit! I wasn't blocked yesterday. I wasn't blocked yesterday. He really thinks this is gonna save him? He really thinks this is gonna save him. He really thinks this is gonna save. That's crazy, dude. Oh, buddy, you've just made it 10 times worse. You've just made it 10 times worse. Cheeto's had enough of your shit? Well, he's gonna be taking a whole lot more of it. All because I asked him to make his bed. Dude was so scared. Meet at the rendezvous. Dude was so scared of making his bed that he blocked me. Are you serious, dude? Are you serious, bro? You're that scared of making your bed that you blocked me? Make the bed, dude. Make the bed. Listen, I hope in Trump's America we have like mandatory bed making rules. VidCon 2025 is going to be crazy. Dude, Bobby's apparently going. He's like, yeah, I'll talk to Aiden in real life. The hell you will, bro. Any room you're in, I'll be somewhere else. Make the bed. Make the bed. Make the bed. A Cheeto needs to join the military to reform? True. True. Where they'll make him make his bed like hospital corners. I couldn't agree with you more on anything else. Cashed at 37 MC. I'm gonna KMS. What? Meme coin? Is talking about the meme coin? Alright, what else do we even have to cover? But he didn't block me. I think this is new. Like, this is like yesterday. This happened probably. Was I even live yesterday? I don't think I was. I wasn't even live yesterday, dude. That means he's keeping up with the coverage. That means he's keeping up with the coverage. We'll be watching it, Cheeto. We'll be watching. We're watching, buddy. The CIA is investigating you. Fuck, what do I even talk about, dude? I don't even have anything. Is it because of the Twitter allegations? Does he think it's your fault? I mean, that's retarded if he does. Do you check out anything we put in topic suggestions? Ivana, I'm sorry. You just like link random shit that nobody's going to want to watch. I appreciate topic suggestions. I check, link it, even if you think I'm going to like it or not, because it gives me more to work with, and I might like it even if you think I won't. But if I don't play your topic suggestions, it means I probably don't think it's going to fit well on stream. Okay? The guy who like got licked on the face and like got necrosis in his limbs, and his arms got chopped off. That's probably not, like, I have nothing to say about that. I've absolutely like, there's nothing I can talk about with that. What is this? Do a deep dive into Lewis McClung's content, maybe? No.
Apparently, Alcoholics Anonymous members are gang stalking me, too.
This is a Cheetah talking about AIDS gang.
Alcoholics Anonymous has violated spiritual law, universal law. Alcoholics Anonymous does not control the narratives about ageless wisdom.
That's true. He makes a good point.
I was spiritually attacked in Alcoholics Anonymous when they should have given me the opportunity
Bunk interview? I'm too tired for that, bro.
that God wanted me to have to instruct people. I am a Rasta.
He's Rastafarian.
Rastafari. They terrorized me by speaking against cannabis, and they spoke against my moral values.
Dude, the Rastafarians are the most persecuted religion in the world. Thoughts on Bo Blacks being an ABDL? What does that even mean? An ABDL? Oh, you know what we could watch? Does anybody have the Femios President Sunday debate? Apparently Femios and President Sunday debated on the Chud allegations. Does anybody have a link to that? I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was like an hour in, because I think I saw the beginning. Do you think Kahane was right? Mayer Kahane? Obviously not.
Do.
Was it this stream? Topic suggestions? Let me look. I'm not covering the SML drama. Nice try. I'm not covering the SML drama ever. I'm sorry. I got nervous and folded. Let me see.
Of course, my morals are going to base around me.
Where is it?
CP.
There we go.
So wait, and what would it be, like in relation to pleasure, suffering, right? So positive.
You know more about Judaism than you let on. What the fuck? No, I know more about terrorism. Terrorism is a subject I'm quite knowledgeable about.
A rapscallion.
Is utility, because I would go against my.
I guess I'll like try.
Sunday? Wait.
Oh my God.
Wait. No way.
on? I can't
That's
fucking see
fake.
what's
That's
going
not
on.
really.
Is that Bald Martin? Morgs' stepdad?
That's not President Sunday. That's not real. Wait. No.
Why are you soy jacking over fucking President Sunday? No, is that the real President Sunday? No fucking way.
No way. Hold
Okay, Femia, sorry, that I do a deep voice naturally. That was not to.
on. Let me click on the channel. Wait, is that
Your voice is not deep. That was.
Is that really him? Yo! Dude, it's President Sunday. Okay. Mr. Sunday. Oh my god. Yo. I did not expect that. Okay. So basically, join the oh wait, hold on. Let me go into the thingy, the whatchamacallit. Are you in the President Sunday? Let me
What is this like shaky cam effect?
verify.
Oh, someone else wants
Let me
to
verify
wants to
some
debate?
people, and then, dude. All right, I'm gonna talk to President Sun. Oh God, dude.
We're gonna talk to
I'm nervous. Okay, I'm gonna remove you and add
Okay.
President Sunday.
What are you so nervous about?
Oh God, chat. I'm nervous as hell. Yo, what's up?
Hello there. How's it going?
Hello.
Why are you motion tracking your cam? It's very.
This feels strange because I've watched quite a bit of your content.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
like
seen it from
actually
time to
kind of
time.
nervous. I'm kind of nervous. What do you want to talk about?
Well, that is an excellent question. A rapscallion by the name of Morau suggested, well, I'm very sick, that I should call in and debate you on something.
Okay.
So since the only thing I'm aware of is very vaguely, because I haven't had the pleasure of watching it yet, is you bringing up the Chud Logic grooming allegations recently. I can't think of anything better.
All right.
So like the Synth, Bunk, Femios, Axis of Evil, they're like locked into debating the Chud allegations. I'm probably gonna debate Bunk at some point, not right now, because I am tired. But on a different day, if we can schedule it to talk about it.
Okay, we'll debate on that then. Okay.
All right.
Child logic
maybe
grooming
you'll
allegations.
I don't even think he's online.
maybe you'll be willing to refresh me very quickly on what your allegations are, since I haven't seen them yet.
So I'm less interested in whether or not it's categorized as grooming. I'm more interested in like whether or not what Chud Logic did was immoral, and I think that it's immoral for all of the same reasons that it would be.
I'm not a debater. Isn't your whole claim to fame calling into a show and be like, "Hello, I'm Femios. I'm here to debate you."
Immoral to have that kind of conversation with a 17-year-old if you're 30, rather than.
I think it boils down to, and everyone's gonna deny it. I think people are. This group is angry over like Chud's like kind of trans takes. Which I can understand if you are like trans, why you'd be like salty about him. But like, that is what I think is going on here.
33-year-old and an 18-year-old.
That's interesting.
Right?
So, what are those?
Isn't Bunk an open pedo? No.
Can you clarify those for me?
Yeah. So there's gonna be like a huge discrepancy. And
So like, dude, I was in the synth crowd. Okay, this is the way to tell if somebody's in like the synth philosophy club. If they say shit like, wait, what is it?
Clarify those for me.
Yeah. So there's gonna be like
yeah. So there's gonna be like, or it's just gonna be the case that, or okay. Yeah. So it's just gonna be the case, right? That like, just gonna be the case, like the expect utility of like the action, relating to its like moral value. It's just gonna be the case that
huge discrepancy, and like their maturity, right?
Wait.
There's gonna be like
this person's probably gonna say it's just gonna be the case at some point.
like an obvious like
Is that a given?
huge gap there.
I've met some very immature 30-year-olds myself.
They are mad because Chud called Bunk weird for being a trans chaser. I'm pretty sure Bunk has dated non-trans people before, but also Pot calling the kettle black.
Well, it's not a given, right? But it's more likely to be the case than not. So if we're talking about
What did I say?
For 30-year-olds myself.
Well, it's not a given, right? But it's more likely to be the case than not. So if we're talking,
so it's just gonna be the case, right? That like it's likely to be the case that
about the predicted utility of that
Predicted
dynamic.
utility. I haven't heard that term before. What is that?
Yeah. So if it's the case that like
yeah, so it's just gonna be the case, right? This is how you tell if somebody's in like the synth philosophy club.
I assume you know what utility is, or should I describe that as well?
Why don't you assume that I don't know anything?
I mean, if you want, I can. So when I say
Please.
predicted utility, I'm basically
Okay.
utility
Just give me the
basically
case.
in the way that I use it.
I didn't pre-watch. I was in this group for a while. I know how this goes. Okay, I know how this fucking goes.
According to my worldview, would be like in relation to pleasure, suffering, right? So positive utility would be pleasure, negative utility would be suffering, right?
So it just
They all talk like this. You can just tell.
to be clear, is your objection that this would cause the person he was sexting with negative pleasure?
You mean suffering? It's the most.
Would it cause her
likely
suffering?
outcome.
How so? How have we determined this?
I believe it's the case that when you have like a relationship with like a really huge age
I'm being a
gap,
dick. I
versus-
apologize. But
What?
continue, please.
No worries. No worries. So I believe it's the case that like if
So yeah, so it's just gonna be the case, right? There's just gonna be, talks like you guys actually don't even know this person, so I'm not even gonna reference them. But it's just gonna be the case is always the biggest giveaway.
somebody is twice the age of the other person, that there's just going to be like a very unhealthy dynamic. I think that's going to be.
Why do you think so?
I'm pretty sure that's what the
Just to
research
get into the specifics, so we understand like a mechanism here. Why specifically do you think so in this case?
Because of the
I'll
power
put
dynamic.
some cards on the table myself. Don't worry, I won't just ask you questions. Just so
Yeah.
I understand your logic, though.
Yeah, I would say because of the power dynamic would be like one of the main reasons. Like I don't think
Power
there would be a
dynamic.
good power dynamic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we clarify what is the power dynamic?
So people do this, and albeit this is not, I know Bunk and Synth have like follow-ups for this in their defense. I don't know what Femios is gonna say, but like by mere virtue of like something is not inherently okay. Can we fucking temporarily ban Blaster? This is so fucking stupid. Just by virtue of something having a power dynamic doesn't make it bad. Most relationships have a power dynamic in one facet or another, whether that's one partner is more financially stable than the other, one partner is better liked by their general connections than others, one partner is more famous than the other, one partner is more emotionally stable than the other, one partner, is more mature than the other. There's always a power dynamic. the burden to prove is the power dynamic so substantial that it is almost certainly going to result in some sort of negative outcome, it is almost certainly like being exploited by virtue, like it's so significant that it is almost certainly being exploited, or we have evidence that it is being exploited.
In particular.
Yeah, so I would say that, somebody like Chud Logic,
like I could have more money than the girl I'm fucking, and that's a power dynamic. But am I using that, like the question, if that the relevance of that power dynamic is, am I using that money to get her to say yes to an act that she wouldn't have otherwise said yes to, or like getting her to pressuring her to do things, utilizing that dynamic?
who is like twice this person's age, not, well, I guess less than twice their age, but like way the
well, there are some power dynamics by virtue of them existing that are like, in more cases than not, going to be, you just shouldn't engage in it because it's incredibly reckless.
fuck older than them, 33. This person is like barely an adult, like they're young enough to be in high school.
Well,
right?
to be clear, by barely an
obviously-
adult, you mean an adult, yes, just to be clear.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm not saying that Chudlogic did anything illegal.
No, of course
never
not.
been my claim.
No, the issue is moral. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So it's going to be the case that like just due to having more life experience, I would say due to
All right, let me put a hypothetical to you, if you'll indulge me.
Mhm.
Okay, let's imagine a room. Okay, there's a room, and there is a crowd of people on either side of the room. There's two doors on either side. All right? And all of the people on both sides of that room, outside both doors, have been selected, regardless of their age, for their physical appearance. They all look exactly the same. Exactly the same age, etc. But they're not. A large number of them are in their 30s. They just look very young. A large number of them are in their late teens, early 20s, legal adults.
I'm not gonna lie, my position against 1830 through, you know what, before I even watch this, I want to have a conversation with you, Femius. Come in here. Get in here. Get in here. Get in here. I'm not gonna debate bro you. I'm on no sleep, so you're having the advantage here. You're gonna have the advantage. You can debate great me if you want. Join. What are you fucking doing? Join. 1 sec. All right.
But they look rather mature for their age. They're all meeting somewhere in the middle. And at random, one from each will enter into the room, and they will have sexual relations, and they will leave, and they will not know the age. If a 30-year-old and a 20-year-old meet in that room, will they experience any more harm than if a 20-year-old and a
wait, sorry, you're on my end. Yeah, what's up?
Hello.
Hi.
Dude, I'm like, oh god. Yeah. So, I just like, I guess my position mainly stems from like I just sort of intuitively believe it's the case that like for all of the reasons.
Wait, can I ask you to do me a favor? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and get you to go a whole conversation without saying the word case.
No.
All right, keep going.
Okay. So, no, now I'm gonna be thinking about that.
Okay, just
That is not
then
fair.
just go. Then just go.
Okay, yeah. So I believe that, like for all of the same reasons that would be wrong for, say, for instance, a 31-year-old, to talk sexually with a 17-year-old, that it's wrong for a 33-year-old to talk with an 18-year-old. I just sort of intuit that. Does that make sense? That's sort of where my position stems from. I didn't do the best job arguing in favor of it with President Sunday.
So let's say laws don't exist. A 33-year-old talking sexually to a 17-year-old and a 33-year-old talking sexually to an 18-year-old really is not going to have that substantial of a difference in my mind.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
reason the 17-year-old is a problem is because, do you think, and I like the age of consent in America, so that's the age where I think the age of consent should be.
I agree.
Do you think, like that do you think that why do you think the age of consent is at 18? And what do you think it means to be like over, like, why do you think it's there? Do you think it just means like everyone who turns 18 is now able to consent? Everyone who's under that is not able to consent?
Well, I believe that, I think that it's a good age of consent. I would argue that, 18-year-olds can consent. However, consent is like a legal term, right? So if we remove legality from it, I just don't think that if we agree that a 33-year-old would be able to take advantage of somebody that's 17 and 10 months old, then they would also be able to take advantage of somebody that just turned 18,
Well, no,
right?
so there are cases where that can happen, and it is on a case by case basis. But the reason the reason we draw it at 18 is because that age of that boundary is gonna catch like typically you're getting into tricky waters when you're going like under 17. In terms of like the person's point in life and like their ability to like knowingly decide what they're getting into. I think at 18, you're a lot more like solid. Obviously, your beliefs are always changing. A 20-year-old is gonna feel very different from a 40-year-old, et cetera, et cetera. But like your ability to reason is like to an extent, or around that range is to an extent where you like knowingly understand the implications of what you're engaging in. Now it varies. It can be a 17-year-old might know that better than an 18-year-old who might not know that, but we draw it there because we can't assess every individual case. So that boundary exists for the sake of like preventing like people from like keep pushing and skirting the rules and getting involved in like gaps that just would be like in most cases predatory. Now, if you, for the sake of sexual pleasure, decide to go under the age of consent, even if like by its own nature, it's not necessarily predatory, it's still bad because you are like knowingly violating a boundary that by its placement would negate or limit predatory relations or like future harm. So like the boundary is established, like the boundary is that, I don't know if I'm explaining this the best way. I don't know if I'm
I sort of get what you're saying, but continue.
Yeah, but like at around 18, like even though you're still developing, you have enough life experience to like understand the general implications of what you're getting into, and even if you know those implications and proceed anyway out of impulse, that's just like a learning experience. Typically when you go younger than that, a lot younger than that, you tend to get into territory of people who actually don't even understand the implications of what they're doing. Now, do I agree that a 33-year-old can exploit a power dynamic with an 18-year-old? Absolutely. But by virtue of like a one-off flirtatious DMs where no nudes were exchanged, I guess I don't understand like the potential negatives that would come out of the convo with the 18-year-old.
Do you at least agree that it's kind of creepy, or no?
Not really. I mean,
not really.
I think any like sexting DMs that I see out of or like sexting's the wrong word. I think like any flirtatious DMs that I just see from other people like look, I guess, creepy, but I don't really like to use.
Because like Chud Logic was like talking about how she's a virgin, and he invoked the standard of because like Chud Logic by his own standard would like agree that what he was doing was wrong. Like he invoked the standard of half your age plus 7. Do you disagree with that standard?
Half your age plus 7? I think generally you should adhere to it, but I don't think it's like necessarily wrong in all circumstances. I think that plays it safe further. That prevents the likelihood of like the exploitation of power dynamic, but it's not always going to happen if you don't adhere to that rule.
Sure, it's not always going to happen, but you would predict it to happen, right? Like you would predict that it's likely to happen, or would you not? Like if it's some random
I don't even know if it's likely to happen, and I wouldn't even give you that concession. If we're doing 18 and 33, I'd say in most circumstances where it's just like temporary flirtatious DMs over the span of a few days, and then like no further like meeting up or contact or nudes exchanged. Yeah, I wouldn't even grant that. I think in most cases like that, it's probably going to be okay. There's probably not going to be negative.
Would you argue
outcomes.
that it's okay? Yeah, I don't know. Just like I'm half asleep, but
yeah, I'm on no sleep, so I'm not.
Yeah, that's crazy. So I guess neither of us have sleep schedules. That's wild.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think that I don't understand, like, I guess what motivated this to come up now as well. I was curious.
I didn't really know much about it, and then I learned about it through Bunk, and I'm like, yeah, that does sound kind of icky. Not gonna lie, like,
well,
you're like twice that bitch's age. That's like a
So is Bunk's argument,
a high.
and I'm gonna talk about this with Bunk.
I'm not Bunk. Bunk has a much
Yeah.
stronger position than I do. Like, I'm not like somebody that's like got as strong of a position on it. Like, I'm kind of just, I
Yeah.
don't know. I just think it's kind of creepy.
Okay, so you're not one of the people that is like, oh, well, the expect utility of this is gonna be more bad than good.
I kind of did think that for a bit, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to measure.
Okay.
Like, it's just purely like an intuition-based thing for me. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I'll be 100% honest there.
Okay, so I guess I can't even argue with things like weird or creepy or like your personal like intuitive feelings. You're not really making like an objective claim
Yeah.
about them, so
Yeah, I don't know if I want to make an objective claim. I think I was like at one point, but like I might like just like concede that a little bit and just be like, oh, like it's like kind of hard to say. I don't really know enough to make a claim.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna debate
I
other
would
people through
recommend
you.
debating. I would recommend debating Bunk, who has like a way stronger position than me.
Yeah, that's what
'cause,
I'm
like,
gonna.
my
That's what I'm planning on doing.
Yeah.
But
Okay, good, good.
I guess.
Well,
So
why did you like dodge the initial debate with him? What
I didn't.
happened?
I said I might be able to come on, and then I didn't because I went
Okay.
downtown to go get photos of the fires.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay.
I thought it was gonna be like a casual thing. I didn't know it was gonna be what his whole stream was gonna be planned around. All right. Well, listen. I'd probably be harder on you, but I'm too tired to like really do a proper debate right now. I guess I would ask. So you have no basis for like you've no reasoning for finding it creepy other than like your intuitive feelings.
For the most part, yeah. I just think that it's like,
And
like I just have like certain feelings about high power dynamics. Well, like I don't know.
But you can't logically argue for it, is what you're saying? It's like just intuitive.
Yeah, I guess for the most part.
And
at
then
this point,
okay, and then you're okay with publicly calling it creepy as a result.
yeah, I think it's creepy.
Okay, so there are people that find you being trans creepy. Do they have any argument for it? No, it's purely intuitive. But for them to like, obviously, you would probably take issue if they just went out and started saying that solely out of intuition. You'd expect them to like make some sort of argument because then that is negative implications
True.
for you, right? So
No, that's true.
I would probably like strengthen this position or find some like logical basis to it before calling it creepy publicly.
Yeah, like again, I do think that like generally relationships with weird power dynamics tends to be worse, but I guess like the argument that President Sunday made that like made me concede my position a little bit was that it wasn't really a relationship, it was more like flirting.
Yeah, that's what it was. Like
than anything
I
else.
think you'd have I think
Like, if it was an actual relationship, like you would agree that it'd be wrong, right?
not inherently, but in most cases there's probably in most
You would agree
cases
that the predicted
in
utility
most
would be
in
negative, right?
yeah, in most cases probably, yeah.
Okay, so okay, that's fair. That's fair.
In most cases, but that's not what that's like a totally different scenario than like flirtatious DMs.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that is the scenario.
All right. Well, sounds good. Take care. Peace. Yeah, I'd go harder. I'm not in the mood to debate right now.
20-year-old met in that room. Given that all of the
Who cares about between two consenting adults? Well, this like argument that like everything over the age of consent can't be like exploitative is just like not true. You can absolutely have relationships between two people who are both above the age of consent where it can be exploitative. A 33-year-old can get with an 18-year-old who is still in high school and then use their like wisdom to like manipulate them into like cutting off friends, family, changing their life paths to solely benefit themselves. There are ways like you can utilize your life experience and that dynamic to like manipulate the other person.
the aesthetic and physical
But yeah, in more cases than not, like I don't think an 18-year-old is ready for a commitment like marriage. I don't think an 18-year-old is ready for a commitment like marriage, because the implications of that are far more lasting and impactful than like temporary flirtatious DMs.
parameters will from their perspective, be
If you're 18 and that's your fault, not really. I mean, like, to think that an 18-year-old like it's absolutely delusional to think an 18-year-old understands the full implications of marriage. That's absolutely delusional. That's absurd.
identical.
I would argue like, yeah, no, if it's just like a one-night stand and like everything else is identical, then yeah, no, in that hypothetical. Right, yeah,
I agree with their argument more when it comes to like long-term commitments and relationships. Sex and like flirting are like for one-night stands, that kind of thing, I don't really care about in this case. If that is the legal age of consent, then oh well, make the age of consent higher then. Well, we're talking about the age of consent for sex. I'm talking about marriage and long-term relationships. I'm not arguing legality, I'm arguing morality. Yes, you can exploit an 18-year-old. Yes. Yes, that's just not what happened with Chud. But yeah, you can use your life experience, wisdom, that you've garnered, that is, you know, by virtue of how long you've been on this planet, your age, to exploit the 18-year-old into making a commitment that they wouldn't have otherwise made had they been more knowledgeable and experienced. 18-year-olds lack wisdom. Would you really encourage like an 18-year-old to have a baby? Yes, you can be exploited at any age, but in general, a 33-18 marriage is more likely to be exploitive by virtue of the age gap than any other type of like than older ages, right? 18-year-olds should not be having babies. 18-year-olds, these are like long-term decisions with long-term implications. I don't think 18-year-olds should be consenting to doing porn.
Negative.
Not my job to care if they're legal adults. We're arguing legality, not morality. A lot of 30-year-olds also lack wisdom. I agree. You're always developing, but your wisdom could be to such an extent where you can use the wisdom that you have that the other party is lacking in to get them to get them in a position to make a decision that they wouldn't have otherwise made had you not, you know, utilized that wisdom and dynamic to push them or manipulate them.
Negative predicted utility, obviously. Like you wouldn't be like
why don't we just
you can use your intelligence to exploit. Well, yes, but in those cases, like an exploitative relationship between a 33-year-old and a 40-year-old, that's more going to be on a case-by-case basis. When we're talking about the general rules, 18 and 33 is less on a more case-by-case basis, and like generally, a marriage at that age gap is going to be exploitative.
If you'll forgive me, why don't we just, for the love of all that is...
What about the mentality of 18-year-olds forever, like those with Asperger's? Asperger's doesn't affect intellect, does it? I don't think Asperger's is unimpeded intellect, right? And it's... So, even if you have Asperger's, you don't remain 18 forever. Maybe you meant autism? Yeah, there are rules like if you're like JF seeking out like women who have like the mental age of 12 years old, yeah, you can, it's totally exploitative.
Is bright and beautiful.
Asperger's was a term for high-functioning autism.
In this world, just...
In a moral sense, I still don't see the issue. Every relationship is a power dynamic. Yes, but if you are I just said that. The problem is when you are using that power dynamic to put someone in a position to get them to say yes to something that they wouldn't have otherwise said yes to had you not utilized the power dynamic. Like Harvey Weinstein convincing women to fuck him for positions and roles in Hollywood, right? That is exploitative. That is wrong. He is utilizing a power dynamic to get them to say yes to something that they wouldn't have otherwise said yes to had he not exploited the dynamic.
Say harm instead of negative utility because it's going to give me cancer.
Yeah, sure. We could say it. Sorry. Well, sure. We'll go with harm.
Okay.
Sorry. I don't mean to give you...
It's absolutely delusional to think that when someone turns 18, there's a magical switch that flips where they can't be exploited by those who have like immense amounts of wisdom that they lack.
In your judgment,
mind blindness affects moral reasoning in autism. High-functioning adults with autism pass false beliefs tests with ease, but struggle with moral judgment in real-life situation. I'd have to read that.
There would be no additional harm.
Yeah, and the hypothetical that you proposed, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's not just wisdom. We're talking about the age gap. Yes, there are other things that can be other aspects of a power dynamic that can be exploited and used to get someone to consent when they wouldn't have otherwise consented. I.e., my Harvey Weinstein example. The exploitation and power dynamic has nothing to do with age in that case. It has to do with using your position of power and influence to get people to consent to sex out of their own desperation, right? I just don't give a fuck what two people do if they're adults. Well, that's retarded. Then wait, so why do you care if okay, so why would you care if a 33-year-old is fucking a 16-year-old? Why do you care? Why do you care?
All right, now, let's say they aren't having sex, they're just entering into a chat call with each other, and they are assigning each other an age based on their own personal avowal, and they aren't entering into any kind of contractual or interpersonal relationship with any kind of financial or emotional entanglement. Would there be harm?
No one said they can't get exploitated more than after 18. I care less about. That's retarded. I care way more. I care way more about a guy who is in his 30s having sex with a woman in her 20s who is severely impeded with like Down syndrome and like brain damage and shit, than I would about like a guy who's like 21 sexting like a 17-year-old. I don't automatically care less because both are over the age of consent.
Harm then?
Like if they're just like chatting, in what sense?
Sexting. Let's say, for example, something as let's say Stephen Bennell level extreme as I will penetrate the horny. Say.
Oh my. So wait, and what would the age gap be?
And also this study you sent me, Max, about people with autism having struggling with moral judgment. People can struggle with moral judgment for several reasons. The question is, does Asperger's impede people to such a way that they don't know the difference between right and wrong, which just isn't true. Do a deep dive into Speakeasy? I have.
B?
It could be anything. It could be 2020. It could be 2030. It could be 1834, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I think that sexting somebody that's like half your age.
What are your thoughts on what I messaged you? What is this?
Women love me, and men want to be me.
It's so based. Incredibly based. 15-year-old me was so based.
You're wrong, right?
No, sure, but I didn't ask you that. I asked you if there would be harm. To be clear, the Lord Jesus does say, if you even look at a woman with lust in your heart, you have committed adultery with her.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to think. I guess if there's like, I would say, yeah, I would probably, it would likely cause harm to, allow for a, to like socially allow or encourage,
If a good example of this, I have a really good example. Boogie 2988. You have a guy who is verifiably incredibly manipulative. He knows how to tell people what they want to hear. He knows what to tell them to garner sympathy, to create an image of himself, albeit he's gotten worse over the years, which caused the Mr. Rogers image to crack. But he is in a relationship with a girl. How old is she? I forget how old she is, but if you watch the documentary, this is a girl who is mentally struggling because she doesn't have a father in her life, and she's looking for a father figure, and he's utilizing that to form a relationship with her where his intention is to get sex and her intention is to look for some sort of surrogate father, and he knows that, and he's like taking advantage of that for the sake of garnering sex.
Can you allow me to comment?
33.
Can you allow me to comment?
Yeah, go for it.
I have a strong suspicion.
She has a lack of life experience, a lack of wisdom, and she's suffering due to the lack of a father in her life. due to the lack of a father in her life, and she clearly views him as some sort of surrogate father. He views her as something for sex.
And it's an impulse that I share, that a major motivating factor for you calling this immoral is actually that you find Chud Logic a little icky due to his age, but that there isn't actually any determinate harm that you can point to.
Is there any harm that you could point?
Moral truth does not exist, only moral opinion. Well, couldn't you just... Moral truth does exist, but your opinion is just the conclusions you've reached in an attempt to discover that truth. What you believe that truth is.
Point to if it was a 17-year-old instead of an 18-year-old?
I know nothing about philosophy, but that would be my take.
I actually have an answer to that. It's sophisticated. You ready for it?
Go for it.
Okay. The issue is not that in any case there would be a specific harm that you can point to. The issue would be that we set an age of consent specifically because past a certain threshold, we are not responsible in assuming that we can correctly judge whether a person is mature enough or not. However, once they reach the age of consent, once they are legally adults, we have to, at a certain point, allow people to make decisions and be advocates for themselves and judges for themselves. And so unless somebody is...
Aiden the Moral Realist? Yeah, I know nothing about philosophy. Which one was that? Was that Descartes or Kant or Hume? Or I don't know, dude. I hate philosophy so much.
Acting in a manipulative fashion and taking advantage of...
Who was the Moral Realist one? The big one? Hegel? No, that's what isn't that like dialectical materialism? No, that's that's fuck. I have all my philosophers mixed up.
Someone's vulnerabilities in order to guide them into a place where they are in sexual relations they would otherwise, in a better mental place, refuse. I struggle to see what the issue is from the vantage point of the other person.
Philosophy is so gay and boring. I'd rather talk about it than read about what any other philosopher ever came up with.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So for instance, my logic, that example I gave you, you could very well say some of them looked exactly the same and were.
It's not 95 IQ. I just refuse to read about philosophy. I just refuse. I absolutely refuse. I enjoyed doing what is it? Fucking propositional calculus because it was fun. It was like algebra, but in the form of arguments. But it's too gay for me. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
17, 16 even, 15 perhaps. Maybe they all look 15, but some are 30, some are 15. All right?
Like, this is the end result of being into philosophy. This person probably reads a ton about philosophy.
Sex is a very serious thing. It can actually have some negative impacts on you, etc., etc. It would be most incorrect.
The only philosopher I like is and I look at the images. Wait, hold on. I need. And so on and so forth. That's the only philosopher I like. Zizek.
Correct, in my opinion, to assume, based on your third-person vantage, that another person who is below a certain age is capable of making that judgment, even if they appear to be able to. Your Honor, they were really mature at 15 is not a compelling argument. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So that would be my opinion. So when I look at this issue with Chud Logic, what I see is something essentially.
Isn't he Slovakian? Yeah, that's the only part about him I don't like. Is it Slovenia or Slovakia he's from? Well, Slovakia, dude. I'm gonna get shit for saying this. God, Slovakia, what a horrible place.
Identical with those two people entering into that room. Presuming they're all legal adults, which Chud Logic, to his credit, little young for my taste, to be totally honest with you, but Chud Logic, to his credit, did ascertain that the person was above 18 and was an adult. Yes.
Yeah, and like I made that clear when I was talking about it. Like I made it clear, like, okay, yeah, this person did lie about their age. They said that they were 18, they were 17, but we'll just presume that they're 18 for the sake of argument, right? Because that's what Chud Logic.
Well, that's what he believed. If we're assessing his like culpability, like obviously what he believed at the time matters.
Was going off of, right? I wasn't gonna like
To my
we
knowledge,
don't even need like that is what we know he believed.
I don't think we actually have confirmation that the person was 17. I think we have their claim after the fact, after they'd already lied about their age to Chud Logic, allegedly. For all we know, this
Right.
person, unless someone's clarified, since I haven't really followed it that closely, unless someone's clarified, since this person could very well be Chud Logic's age. We don't
That's
know.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I guess you think Kosovo should be independent. Are you a Serb or something? We've got like a Serbian in my fucking chat right now, dude. Dude, you think Kosovo should be like independent or something? More bombs are coming, brought to you by NATO. Dude, you're definitely Serbian.
True. I mean, because in the UK, the age of consent is 16, right? So that's where they sort of draw
Yeah, you're arguing the morality of this, right?
the distinction, right?
Why-
So would you be okay with
I believe it's similar to Canada, though, where it's technically 16, but that's 16 with like a 2-year minimum difference.
Like Romeo Juliet, right?
So, for example, a 16-year-old could consent to sex with an 18-year-old, but not with a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old or so on and so forth. I could be
guess
mistaken about that, but that's how it is here. Which I think is a good. I think is a good rule, personally.
Yeah, so that would be like I guess like the
If we hit goal, I might end after this. If we hit goal, I will stay live for another hour.
like equivalent to like the US Romeo and Juliet laws. But I thought that it actually was just 16 in the UK. I don't know.
We'll
chat.
pull a
What-
morale
what's-
strat.
I could be
Let me
mistaken on
ask
this.
my
I
chat,
certainly,
the
I
most
certainly hope not.
reliable. Yeah, I hope not as well, but that's what I've heard.
Now, if they exchange sexual images, this becomes a bit more important, because if this person lied about being 18 when they were underage, then actually sharing, for example, like lewd images would be CP. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Because for some reason not for some reason, I actually think it's very wise. In fact, I actually think very wise is the wrong word. Sharing sexual images has a higher age threshold than having sex, period.
yeah, I
So,
do think
yeah.
that's true.
Wait, hold on. I just missed that last part.
Very wise is the wrong word. Sharing sexual images has a higher age threshold than having sex, period.
Yeah, I
So,
do think
yeah.
that's
Sharing
true.
sexual images is a higher age threshold than having sex, period. Yeah, because the negative implications, like I think you're consenting to something much, like I think the sharing of sexual images involves like a certain level of trust and knowing that like this is now going to be out there and like you're putting so much power over your life into another person's hands, as opposed to like a casual act of sex. I think the implications of like actually sharing nudes or filming a tape are going to be like way more like substantial. Like the likely negative outcome I think would be way more substantial. So
I mean, I don't know. I think that like the main issue that I have is
I think 18-year-olds should be able to consent to sex. I don't think 18-year-olds should be allowed to film porn.
it's gonna be the case that because like the messages were in like March and April.
Because if you like look at like the overall studies of like the regret rates, the mental health problems amongst like people who film porn, like when you're 18 or in your college years, you're more likely to be in a time of like financial desperation that would lead you to engage in an act of like filming or pornography, not realizing you're making a permanent implication decision for your life and realizing you can't undo it years later when you want to go down a different path. Chud asserted last stream that the Holodomor's status as a genocide is contested. Is he right? Yes, it is contested. What it qualifies as, the level of how intentional it was. It seemingly was pretty intentional. Was it an attempt to wipe out an ethnic group, or was it an attempt to wipe out a location? Or yes, it is absolutely contested. The Holodomor is not definitively a genocide, but this is the thing. When people say genocide denier, it's like things can be just as bad as a genocide without being a genocide. You can kill 17 million people and it's not a genocide. It could be a politicide. It could be genocide is just a classification for a specific type of mass murder.
Right? So most people that are 18.
So it's not like a bad thing to argue over its classification when we don't have enough proof that it was like a conceited attempt to actually wipe out people by virtue of their ethnicity.
In months like March and April are likely still going to be in high school, right?
So?
At least if you're in America or whatever the fuck.
I had sex in high school.
Well, yeah, but did you have
At
sex
18.
with a 33-year-old?
Yeah, but what would be the if you're 18? My question would be like, what would be? Hold on, I'm gonna.
What would be the difference? Elaborate, please.
Yeah.
Well, the 33.
Now, if we're talking, to be clear, if we're talking about a 33-year-old that you are now being enticed to get into a relationship with and have financial and
Yeah,
emotional
that's different. But like a one-night stand or like flirtatious messages. and you're
entanglements
18.
with, like the Mary say, that'd be one thing. But if we're talking about someone who is of age, legal age, they are an adult, and they are entering into a purely physical relationship, I struggle to see the difference between this and a relationship with someone of their own age, except for appearance, because that is indeed all they are interfacing with, just the physical body of the person, yes?
I suppose that would be the case.
In this case, not even that.
Yes, but then what Synth or somebody would argue is, okay, then what would differentiate 17? Or, but then what I would say is, sure, there are cases where like a 17-33 gap would be just as, would have the same implications as an 18-33 gap depending on the person. But that's like right on the line. Where the line is drawn, generally when we get younger than that, like your 16s, your 15s, you're going to a place where like your 90% of cases are going to involve exploitation. So sure, there might be individual exceptions to the rule, but placing the line there kind of catches most cases where like the dynamic is going to be like inherently exploitative.
I guess you do have a point.
Well, I guess I win. It's been a pleasure, by the way.
Fair enough.
My voice is going,
Yeah.
so I'm going to have to take off now. You can say that I ran, though, okay?
All right. Goodbye.
I haven't actually properly watched the Bunk Synth Queeman debate. I need to do a research stream for I do need to. Should we just go research the Bunk Synth Queeman debate to prepare? Should we do that? All right. All right. I'm very tired of this, so I'm probably going to revise my arguments. The debate is so bad. Can somebody link it? I don't have it. Somebody want to link that shit? Both of them come through very poorly. Link it, link it, link it. Topic suggestions. Who wants to help out? Who wants to help out? Do my work for me. Watch Queeman's feed of that debate. Okay. Link it. Link it. Alright, I'll go look for it myself. Because of a person called Ethan, Queeman had to nuke the VOD, and on Bunk stream, Queeman got muted, lowered, not super. So do we have... So what do we have it or not? Is Queeman's VOD re-uploaded? What do we have? Do we have the debate or not? I guess we'll watch it on Bunk's end. Doesn't he mute Queeman? Queeman has it. Oh, send me your debate. Alright, I'll DM Queeman. Alright, I'm asking him. We'll watch it from Bunk's end to start.
I'm not using. That isn't entailed at all.
I just said.
What was the question?
Alright, we'll watch the full thing. I think I saw Willie's call in, but...
Bad on the surface level because of the age difference. Buddy? When do you turn to a dollar store greaser? Greasers slick their hair back. That you don't know that insult. Over the course of these messages.
Yeah, we'll watch this part. His take. I need to research his take.
No, it's bad. It looks bad. It's bad because it looks bad. I don't know. What the fuck am I supposed to say?
I hate when people voice like tone police. It's so dumb. I don't get it.
Alright,
How does
cool.
that help out the conversation?
Like,
Huxley,
we
are
really
you,
like don't police him
banging on
genuinely. He
pans
just
in the
wanted to like.
background? What are you?
Yeah, what was it?
No.
Okay.
He's not tone policing genuinely. Like, obviously, his like intent was just say some stupid shit and get some attention.
Yeah.
He's like a weird freak.
No, anyways.
I'm not even there. They're spamming AG4L. Who's Great Value Lyrics? Who are you talking about, bro? I know you're not talking about me. Why does Bunk have Moxie in the call? How do you know Moxie? That's the better question. How do you know Moxie? All right, if I wasn't accused of skinwalking Destiny before, I'm about to be. Watch this shit, dude. Add. Wait, fuck. All right, watch this. Watch this. Now we're getting into ultimate skinwalking mode. We've got Notepad pulled up. We're ready to prepare for this debate.
Let's get into Chud Logic. Let's talk about Chud Logic. People in the chat want to hear me talk about something important, okay? Something fucking awesome and epic and absolutely no yap to it whatsoever, okay?
Fuck, my keyboard is broken.
I'm not even quite sure exactly what we're looking for, but I think this should suffice. Let's watch my entire stream crash as I try and open my fucking browser. Way shit's been going. All right. Here we are. Here the fuck we are. Which one of these scenes do I have, which is like the show my other shit scene?
Is he wearing makeup? Why is he so shiny? It's called moisturizing and sunscreen, ladies and gentlemen.
Do I remember? Hold on. I need to see if I remember my scenes real quick. I don't remember how this works.
Skip.
I don't have the real. Yeah, it works. Very awesome. Let's get into it. So, real quick in chat, before we start talking about this, this is on the assumption that these screenshots that I've been sent are the real. These are real screenshots.
I'm pretty sure these are the real screenshots.
I seem to ask around.
You're not that oily though, Aiden. I can be.
Couple of people.
Depending on... Okay, that sounded really wrong. Depending on how hot it is. I'm fucking sweating.
People...
Aiden is using a filter? True.
I seem to believe it's true. And these are the real screenshots involving Chud Logic. And there's been coverage on some of these screenshots in the past. I have very recently heard about this drama being called to attention by Noah Samson, which... I mean, in response to Noah Samson, obviously, that people weren't very favorable, right? Like, just to say the least. It's understandable to not be favorable in responding to Noah Samson. They're kind of like one of those video essayists. You know, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't, and that's fine. But when I took a look into the allegations, because whenever you hear about something like this, you feel the need to actually like look into it, right? Because fucking Chud Logic is like around this baseline then. Going over the allegations were brought forth originally as grooming. Originally, the person had said that this was a grooming allegation. While I'm not sure it qualifies as grooming specifically, right? I'm not sure the intent was to groom somebody. I don't think he's thinking that much about it. It's really bad. For some reason,
not sure.
Broadly speaking, online,
not sure that qualifies as grooming specifically. Not grooming. Wait. So if he's saying might not have been his intent. So is he saying that like passive grooming? I mean, I know grooming by its nature is intentional, but is he saying it was like semi-grooming where he was engaging in grooming behaviors? Is that what he's saying here? Is he like implying that? Was he unintentionally engaging in grooming? All right, let's keep watching.
Whenever somebody levies an allegation against somebody else, there seems to be the need to only
like when he says, hold on.
And originally the person had said that this was a grooming allegation. While I'm not sure it qualifies as grooming specifically, right? I'm not sure the intent was to
specifically. He's saying so like that could have just been miswording. That implies to me he's saying like sure, it might not exactly be grooming. It might not specifically be grooming, but there's something about this that's like grooming-esque or reminiscent of grooming.
To groom somebody, I don't think he's thinking that much about it. It's really bad. For some reason, broadly speaking online, whenever somebody levies an allegation against somebody else, there seems to be the need to only really, if you've got good favor with people, only really respond to one of the allegations that get brought forth. This is like wholeheartedly the case in the Chud Logic allegations. I have gone through clips of people in their coverage of the situation, and quite frankly, it's it kind of reeks of some type of favoritism. I don't know. No, I'm not saying that he's like.
Wait. Is his implication here that people only covered because there were 2 allegations made against Chud? So is he now stating that, I don't want to misread what he's saying. Is his statement now that what is it? That fucking people were only covering like the allegation that made him look more favorable, like the retarded 30-year-old that accused him of grooming. Because all the coverage I saw, people covered both of the allegations. Destiny covered both, right? Lyrics covered both. So who only responded to one of the allegations? It's a good question to ask. All right.
Overall, should be like, I don't even know, like banned from fucking YouTube or something. I'm not gonna make that claim, right? I'm not gonna make the claim that he's like a pedophile directly or anything like that. I'm not gonna say that. However,
is he gonna do it indirectly? Is he saying there's something pedophile? Like when he keeps saying things like, "Oh, it's not specifically like it's not grooming specifically." I'm not gonna say he's a pedophile direct. It sounds like he's like saying he's not gonna call him these things, but there is like something that is heavily reminiscent of these things.
Correctly. However, well, I mean, like, I don't think that this is pedophilia, right? I don't think he's a pedophile. I think that he's weird as fuck with young girls. I think he's weird as fuck. And a little bit. I don't even know if he's a predator. A loser might be the better word. Just a little bit. So, going over these allegations, to really basically, and a little bit. I don't even know if he's a predator. This is pedophilia, right? I don't think he's a pedophile. I think that he's weird as fuck with young girls. I think he's weird as fuck.
So that's like a 305. Okay. So it's like, it seems like it's the morale strat of like essentially doing everything to like paint someone as essentially some sort of pedophile or groomer without having to like outright say it. And like the way it's worded, like he's not a groomer per se. I know that's not what Bunk like said, but he's not specifically a groomer. He's not, it sounds like but he's weird and creepy as fuck with young girls. Like using like very like, using sentences that are framed a certain way to lead you to a certain implication.
I think he's a pedophile. I think that he's weird as fuck with young girls. I think he's weird as fuck. And a little bit. I don't even know if he's a predator. A loser might be the better word. Just a little bit. So, going over these allegations, to really basically set up the, and you can go out and you can look up people's coverage of the thread, and see that I'm not like trying to misarticulate somebody. I might go over some of the coverage later on. Lumpy Willie can wait for a second. We're talking about the actual subject because people were bitching.
Lumpy Willie W.
That, like, people want me to talk about rather than some dumb shit. Right? I'm not gonna take another dumb shit caller right now. All right,
Oh my, dude, Bunk, buddy. Listen, I like Chud a lot. I like Bunk a lot. I talk to Chud at this point more than I talk to Bunk regularly. We didn't speak for a while. Dude, Bunk has got to stop the condescending shit. It's like, it comes off, there's just like so much like, so like unnecessarily like condescending and like acting like better than somebody. It's like so retarded.
You gotta give me a second.
Like it's funny to do it as like a bit, ironically, but like.
Right, just a little bit. Going over these allegations to set
it just makes you come off as like unlikable to the audience. And I guess Bunk could say he doesn't care about that, which is probably true. But I think a big part about like if you're streaming, you should probably, and want people to like adopt your positions, you should probably at least try to make yourself come off like as likable to the audience without necessarily sacrificing what you believe.
Them up. These are conversations which had occurred with one of the fans in Chud Logic Discord server, the Paley Bugwife individual, who at the time had made the claim that they were 18 years old, right? This is insane, absolutely. Chud Logic, during the time of the messages, was about 33. He was in his mid-30s. This is what I'm supposed to talk to Aiden Projects about. I'm really, really hoping I get to.
I didn't.
Over
okay.
the course
of I would have. I tried to in DMs make it seem like I wasn't like it wasn't definitive. I think I did a bad job of communicating that. If I knew he was gonna base his whole stream around the prospect of talking to me about it, I would have like not even said yes that night. I thought it was just gonna be like I might call in kind of thing. I didn't realize that's what the whole stream was gonna be about.
Which people will.
So that is my bad, but I was doing way better things that night. I got like live footage of the fucking like Hollywood fires that broke out.
And for, by the way, don't really see any type of moral issue with. you can see him repeatedly. Not only does he say that like it would be, I should know the age of the person, right? Like it'd be very strange, it'd be irresponsible, like going out and talking to people without knowing the age of them. This is a good thing to know. He also says that it would be irresponsible for him to talk to somebody not just if they are under the age of majority, right? The age of majority within the UK, 16, right? If you fuck a 16-year-old, I don't think that'd be ethical. I don't think it'd be okay, right? If sort of having these messages with a 16-year-old, it obviously wouldn't be okay, right?
Who cares? I'm just preparing for I'm preparing for a conversation. I have nothing to stream about at the moment. I have no topics, so we're doing some research on this. If you don't care, you can go fuck off somewhere else. Okay, like.
He says that like even if somebody were to be 18, even if somebody was on the younger side of that, it would still be a inappropriate type of conversation to be having with those individuals. To read over the messages really briefly, because I don't want to.
We're about to watch your debate, Willie. So I guess oh, it's Luna Lizzie. I thought that was Lumpy Willie. We're sweeping for Chud.
To go through all this guy's sexting messages. Right? We'll probably go over like fucking I don't even know, like Destiny's coverage of it or whatever. Because that's fucking hysterical. It's funny as shit. And then we'll talk to whoever the fuck Lumpy Willie is or whatever. Lol. Serious question. How?
Like all the wording is like the problem I have, like it's okay to call something weird. It's okay to call something creepy. But when you're doing that like in unison with other statements, you're giving off a certain implication, I feel like, without having to defend it. And I could be misreading this, but like when you say things, okay, well, he's not a groomer specifically. Okay, well, he's not exactly a pedophile. Like it sounds like you're saying, okay, he doesn't meet formal definitions, but there's things he's doing that like have qualities that make them like that make them comparable to those things, and then you're like instead saying, okay, it's not groomer, not a pedophile, it's weird, it's creepy. Like you can't, like, how do you debate a term like that?
How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
Like weird being like abnormal, sure.
Why you ask? I don't know. It's good to know if we are.
Even then, is this that abnormal? I mean, maybe because it's happening over Discord, but is it really that abnormal for like older guys to like flirt with 18-year-old girls?
Chatting. If you don't want me to tell me, that's cool. Holy shit, I'm dyslexic. I'm 33. Old boomer. Boomer. Yep, that's me. I'm legal, so you won't get in trouble if that's what you're wondering. Lol, lol, lol. Sorry to ask, haha. Yeah, that's why most people ask. God, awkward much. Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who is underage, or even young, like 18. Right? Or even young, like 18, so like close to 18 years old, to be inappropriate for him to be doing. He knows whenever he's sending these messages that would be an inappropriate thing to be doing, and that he should know the age of the individual, right? Because he could be having.
So he has like this moral framework, or what he believes is right, and he's giving in to his impulse, or is giving in to his desires, for the sake of entertaining that. Sure, you could say he's like a hypocrite. Sure, but that's obviously not what we're saying here. We're like essentially making him seem like pedophile adjacent. And everybody has a belief that everybody engages in something that like due to their like own desires that is in conflict with what they morally believe to be right or wrong. I believe that veganism is probably the morally correct way to go. But am I a vegan? No. I'm in contradiction with what I believe to be right and wrong due to my own desires and laziness, i.e., to become vegan is like is fucking hard.
Inappropriate conversations with people who are his fans throughout it. Going down the messages, he continues after this to have these flirty conversations with the individual. We'll probably go over Destiny's coverage specifically.
Like people are not like these like totally logical beings that like every decision they make is like weighing utility, what's right and wrong. People have natural instinct, intuition. Now, depending on how bad you think the outcome is, you should resist these things. This isn't excusable for like pedophiles who like go for really young kids. It's not excusable. But like in this case, you can see, okay, the negatives that are going to come out of this temporary flirtatious exchange are like at this level. So, okay, I'm willing to, that affects whether or not you're going to fight the urge.
And as you see throughout, after the messages are sent,
or like put your desires aside and be the bigger guy,
which he acknowledges that it'd be inappropriate to have flirting messages, he just continues to flirt with them. He just broadly continues to flirt with them throughout the entirety.
He's giving into his sexual desire, that is in contradiction with what he believes to be right or wrong. But in what he believes to be right or wrong, he doesn't think this is so wrong where it's like completely not okay for him to totally ignore his desire, or he doesn't think it's so wrong He doesn't think it's so wrong where it's like egregious if he goes and like skirts the line and goes against what he's previously stated he believes in.
Because for some reason, people need to they need to be 100% accurate in any allegation they levy forth, or the person has to already be in bad standing for something like this to stick. Getting it brought up and telling people this is immoral or bad to do seems to be like a controversial thing. I've gone around.
Well, you could say it's bad. Like, sure, I'll give you it's bad. It's bad in the sense that it's an optical nightmare to go and like flirt with random women while you're an online figure in the medium of texting them on Discord, because it's going to get out there. You're going to be made fun of. So it's bad for you. It's bad in the sense that, what else would it be bad in the sense of? I just say it's bad in that sense. So yeah, I'll even grant you like, sure, it's probably bad, but we're saying like there is something he's done that's like totally fucked and morally egregious, which is what I disagree with.
Making fun of Chud Light on a couple of like live streams or whatever, to be told that it's a controversial take.
Well, that's not just, but it's not just like you're saying like it's not just like you're saying, yeah, this is bad. I wouldn't do this. Like if you were to tell me that like me eating meat is like bad, I'd probably agree with you. I would agree with you. But you're not just calling what he's doing bad. You're saying like it's exceptionally egregious in some way. Knowing that when the allegations initially got brought to light, it was done in a medium that tried to paint him as some sort of predator. So when you're saying it in this case, even though sure you could say it's bad, you're like it sounds like you're going in the direction that others had tried to go in, especially when you're saying things like, oh, well, he's not a pedophile exactly. Oh, well, he's not like a predator, you know, per se or whatever. It seems like you are saying it's bad with more specifics to it, painting it in a certain direction that the original people who came out with it tried to bring the allegations to.
To me,
I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense here.
I think everybody who isn't thinking like a social freak, it obviously is an immoral action to be engaging in, right? There's a bunch of reasons you could go down for why it's immoral.
Sure, we all engage in immoral actions. Why are you calling out this one specifically? That's like because you think it is exceptionally immoral in some way.
Mostly there's going to be like some social maturity there. There's going to be some like, broadly speaking, if somebody is, well, I'll take it really easily like I did when talking to a couple of other people. We'll give like an example, right? Say somebody's like 21 years old and they're interacting with somebody who's 18, right? A really, really big factor as to whether that would be a irresponsible relationship to be getting into, an inappropriate type of relationship, would be if that person who's 18 is still in high school. If they had yet to graduate high school, you have this large difference in social maturity between these two. One of these people is unable to even go outside of a building at given set times, right? They have to have some attendance.
Sure, but what relevance does that play to the flirtatious exchange and the potential negative outcomes of it? Like, sure, these are all things that differentiate them in their overall standing of power. But the question is, what relevance does that power play on, like, the act of consenting to a flirtatious exchange and, like, the potential negative outcomes of it? An 18-year-old's ability to leave a building or not bears no relevance to like, a temporary flirtatious conversation or the negative outcomes that would come, whether if they could completely leave that building by their own accord. That has absolutely nothing to do. And I know that's not what he's not saying that's the only difference, but like that bears no relevance. That bears absolutely no relevance. The relevance is the 18-year-old so lacking in experience that they are unable to reasonably consent to the act of a mutual flirtatious exchange, and it is in more cases than not likely to have a negative outcome.
By the government, it forces them to be there.
18 is not a kid. I mean, it depends, like, on what context you're using it.
They can get reprimanded by the school district that they are a part of.
I always say like 18 is like it is a like semi-adult. Like I wouldn't I would never like treat an 18-year-old the same way in certain contexts, the same way I treat a 30-year-old. As I said before, I don't think 18-year-olds should be consenting to pornos. I don't think they should be allowed to be involved in porn. Because I don't think they are at a point where they can grasp the full social implications of that decision, which they can't revoke, and is more and based on statistics is more likely to lead to something negative.
21-year-old.
Yeah, legally they're adults. We're making some sort of moral argument here.
Can go out and buy alcohol. Right, you're fully free whenever you're 21 years old. The difference in maturity between, just for like...
Yeah, but so the alcohol would be relevant if you're using that to get an 18-year-old to have sex. Hey, if you fuck me, babe, I'll buy you some beers. right? Then that is relevant to the exchange. When you're using the dynamic, when the dynamic bears such relevance that you're getting them to say yes to something that they wouldn't have otherwise said yes to had the dynamic not been pushed or exploited or existed.
Like it's me,
or
right?
the power dynamic
Between when I was 18 years old and when I was 20 years old, even I graduated high school by the time I was 18, is massive. It's a massive difference between those two. When somebody is 30 it doesn't really.
I totally agree, but had I consented, I'm thinking of me, I'm 17, 19, totally different person. But I totally believe, I mean, this is obviously not a general statement for 17-year-olds. But I totally could have consented to something like this at 17. And if I ended up regretting it, it would just be like, okay, yeah, it was kind of cringe. But I don't think there's like severe negative outcomes that just come out of like a temporary flirtatious exchange that wouldn't be like a learning experience. If anything, I think it would be positive in some extent, because if I got it out of the way at 17, I'd realize and then regret it, be like, hey, flirting online is kind of gay and cringe, and then I learned from that and don't do it again.
Really matter so much whether they're still in high school.
I wouldn't be like traumatized by flirting with a 33-year-old.
There's 15 years in between the two individuals. One of them's in their mid-30s. Right? One of them should be having about a midlife crisis by now. And the other one, best case scenario, just graduated high school. Like just recently had they given the freedom to go out in the world and do things and make their own decisions and have their own responsibilities. Let alone they're not like paying any bills, aren't doing anything of that nature. A relationship like this is bad on the surface level.
There is Chud, his like morality, and then his like moral beliefs, and then his desires and impulses. And he believed that the negative impact of violating his moral belief in this circumstance was not like severe enough where his like desire should be impeded. So I agree it's hypocritical. I don't think it's egregious.
Because of the age difference. Being that there's somebody who is in his Discord server as a fan.
Like, yeah, my take is this would be totally different if we're talking about a long-term relationship. Long-term relationships in this context, I feel like in many cases would be exploitative.
And has this.
But temporary flirtatious exchanges, those don't really have like super big implications on your life.
Super strange setup of like the Mew Mar and the fucking little cartoon profile picture talking about Plants vs.
Flirting with e-girls is hot. What the fuck? Dude, we need Lumpy Willie to leak his DMs.
Zombies in these screenshots. Yeah, just the context of that alone. Right? The context of this person is like, throughout the messages, clearly like does like Chud Logic, joined his Discord server as like a YouTube viewer, is somebody who like would want to interact with somebody like this. There is this large differential between these two, right? They in the messages, they kind of act like a kid. Big surprise, comes out, they're like 17 years old, right? They're 17 years old in the real world. They lied about their age. It seems like just in virtue of the fact that they
act like, how are they acting like a kid? I don't understand.
Lied about their age, people are willing to say this behavior wasn't immoral or irresponsible. When it just take a step back. Let's
immoral or irresponsible. I'd say no. I'd give you that. I'd give you that it's irresponsible for sure. I'd absolutely give you that it's irresponsible. But that doesn't really seem to be, especially like within the greater context of how the allegation was initially presented to frame him as some sort of like predator. Now that we're going back and revisiting it, your wording for why you think it's wrong is very careful. It has to be done carefully to make it seem like you're not giving off a certain implication. And it seems like, based on the full context, how this allegation originally came out and how Bunk's covering it now, his criticism of it being immoral seems to like be in the predatory direction, even though he said it wasn't predatory. He seems to be essentially saying it's like predatory adjacent.
Not let's take off of the allegations against the individual, like let's take away from that. Let's say that everything that the individual said was true, like they were 18 years.
Guys, we're very close to goal, very close. Make sure to, we're not monetized at the moment, goes to a good cause, my wallet, Streamlabs, link pinned in the description. If that debate bro guy made 2,000 off his last stream from 100 viewership, we can go to the moon. And if you, what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, I was going to tell the Kai story if we hit goal, which is 135.
Years old, right? They were 18 years old, at least. Chud Logic was interacting with a fan from his Discord server in his fucking mid-30s, right? Who he thought to be just legal, just barely legal.
Oh, and join the Reddit and Discord and sub.
A fan of his, somebody who already,
like, yeah, like he's not being dishonest. He's stating he's stating factual things, but all of his wording is done It's the framing. The framing is done in a way that would lead a person to a certain conclusion that wouldn't be like entirely accurate.
Has some kind of consideration you have to put forward. Obviously, like there is. I'm not saying it's like always
like barely legal. A young girl. A young girl. Why not say a young woman? By the way, young woman. Weird as fuck with like some of the quotes. It's not grooming specifically. It might not have been his intent. Saying okay, there were grooming behaviors here that may not have been intentional, but had like a similar outcome. Or whatever. He's not a pedophile like necessary, or he's not. I'm not gonna call him a pedophile directly, or saying stuff like he's weird as fuck with young girls. Like
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Yo, thank you so much. It's not just that he's calling it immoral. He's calling it immoral with very pointed implications that I disagree with. If he was just saying, yeah, this is a bad thing I wouldn't do, that's fine. But saying this is like. He's acting like this is like morally exceptional in some sense.
It's immoral to like have any type of relation with your fans, but right, just consider.
Yo, our first dono in like a year, dude. Billy T6, $10.84. Thank you, Billy, so much. I appreciate it, bro.
There's obviously consideration there of like the trust that might be built between an individual. Somebody like looks up to somebody who makes content creation, especially like a younger age. None of this should come as shocking to Chud Logic at least, because Chud Logic acknowledges in the messages that what he would be doing would be inappropriate, and for some reason, we got this as a hot take. This is the controversial one. Literally an adult, who cares? Do you think that the second that somebody, like the second the fucking clock strikes, right? Very fucking moment, okay? They go from 17 to 18, right? We're like micromeasuring it down.
No, but the reason it's set there is because that's gonna catch most cases. Judges can't assess every individual case of somebody having sex. So we need a boundary that is gonna like be okay for like 90% of cases. And even then, I think we should break the age of consent down into further categories, like 18 for sex acts, certain age for filming of videos or sending of nudes. I think sending of nudes should be higher than 18. Sending of nudes should be higher than 18. Filming of sex acts should be higher than 18. Sex itself can be 18. But like we set it there because it's going to catch most cases where like the gap is going to be so extraordinary that like it's just going to be inherently predatory. Yeah, it's like if somebody originally made allegations against me saying I was a cannibal, and then a year later someone's covering it, and they're like, yeah, what Aiden did was bad. And I'm not going to say he eats people per se. Like, in this greater context, it seems to be very pointed in a certain direction.
Down to the dot that like all of a sudden there's no immoral action you can take with them in a relationship, and everything before that is perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm sorry, like they're an adult by like the age of majority. Do you mean they don't get in trouble for fucking them? Yeah, yes, like, yes, absolutely. You absolutely think that? Because, like, I'm not sure what you'd be referring to there. Clearly, this is not how these things work. I'm sorry, there's a maturity.
Well, I agree with him that, yeah, just because somebody, just, like, this shit, like, oh, it's over 18, who cares? Like, that's retarded. There are so many cases where it can be over 18 and still be, like, grossly exploitative.
Difference between these two people. It's like this is not, we can't be at this point. Yeah, they are literally, who cares? Lump Willie, you wanted to come on stream, right? Let's talk. You're the one people are bitching at for me to talk.
Just like this shit where somebody's like saying like, oh, well, yeah, it's over 18. He's arguing with Lumpy Willie in there, based.
Dude, let's talk. Where you at? All right. Hello. All right, what's up?
Hey, Bonk. Nice to meet you. You want to debate?
Hi.
I've seen this part before.
I mean, it seems like he wanted to talk to me. Right? People were spamming the chat telling me to.
Oh, the Destiny thing. This is a Destiny-esque strategy, and I'm stealing this from Queeman of like having someone come on and then acting like they're acting like they wanted to talk to you, so you're kind of putting more of the burden on that. I don't think he's doing this on purpose, but like, yo, you want to talk to me about something? I do this sometimes too, but it puts like the pressure, it puts them in the hot seat to like bring the game. You know what I mean? Puts the ball in their court off the bat.
To talk to you
when these are like open phones relating to like his claims.
Well, yeah. Okay, wait. So you think Chud Logic is like in the wrong for talking to?
And didn't he invite people on to come?
What, he thought was an 18-year-old?
Yeah.
So Willie should have said, "Hey, you wanted to like talk to members of the community about this."
Why?
The same reason Chud Logic thought he was in the wrong.
And what was that?
Yeah. Yo, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy?
The large social maturity difference between those two individuals.
But she's an adult, so who cares?
So
I mean, you're literally banging a tranny
what
freak,
is
so like,
wrong?
What do you care?
No, I'm not dating anybody. I have no idea what
yes, you
you're
are.
talking about.
We've seen the videos, Monk. We have seen the videos.
No, I'm not.
Yes, we
what
have.
Are you talking about? Who am I dating?
We've seen you with Famulos, bro.
They have a girlfriend.
What do you think of someone that maybe slightly slightly developmentally behind, but are of age, maybe even mid-20s, but has the mental capacity of someone younger, well, then that would be on a case-by-case basis. I mean, if it's significant and they can't handle their own affairs, a court would like put them under guardianship, and even if it could still be substantial where it doesn't necessarily require guardianship, where they still could be exploited into a sex act. I'd have to see like a case-by-case basis for that, or I have to see the case specifically. That's on a case-by-case basis.
They have a girlfriend?
Yes. It's
Very
publicly
interesting.
documented.
So is it a polycule or like what's going on there?
No, I'm just not in a relationship. You really don't get pussy, do you? Have you ever fucked somebody and not been in a relationship?
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
So-
Motherfuckers just never gotten pussy.
Okay, I
So
don't
you
know
understand.
if it's
So you
Oh, he's already, dude. Willie's mogging.
understand that doesn't mean I'm in a relationship with the person, right?
No, it kind of does.
Are you retarded?
No, it does.
You have
When
like
you
Down
sex with somebody,
syndrome.
It means you're dating them. No, I'm being 100% serious.
You're being 100%
Do you know what-
serious. You're being 100% real. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you don't have
I got
sex. You don't have sex with
I got
somebody unless you want to
Absolutely.
marry them.
Absolutely. So what do you
Are you
think is
Christian?
wrong about? Just a second. I'm agreeing with you 100% there. So what do you think is wrong about in the instance of like just let's say that like Chad Logic was a fucking 17-year-old? What do you think would be wrong with that?
But Logic was the fuck a 17-year-old?
Yeah.
Who cares?
You wouldn't think there's anything wrong with that? The 16-year-old, you wouldn't care? 15-year-old?
16-year-old, 15-year-old, 15-year-old probably.
Okay, so what is the thing that is morally wrong there? Can you tell
There's
me?
no more wrong.
You don't think there's anything morally wrong with fucking a 15-year-old? At 33?
Fucking a 15-year-old?
At 33 years
Well,
old?
yeah, she's 15 years old, bro.
Okay.
Okay, my answer to that would be, in like 90% of like, just an arbitrary number that we would probably both agree on, and like 90% of exchange between a 33 and 15-year-old would probably be exploitative, or using wisdom to get someone to consent to an act that they wouldn't have otherwise. 15-year-olds can't consent, but it's different. Like if a 15-year-old and a 15-year-old have sex, but like you're in a position where you're in a dynamic that they would consent to a sex act without being to adequately assess the outcomes of it, or they would not be able to adequately understand the implications of it, and therefore not be able to consent at all in like 90% of those cases. So putting it at 18 sets a boundary that's going to like prevent additional harm, and by crossing that, you're disregarding a boundary that is there to prevent harm, and we should discourage people crossing that boundary because it is there to prevent harm, and the repetition of crossing it will lead to more harm.
Yeah, what's morally wrong about it?
She's 15 years old, bro.
Yeah, they're 15 years old, and this leads to what more wrong? Why is it a bad type of relationship to get into? Do you even know why like you shouldn't be in relationships with kids? It's just like a social thing for you? That told you shouldn't? So you
Well, okay, wait. Before we go down this
Like, just think about it.
dialogue. No,
Stop. Let's think about it for a second.
Before we go down this dialogue,
You're allowing them to engage in a decision with great like social and emotional implications for their life that they are not at a point where they are fully able to understand or comprehend, so they don't know what they're getting into, and they're not able to consent.
what do you think about Lolly?
When I think about Lolly, I think that you shouldn't be looking at Lolly. I think that's bad. So now let's go back into the topic that we were talking about earlier. Okay.
Would you fuck a dog that
What
consent?
what is the thing that is morally wrong about having
Is
relations
he doing dog warts?
with a 15-year-old? Do you
Well,
know?
they're 15.
Could you tell me? Yeah, they're
Yeah,
15.
they're a child.
Yeah, they're 15. They're a child. Okay. So if somebody's 16, are they a child?
They're 16.
That's not the question I asked.
Well,
You
they're
asked my
a
question?
teenager.
Yeah, they're a teenager. Do you think that means they're a 15-year-old a teenager? You fucking
15-year-old?
idiot.
No, that's a child. I don't see what's hard to understand about my
So let's think about it. Let's think about it not like a
Very
retard.
easy.
Let's think about it not like a retard. So you
No, I'm being 100% serious.
Stop. I need you to take a
I'm being
second.
100%
I need you to
serious.
take a second. I know you're being serious, right? But I'm asking you to do is to not think about it like a retard for a second. So let's think
Well,
about
I'm
it.
not thinking about it like a very smart individual.
That's so it's expected on my hypothesis that you think about things like a retard that you think that. So let's go into the mind space of somebody
sure.
who's like normal and like well-adjusted and like understands.
Well, define
these things.
normal. What is normal? What is normal to you?
You don't know what a statistical.
Dude, how is he not picking up that he's fucking trolling right now? How's Bunk not getting this? He lost already. He lost the debate.
Normality is.
Well, to me, normal people don't usually have sex with trannies, so I don't know.
Oh
I think
my-
that to you, normal people don't have sex at all, right? You're like Norm is a bunch of fucking losers.
Dude, this is my PR manager. I'm cooked. Dude, this is my PR manager. I'm so cooked.
So we're gonna go back into the thing that we were talking about before. You had this weird side
sound a
tangent
little
where my
upset
dick's
about
going.
that
No. So let's go back
I
to the
heard it's very
conversation we had
small, Bunk.
before. Why are you so
I
upset?
think Bunk does have autism.
That's my dick.
I've just
This is
heard
the
about
one
it.
thing you care about. This entire fucking conversation. You've said you're like going out and like watching videos
yeah,
and you
you're
like
running-
fucking
you're
around
running
with
from the
people.
allegation.
No,
You're
I'm
running
running
from
from the allegations of what?
Yeah, you are. This is really bad optics, bro.
What the fuck are you
just come out and
talking
say it.
about? No, what are you talking about?
The allegations.
What allegation?
Well, the allegations. You
Dude, Willie is fucking mogging right now. He's destroying. What the fuck?
obviously know what the allegations.
Nah.
Wait, hold on. making a coffee, I'm gonna be talking to you from across the room while I make my coffee. I'm still gonna play this.
I'm not online all the time. I don't like look at Twitter.
You're not online all the time.
No, you inform me. You know what the allegations are. What are they?
Well, if you know what the allegations are, you would know.
Okay, so this is just another side tangent to try and avoid the main topic that we were actually talking about.
Let's get back to the main topic.
So a 15-year-old is a teenager. They are also a child.
No, they are a child. They're not teenagers.
You think you can't be a child and a teenager?
Nope.
What do you think a teenager is?
It's two different words. You see,
What is a
there's
teenager?
Child, and then there's teenager.
Okay, so this is trolling, right? The fucking, you know that there's synonyms between words. You know that you fucking.
Well, no, because obviously
you know
that
that. Stop. You internally. Just a second. You internally know that like because things are two different words does not mean that they can't overlap in categories. Does not mean that the synonyms exist, right? Those are the exact same meaning behind a word. Those have the exact same word. Like the word means the same thing as the other thing. Them being two different words doesn't mean they're two different concepts now, and you know that. It doesn't mean that they're in contradiction with each other, right? Somebody's a child, they cannot be a teenager. That means there's like a contradiction. Stop.
capitalism.
Calm the fuck down. Stop. I will answer your question whenever you can, just for a second, just a tiny bit, right? Listen to the things that I'm saying, okay? And then you can ask all the questions in the world.
I'm back.
So again, we're talking about very particularly, what do these words mean? What does it mean for somebody to be a teenager? What do you think?
A teenager. I'm sorry. Repeat the question again. Unironically, I kind of just like spaced out for a second. What?
Yeah. So.
No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
I believe that you're being serious. I believe there's very large points of time where you just don't think about anything at all. So, what do you think a teenager is? What do you think that word means?
A teenager is a teenager. Somebody who is
that's fucking
16
brilliant.
Above.
Holy shit, that is fucking brilliant. A teenager is a teenager.
Yeah,
that's true.
Somebody who's 16 and above. Okay, so I'm 20.
Isn't that like what's his name? Fucking Aristotle. Isn't that like Aristotle? Isn't that like the law of identity? Wait, that's the law of identity, right? Yeah. No, Willie's totally right. Who was yeah, Plato. No, Plato. This is Plato's law of Willie just cited Plato's law of identity.
Brilliant. Where you just don't think about anything at all.
What was wrong with that point? That was brilliant move, Willie.
So what do you think a teenager is? What do you think that word means?
A teenager is a teenager. Somebody who is
that's fucking
16
brilliant.
Above.
Holy shit,
above.
That is fucking brilliant.
That's
a teenager
true.
is a teenager.
That's true. A equals that's Willie should be like, yes, the law of identity. That's the most basic fucking thing you learn in Intro to Philosophy. Are you fucking stupid? Do you know nothing about philosophy? Yeah, the law of identity. Are you just fucking discovering it? I'm glad I can educate you on philosophy, you fucking retard.
Somebody who's 16 and above? Okay, so I'm 20. Am I a teenager?
No, you're 20.
I'm above 16, right?
Well, you're an adult.
Okay, so it's somebody who's 16 or 17 is what you're trying to say.
What? Yeah, 16 or 17 is teenager.
You think that's how everybody else uses the word?
I really don't understand where you're going.
The average person even kind of uses that word in the same way you do, or do you think that you're defining that out in a proprietary way to just be an idiot?
Your new Discord eDaddy Chudlogic picks you
To
up
have
from
the
high
idiot
school
opinion on
stall.
this.
Well, I'm not having the idiot opinion. I'm having the right opinion on this.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like you can't tell me that he's not being painted as like pedo or like predator-esque. Like you can't tell me that's not what's going on here.
So let's think about that. Answer my question.
I think I just did I not? I just said.
What was the question I asked?
Hold up, I was reading something. Sorry, I was researching a little bit. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So you're not even sure whether you answered my question. To be clear, you've got no fucking clue. You don't even know what question I asked.
Well, I'm prepared.
You're fucking mind blank, completely gone.
Well, yeah, I'm researching future points against you.
Oh, okay. You're typing the points into ChatGPT and asking for a response. I understand. So ask ChatGPT this. Stop. I'm trying to repeat the question for you, okay? Pay attention to it this time. Don't be talking in the middle of it, or else you're gonna forget it again. All right, Dory? Just a second. So what do you...
Like, the way these people are so philosophy brained. I just feel like they think everyone needs to be like logical robots, and like every act that like doesn't have dude, it's I can't. This is what like it's a philosophy cult.
You think the average person means when they say teenager?
Probably 16 or 17.
You think 16 or 17? You think that's how most people use the word?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Do you want to look up what teenager means in like common folk?
Sure. Here, I'll go right now.
Okay. So go ahead and Google that. Everybody else in the audience can also Google that. No.
I still don't know what the argument is here, besides defining it as weird or creepy due to like the gap in life experience.
Right, that's clearly not what that word means. Even if it did mean that, okay, what about somebody being a teenager?
What is the expect utility of you like throwing insults out against the person you're like engaging in a dialogue? If you like, wouldn't that make them defensive and less likely to be receptive to your point? Wouldn't that have poor expect utility? Wouldn't that make them emotionally feel bad? Potentially stir up emotional problems in them, or potentially encourage your audience to insult others because they're being modeled off of you. Isn't there negative expect utility to what you're doing right now?
Teenager makes it the case that they are okay to fuck at any age.
Because they're a teenager.
What about being a teenager? What changes about them when they go from 15 to 16? What's a morally relevant change?
They're not kids anymore because they're teenagers.
They're not kids anymore. Okay, and they're not kids anymore. They should be a part of a different category that's okay to fuck because
they are teenagers.
Because they have surpassed a boundary that by its nature, by being set where it is, will lead to future harm reduction. So the boundary reduces harm. This person is over that boundary. So you should not cross that boundary and violate it or throw it out the window when making your decisions because its existence will reduce harm.
Because they are teenagers, because...
So by going after that person, you are not violating the boundary that exists to reduce harm.
It's okay to fuck them because they're teenagers, and that's okay.
Well,
because
once they turn 18,
Tell me. No, you said it was okay to fuck the teenagers, right? We're gonna stay on that one for a second. A 15-year-old at just a second before they turn 16 is not okay to fuck. It'd be like child rape if you were to fuck them.
Wait.
Stop. Why are you telling me to wait? Okay.
You just cut out. You just actually cut out. Chill out, buddy.
I'll repeat it for you. All right. Well, you could try a little bit harder because I've had to repeat like 7 questions in this conversation. So
try a little bit harder. Your internet
just try a little bit harder. Just try a little bit harder to listen to the things that I'm saying.
Dude, he's telling him to try. You're fucking arguing against a guy called Lumpy Willie. What is the expect utility of this?
That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay, so, I'm 100% trying.
What about the person who is 15 years old and a second away from turning 16 makes it immoral as fuck to have sex with them? But a second later, right? What changes in between these times where it is now okay, it's morally permissible to have sex with them then?
Well, because it's a title difference.
Because it's a what difference?
Well, okay, so like
it's a title difference. So if I define out, there's a difference between an employee to a manager with responsibilities. You have different responsibilities at the job. You've never held the job before, so you have no idea what the fuck that is.
See, look, now we're getting somewhere. When a child is a child, they don't have responsibility. When they become a teenager, they get a little bit of responsibility.
They get a little bit of responsibility.
Now we're getting somewhere.
So
yes, because they drive a car. Yes, because they drive a car.
Okay, this is good.
We're going somewhere.
I agree. We are going somewhere. Okay, so
this is wholesome. This is a wholesome conversation.
So over the second of them turning 16, you think that they now
we love wholesome Willie content, dude.
Have that responsibility, so it's okay to fuck them?
Probably.
What about having responsibility makes it the case?
I don't even know what he believes yet.
It's okay to fuck somebody.
Because their mind is bigger.
Because their mind is bigger? Okay,
yep,
so in between that second.
I would imagine.
True. That's a good point. Bigger in this sense refers to like the quantity of knowledge they have. You know, as it accumulates, it becomes bigger, larger. Maybe not the best usage of the word, but Willie, English is not his first language. So what is the expect utility of mocking someone in front of an audience for maybe not using the best word who doesn't speak English as a first language, even though you know the general premise of what they mean? Isn't that kind of setting the precedent that it is totally okay as somebody who preaches good to engage in actions that have positive expect utility? Aren't you modeling for your audience that making fun of people who speak English as a second language is a good precedent to set?
You think that all of a sudden, just a second. Try and listen to the words that I'm saying. You want to listen to the points.
Your question, bro.
No, okay, so what question are you trying to answer?
Well, I'm trying to further explain.
Just tell me the question. What question are you trying to answer?
Okay. Well, like I was saying,
you're not trying to answer my question.
If you can kill somebody with a car.
Yeah, you're not trying to answer the question because you have absolutely no fucking idea what the question even was. You're completely lost on that. So let's get back to the thing that I was saying before you interrupted me. So 1 second changes in between them being 15 and being 16. You think now that their brain has
El Gringo es loco. Viva Mexico. Viva Lumpy Willie.
Expanded because they have these legal right to drive a car. Their brain has expanded so much so that now it's totally okay to dick them down.
Yeah, I would say so.
What about them being given those legal rights makes their brain expand in that 1 second?
Well, it's kind of like do you watch anime?
No.
Do you know what a bankai is? It's kind of like that.
Can you explain?
Bro, this pedophile would be watching anime.
So like a bankai is like your secret power is like activate.
Bankai is like your secret power is activate. So you understand now, like internally. Stop. So you internally understand now, like I can hear it in the voice and the way that you're going about this conversation, that you know you're a fucking idiot now. Like you know that what you're saying is really fucking dumb, right? Obviously, as people socially mature, they have to go having more responsibilities, and that adapts the way that their brain works. And obviously, having the ability to drive a car does not mean that you have a widespread social responsibility. That's why you can't do a lot of things when you're 16 years old. That's why you can't get out of fucking high school, right? You understand internally that that's fucking dumb.
You can drink when you're 16.
Yeah, in the States you can. Most of the time, I believe it's under parental supervision. It depends on the given country. But the reason for that, the reason that's given for their ability to drink is because over time you develop the social maturity. Clearly, you over time develop the social maturity, and you can have more or less social maturity between
the relevant social maturity that would allow you to understand the implications of your decision. And generally speaking, an 18-year-old is able to understand the implications of a mutual flirtatious exchange to the extent where, like, risking it is not likely to have negative expect utility. Now, this is different from filming a porno because you might get they might be overcome. 18 is a time where you're like, for most people, They need money either for school or, they're just going out into the world, trying to garner a source of income or get money for their education or in debt. And they may be enticed for the temporary prospect of money to engage in a filmed sex act, unable to take it back. It's permanent without fully being able to grapple the implications of that. So I don't think you should be able to consent to porn at 18.
Individuals. That's why people.
But the negative outcome of this, in the worst case scenario, is like it's likely to just be neutral. It has neutral expect utility.
Find certain age.
Yeah, donate if you're enjoying the stream.
Gaps in a relationship to be abhorrent, even whenever they are both children, right? So, like, for example, an 18-year-old having, not even, let's say like a 15-year-old has sex with like a 2-year-old, but they have a relationship with a 2-year-old. That would be fucking immoral. That'd be clearly immoral, even if they're both children, right? It doesn't fucking matter there. Obviously, there's a reason that people have this intuition where like a 30-year-old, a 30-year-old fucking.
A 2-year-old can't even grasp the concept of sex. Can't even grasp the concept of sex. They're unable. Not only can they not understand the implications, they don't even know what it is. So no, they can't reasonably consent. And the implications are almost always going to be negative. So it has negative expect utility.
And a 30-year-old fucking an 18-year-old, right? They obviously have that. Toddlers are children. They're still children. So
no, they're toddlers.
Okay, when do children start? When do you start being a child?
We're so close to goal. If we hit goal on this stream, which is 135, don't be deceived. If we hit goal on this stream, I don't know. Give me a goal idea. I'll do something.
When you're like 15.
Don't forget to charge back. Dude, my mods are so supportive. It's incredible.
So you're a child for 1 year of your entire life. You've been a child for 1 year of your entire life.
I'll be a little more generous.
That's fucking dumb. I'm not even engaging with this. You know that this is fucking dumb. You internally know that's dumb. Let's get back to the thing that I was saying. So, no.
He's obviously a troll. Kick him. Move on to the next argument. This is an obvious troll.
Talking about social maturity between these individuals, the reason for which they find these age gaps to be morally abhorrent is because somebody at that age just doesn't have an understanding.
What about the Kai story? I'll give you the Kai story if I hit 135.
What's supposed to be going on in a relationship. When you're fucking 16 years old, you are in high school. Motherfucker, you don't know what the fuck is going on with relationships. You're having maybe your first one probably. Oh my god, you have no idea what the fuck is happening. When you're 33, you have your entire life established. Do you understand the large social maturity difference between these two individuals? The large thinking difference between these two individuals?
Yeah, there's a difference. There's obviously a difference. The question is, what is the relevance of this difference on the nature of consenting to the dynamic itself, or in the nature of consenting to the exchange itself? Sure, you can say two things are different, but in this context, you have to argue the relevance of the difference and why it is substantial to the point where the 18-year-old, why it is bound to have negative expect utility, why, like, in most cases, the outcome will be bad, as opposed, like, why would this dynamic make it bad in most cases?
So when a 33-year-old autistic man, could he, like, fuck a 16-year-old because they're mentally the same?
No, they wouldn't be mentally the same.
Why not? He has the mind of a child.
Because I'm autistic, and I do not have. I couldn't fuck a 15-year-old. Would you be okay with me fucking a 15-year-old?
Well, okay, well, that's the argument you're making, so.
No, that's not the argument I'm making. That's the argument that you just made.
He won. He won so hard.
No, there's a social difference between these two people.
Yeah,
there's a large social maturity difference. Yeah, when you're 33, you've gone through a lot of your fucking life. If you mean somebody who's so fucking disabled, just a second. If you mean somebody who's so fucking mentally disabled, so fucking retarded. Let's say like you turn 33, okay? And you're asking me if you can fuck a 15-year-old. No, the answer is still no, you can't do that. You've lived more of your life in a certain state. I'm sorry. You have more of these understandings. This is how it works in the real world. With the real world, I'm sorry, having a mental disability doesn't completely stop you from having any type of adaptation as it comes to multiple years of lived experience. I'm sorry, if you're like a fucking vegetable, yeah, you still shouldn't be fucking anybody because you're a goddamn retard.
Well, would you say it's more ethical to like fuck a child or to like fuck a transgender individual?
It's probably more ethical to fuck a transgender individual. Like, obviously.
What if the transgender individual is a child?
Oh,
what if they're a child? Then it's bad to fuck them.
Bunk didn't think about that one. Bunk did not think about that one. Dude, Willie had that one up his sleeve.
But I'm not sure you even know why it's bad to fuck them because you didn't know why it was bad to fuck kids earlier. I'd like explain it to you. I'd like walk you through it. I'd take your hand and slowly walk you through the conversation.
Slow? What is
yes.
W question. True.
Not fast.
Not fast.
Yeah, not fast, not normal speed, very slow. Like,
well,
the way
it
you
seems
think.
like you lost conversation.
Here's an example. The way you think is slow. Are you slowly thinking? That's why you have to type into ChatGPT while talking to me.
I'm not typing
something to think a little bit faster for you.
I'm actually using.
You're just researching the points. You're researching the points in depth.
I'm researching on.
You are.
I know Bunk's autistic, but at this point, you should be able to tell it's a fucking troll and move on. And like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you've no right to be condescending when you're fucking arguing unironically with Lumpy Willie at this point.
Research. So what point were you researching earlier then?
I was on Internet Explorer researching dinosaurs.
Okay, so yeah.
How do you not realize it's a troll yet?
That bombed.
You lost.
That
sucked.
That shit was not funny. That was awful.
You lost. You lost.
That was so, what are you talking about? That was fucking hilarious. If somebody has to like exclaim, dude, Dude, I hate when people do this. When somebody gives an obviously funny joke and someone implies, not funny, tries to, no, the joke was fucking funny. The joke was obviously funny. You saying it's not funny did not stop any of us from laughing. That was fucking hilarious. By how ridiculous the premise of you debating this guy. It's like, you're not in on it because you don't understand how ridiculous the premise of you debating this guy is.
I lost. I win. If I say I win, then I do win.
You're
what are you talking about?
Bro.
What are you talking about? I'm optics.
I don't know why you're going on. Yeah, I don't know why you're
what are
going
you
on
talking
live stream
about?
having these bad optics takes. It's really embarrassing.
This is not a bad
honestly.
optics take. Every single well-adjusted individual would look at this and say, "Yep, not that one." Do you know half your age plus 7? Do you know what that is? The general heuristic that people will use. Yeah.
That sounds made up.
Cool. Anything else?
He's retarded. He's hopeless.
No, you just like trans people. I don't know. Awesome. Based. I mean, you and Chud are the same. You guys both like trans individuals. I don't see why you're beating down on a brother, dude. Let's fuck up.
If I was gay and I saw a gay guy rape a small boy,
well,
I would say that's bad, and it doesn't matter that they also like dick.
Okay. Well, it's not. Let's say I'm gay. You are.
Half
gay.
your age plus 7. Wait, so would it be okay for me to fuck a 17-year-old? Wait, cause like half of 19 is like 9.5, right? Plus 7. Wait, that would be 16.5, right? I haven't slept, so is my math wrong? Would that not be 16.5? Thanks for giving me permission, Bunk.
That's cool. Anything else? Is that it for you? Okay, cool.
He loves to get shot.
Cool.
Oh my god, what's wrong with these people? They're such freaks. Oh, it looks like there are 2 queen mans. It looks like one's a real one, one's a fake one.
Oh shit, is a real
It's like a riddle.
One of them's gonna be.
Yeah, it's like a riddle or something. You gotta like ask them a question to figure out which door is which.
With, I hope. What's up, Queen Man? How you doing?
Yeah. What did Chud do wrong?
What did he do wrong? Were you watching the stream earlier?
No, I'm completely in the dark.
Oh,
wait,
okay, cool.
hold on,
So I'll walk you
hold
through
on. My coffee's done. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna listen. I'm just gonna talk to you from across the room. Queer man, true. That's actually that's our nickname for him on the streets.
So I think that what Chud did wrong was message somebody who he believed to be 18 years old, sexually,
I got
flirtatiously.
crumbs
He
all
met in his
over me.
Discord server at 33.
Wait, fuck.
Hold on.
I can't miss this part. One sec. Stay here. I'm just grabbing my coffee. I'll be 2 seconds. 1 sec. Dude, I keep flip-flopping. 2 seconds, 1 second. Which one is it? Make up your mind. Hold on. Let's get back into this. Hold on. I'm here. Wait, I want to rewind just so we're writing down everybody's stances. Fuck. Alright. Bunk is a guy. Bunk is non-binary or something, I think. I'm not sure.
The same problem Chud Logic be 18. What did he do wrong? Were you watching the stream earlier?
No, I'm completely in the dark.
Oh, okay, cool. So I'll walk you through it. So I think that what Chud did wrong was message somebody who he believed to be 18 years old, sexually, flirtatiously, but he met in his Discord server at 33.
Problem?
The same problem Chud Logic has with it in the messages. The same reason Chud Logic thinks it's inappropriate. You don't understand the problem? So what you can do, Queen Man, to understand the problem a little bit better is like let's take a second back and let's think about it, okay? Just think about it. Let's process it in our mind.
Oh, this is
Now,
so
okay,
performative. This is listen, Bunk. This is like it is okay to be condescending in a debate when it works, like when it's like tactical. When you're off the bat condescending and like being like overly performative and shit, it just comes off really bad to the audience.
18 is the like basically the highest the age of consent gets in pretty much any Western country.
Like just answer the questions and then think about it shit.
What's the problem?
Do you think that so in Chud Logic's country, the age of consent is 16 years old? Do you think it'd be okay for Chud to be fucking a 16-year-old?
Depends on the 16-year-old, really, doesn't it?
Depends on the 16-year-old. So you think it would be okay for Chud to be fucking a 16-year-old? What if they were like a family just?
No, it depends. It depends.
Like Chud Logic doesn't think this. Chud Logic would think it'd be inappropriate. He says that he thinks it's inappropriate.
It depends on what knowledge you had.
It depends on what knowledge he had.
If he would knowingly fuck a 16-year-old, that's probably wrong.
Yeah, if he was knowingly fucking up on somebody who he thought to be about 18 years old, like that'd be bad. It'd be bad. The same reason it would be bad for a 16-year-old. He has the knowledge.
Wait.
So he's asking, why is it bad? So Queeman asks, what is like wrong? What is the problem? And Bunk proceeds to describe the thing. Like, what is the problem with this thing? And Bunk proceeds to describe the thing. Yeah, but what is the problem with that?
Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's
begging the fucking question, dude.
Why is it wrong with a 16-year-old?
Why is it wrong with a 16-year-old? The large social maturity difference between the two.
I'm not gonna hold that. I'm not gonna hold that. What do you mean when you said I beg the question?
Okay.
It seems like you've already assumed, your premise for supporting the conclusion is the conclusion itself. But you have given other points.
What does that mean?
There's a gap in maturity.
You don't know what a social maturity is? If you say that person's like socially immature, you don't understand what that means?
No, I know what that means, but what was it?
Okay, so you know what that means. So, okay, if you know what that means, right? Social maturity between individuals, right? The ability for an individual to understand the expectations of a relationship, understand how to communicate their feelings.
But they're not in a relationship.
Yes. If you say that person's like socially immature, you don't understand what that means?
No, I know what that means.
Wait, I'm just gonna go back right. Wait, but they're not. This is under the assumption that they were in a relationship, or he was engaging in this for the sake of getting into a relationship.
Well, like that'd be bad. It'd be bad. The same reason it would be bad for a 16-year-old. He has the knowledge. Wait. Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's okay.
So why is it wrong with a 16-year-old?
Why is it wrong with a 16-year-old? The large social maturity difference between the two.
Okay, what does that mean?
You don't know what a social maturity is? If you say that person's like socially immature, you don't understand what that means?
No, I know what that means, but what was it?
Okay, so you know what that means. So, okay, if you know what that means, right? Social maturity between individuals, right? The ability for an individual to understand the expectations of a relationship, understand how to communicate their feelings throughout a relationship, to go about a relationship in a healthy manner, and conduct themselves in a way which is actually good for a relationship like that, and also the fact that for individuals to have a relationship that's like incredibly
He's going
prosperous.
a billion miles an hour. Slow the fuck down, bro. What the fuck was that?
Okay.
Holy gish gallop.
What does that mean?
You don't know what a social maturity is? That means?
No, I know what that means, but what was that mean?
So you know what that means. So, okay, if you know what that means.
Wait, fuck.
For an individual to understand social maturity between individuals, right? The ability for an individual to understand the expectations of a relationship, understand how to communicate their feelings throughout a relationship, to go about a relationship in a healthy manner and conduct themselves in a way which is actually good for a relationship like that.
Wait, what?
And also the fact that
what?
Actually good for a relationship like that manner and conduct themselves in a way throughout a relationship, to go about a relationship in a healthy manner and conduct
to go about the relationship in a healthy manner. Wait.
Their individual to understand the expectations of a relationship, understand how to communicate their feelings
understand the expectations of a relationship, to understand how to communicate their feelings in a relationship, and then what was the last part? And then what's that last part?
Throughout a relationship, to go about a relationship in a healthy manner and conduct.
Go about a relationship in a healthy manner. So isn't that just a rephrase of go about a relationship? What does that even mean? Isn't that just restating? Okay, got it.
Conduct themselves in a way which is actually good for a relationship like that.
Wait, that last part.
Manner and conduct themselves in a way which is actually
conduct themselves in a way that is actually good for that relationship. What? What is, that's just this is a okay, maybe gish gallop wouldn't be the right word. There's like okay. There we go.
Actually good for a relationship like that. And also the fact that for individuals to have a relationship that is like incredibly prosperous with the two individuals, they're going to have.
What? Wait, we just need to open up the transcript, dude. We're just opening up the transcript. I don't even give a fuck at this point. What did he just dude, what? Okay, we're at timestamp 101, right?
To have some establishments of.
Wait, why does it not bring me automatic? Why does it not put me in sync automatically with the timestamp he's at? Dude, let's just break down what he just said here. What does that mean? You know, that means, so, okay, it means the right social maturity between individuals, right? The ability for an individual to understand the expectations of a relationship, how to communicate their feelings within a relationship, to go about a relationship in a healthy manner, and conduct themselves in a way which is actually good for a relationship like that. And also that for individuals to have a relationship that is like incredibly prosperous with the two individuals, they're going to have some establishments of like, okay, so what? What? Dude, he just This is like, holy yap. This is holy fucking yap. This is like saying the same thing 8,000 different ways. This is the same thing 18 different ways. Means, right, social maturity between... Fuck, dude, what? Oh, I'm copying this. Alright, I'm just copying and saving that. That's crazy.
Do you think it'd be okay for Chud to be fucking a 16-year-old?
Depends on the 16-year-old, really, doesn't it?
Depends on the 16-year-old. So you think it would be okay for Chud to be fucking a 16-year-old? What if they were like a fan of this?
No, it's probably... It depends. It depends.
It's like Chud Logic doesn't think this. Chud Logic would think it would be inappropriate. He says that he thinks it's inappropriate.
It depends on what knowledge he had.
It depends on what knowledge he had.
If he knowingly fucked a 16-year-old, that's probably wrong.
Yeah, if he was knowingly fucking up on somebody who he thought to be about 18 years old, like that'd be bad. It'd be bad. The same reason it would be bad for a 16-year-old if he has the knowledge of these things. Wait. Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's okay.
So why is it wrong with a 16-year-old?
Why is it wrong with it?
Who is calling me?
A 16-year-old, the large social maturity difference between the two.
Okay, what does that mean?
You don't know what a social maturity is? If I say that person's like socially immature, you don't understand what that means?
No, I know what that means, but
he's obviously asking what it means in this context.
What does that mean?
So you know what that means. So, okay, if you know what that means, right? Social maturity between individuals, right? The ability for an individual to understand the expectations of a relationship, understand how to communicate their feelings throughout a relationship, to go about a relationship in a healthy manner and conduct themselves in a way which is actually good for a relationship like that.
Go about a relationship in a healthy manner. Conduct themselves in a way that is actually good for that relationship. Isn't that the same thing?
And also the fact that for individuals to have a relationship that is like incredibly prosperous with the...
For individuals to have a relationship, also for individuals to have a relationship that is incredibly prosperous? Dude, this is insane. This is gamma level shit going down here.
The two individuals are going to have for individuals to have a relationship that is like incredibly prosperous with the two individuals, they're going to have some establishments of like
okay, so is it wrong for a 60-year-old to fuck a 30-year-old?
You just asked a question to
me. No, I'm asking another question. Is it wrong for a 60-year-old to fuck a 30-year-old?
Got it. No. Okay, so essentially what he said was, when he's defining social maturity in this context, he says, in total, the ability for an individual to understand the expectations of a relationship, to understand how to communicate their feelings in a relationship, go about a relationship in a healthy manner, conduct themselves in a way that is actually good for that relationship. Also, for individuals to have a relationship that is incredibly prosperous with the two individuals, they need some establishments of like. So this is like re-saying the same thing.
Why?
Probably not. Because
there's a large social maturity difference.
Yeah. What's the social maturity difference? It's large there.
Well, 30, you're just like in maybe the early stages of a career after getting out of university. 60, you're basically retired. You've had your entire working life behind you. You've had so many experiences, relationships, possibly multiple marriages. There's a huge social maturity difference.
So with the individual who is 60 years old, and you're thinking there's a large social maturity difference there, okay, Though you could give me that argument for why there is a large social maturity difference there. If there was a large social maturity difference such that it caused the relationship to not be good on expected utility, I would give that.
Sure. Wait, exactly. So by virtue of something having a social maturity difference, wait, I need to quote what he just said.
Give me that argument for why there is.
So he agrees a social maturity difference is not necessarily bad. Wait, so then he's saying exactly. So Bunk thinks that a social maturity difference is not necessarily bad. So you're going to need to give us something other than the existence of a social maturity difference. Bunk thinks that a social maturity difference is not inherently bad because he says...
I think there's a large
maturity difference behind you. You've had so many experiences. 60, you're basically retired. Maybe the early stages of your career.
The social maturity difference is large there.
Well, 30, you're just like in the early stages of your career after getting out of university. 60, you're basically retired. You've had your entire work.
Yeah, what's the social maturity difference?
Why?
Probably not. Because
there's a lot of questions. Is it wrong for a 60-year-old to fuck a 30-year-old?
60 and 30. Bunk thinks that a social maturity difference is not inherently bad when pushed on 60-30 relationship. All right, got it. Why is Bunk so moist? Because he moisturizes. Old fuck.
Nah.
Why?
Probably not. Because
there's a large social maturity difference.
Yeah, what's the social maturity difference is large there?
Well, 30, you're just like in the early stages of your career after getting out of university. 60, you're basically retired. You've had your entire working life behind you. You've had so many experiences, relationships, possibly multiple marriages. There's a huge social maturity difference.
So with the individual who is 60 years old, and you're thinking there's a large social maturity difference there, okay. Though you could give me that argument for why there is a large social maturity difference there. If there was a large social maturity difference such that it caused the relationship to not be good on expected utility, I would give that to you. I'd say like, yeah, that probably is a bad thing. I don't think you're working.
Why do we determine whether a relationship is good based on? Why do we determine whether a relationship is good based on expected utility and not based on the characteristics of the relationship? What you talk expected utility?
Just a second. Do you remember what
you? Do we determine whether?
Yeah. So no shit. So essentially, what he's just said is, when Queeman asks 60-30, there's a social maturity difference there. Bunk said if there was a difference such that if it caused the relationship to not be good on expected utility, I'll give you that. So if the relationship is bad, then I'll grant that it's bad. Is that essentially what he's like? No shit. But wouldn't you now have to argue that here? I have yet to hear. I don't know if I missed something. Has he made an argument yet why this exchange would be like bad on expect utility?
Stop.
Do we determine what
relationships
are okay?
Stop flashing out, Queen Man. It's okay. Calm the fuck down. Utility. It's all right.
I'm asking.
Stop running away from the thing. I'm trying to make my point, and you're trying to get on into a different point because you know that you're not going to be able to defend anything you just said. Queen Man, calm the fuck down. Calm down, Queen Man. It's so rockabye, baby. Listen.
Just let him finish his point, and then you respond.
Listen,
this doesn't look good to the audience at all.
Dog, a conversation.
Okay, apparently somebody's posted Queeman's end in his server. In logs. What did he say? He said I could go find it in Porter. Who? Whose logs? Who's this guy? From? Can you do from a specific user? Oh, fuck this.
Has to happen two ways. The reason I say it's on expected utility is because that's how you calculate out what is morally good. I'm a utilitarian. I'm a utilitarian at heart. I am a utilitarian, and now I'm going to go back.
What did he just say?
Listen, dog, a conversation has to happen two ways. The reason I say it's on expected utility is because that's how you calculate out what is morally good. I'm a utilitarian.
Who's this guy? Wait, somebody's archived, deleted Queeman VOD. Here it is. Got it.
Mess.
Depends.
I don't think sexuality is.
If they don't have any attraction.
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
I think that what Chud did wrong was. Yeah, not fast.
Stop being a child at 15. He genuinely believes that. No, he's actually. determined by whether it has a positive expected.
Heard. Holy shit.
You debating this or
utilizing a power imbalance in your definition?
Interrupt to stop
So-
it from
so
happening. It
one-
doesn't bring the problem.
you have no
Any of
sense,
these
you
things,
downy,
Queen Man.
you
At
stupid
some
mother.
So you think that it is nothing at all to say
Basically retired. You've had.
the reason for that, the reason that's given for their ability to drink is because over time you develop.
Yeah, there we
There
go.
is still no.
So that's
Mr.
what
You're talking.
you are a lost
Normally
young
whenever people
soul, and you
talk
need
about
to
me,
refine
they-
your names.
So you do fuck Bob. There we go.
Where is it, dude? It's like right here. Okay.
So whenever we say somebody ought do something,
There we
do you
go,
think
right
we're saying
here.
they can't?
Okay,
Where am
stop
I doing? Yeah,
I
if you're
didn't
getting into a
ask dumb. I
relationship
didn't
with
ask dumb. I didn't
absolutely
ask dumb.
no-
There we go. Right there.
It was in response to you claiming that relationships need to have positive utility, positive expected utility.
No, it was in response to what you
That's
said.
where that is where it
Now, I
came
was
from.
saying something
Yeah.
I was
Relationships
trying to
worse because they
divert
have
away from
lower
the
expected
point.
utility.
I think that what Chud did wrong was message somebody
Okay.
who he believed to be 18 years old, sexually, flirtatiously, that he met in his Discord server at 33.
Problem.
All right. So it's a little bit ahead. A few seconds.
Think about it.
Much.
In Chud Logic's country, the age of consent is 18 years old. It's inappropriate.
It depends.
18-year-old, okay. Social maturity, right? Social maturity themselves have a relative
I
like
get it wrong for a 60-year-old. Fuck 30-year-old.
maturity.
Experiences, relationships,
Individual who is 60 years old, and you're thinking there's a large social maturity difference there. If they're okay, though, you could give me that argument for why.
It's not synced up, so it's really weird.
Why there is a large social maturity difference there. If there was a large social maturity difference such that it caused the relationship to not be good on expected utility, I would give that to you. I'd say like, yeah, that probably is a bad thing.
What would you mean?
I don't think, however,
Why do
your
we
working
determine
career
whether a
would stop. Why
relationship
are you
is good
interrupting me?
based on?
Shut
Why
the
do we
fuck up.
determine
I
whether a
let you- I
relationship
let
is
you
good
talk,
based
let me
on
talk.
expected
I let you
utility
talk,
and not
let me
based on the
talk.
characteristics of the relationship? What
I
are you
let
talking about?
you
Expected
talk. Will you
utility.
let me talk just a second? Just a
Do we-
second? Do you even
do we
remember what you
determine?
cut
Do we
off
determine
before you were
whether?
talking?
Do we determine
Stop
whether
crashing
relationships
out,
are
Queen
okay
Man.
based on
Stop crashing out, Queen Man.
based
It's
on
okay.
expected
Calm the fuck
utility?
down.
Nobody views him as crashing out, so you telling him he's crashing out is just going to look like over dramatic and over performative on your part.
It's
I'm
all
asking
right.
I'm asking a very
Listen,
simple
stop
question.
running away from the thing. I'm trying
Why
to
is
make
it? Why
my
does
point, and you're trying to get
you
onto
made
a
a point?
different
Yeah,
point
but there's
because
a
you know that
premise
you're
that
not
I
gonna be
think.
By the way, chat, we are very close to goal. We are very close to goal. Make sure to like, sub, dono. We're going to hit goal by the end of the stream.
There's a premise that I think is false that you don't believe.
Calm the fuck down.
You laid out a
Calm
premise
the
that I
fuck-
don't think you believe.
Calm down, Queen.
I'm stopping you because you laid out the conversation can't go on if one of your premises is flawed.
Listen,
I'm stopping you because one of your premises was
conversation
flawed
has
here.
to happen two ways. The reason I say it's on expected
So-
utility is because that's how you calculate out what is morally good. I'm a
Okay, so
utilitarian. I'm a
gay
utilitarian at heart.
relationships. So
I
gay
am a
relationships have
utilitarian, and now
less.
I'm going to go back on.
So gay relationships have less expected utility because you can't reproduce in them.
Stop trying
Does
to do
that
the
mean
weird
that?
red
Does that
herring
mean that they're
thing where you
worse?
cut me off. Like,
I'm asking you a
everybody
very
saw you cut
simple
me
question.
off.
I'm
I
asking you a
pointed out
very
you
simple
cut me
question.
off. Everybody
Are gay
seems
relationships
trying to
worse because
divert
they have
away
lower
from the
expected
point.
utility?
I'm gonna go
Are
back
gay
to the thing
relationships
that I was
worse because they
saying
have lower
earlier.
expected utility?
I'm gonna go back to
Are
the
gay
thing.
relationships
Listen, if
worse
I'm not
because they
gonna
have a
get
lower
out of
expected?
the
I'm asking you a very
damn
simple
point with you,
question.
if your
I'm asking you a very
entire
simple
idea
question.
of doing well in a debate is just to keep talking so I can't get a point out.
Well,
Nothing's
actually, no.
gonna
I'm
happen
asking
here
a
other than you
substantive
pick up on
point, and you're just talking in circles,
No,
saying
yeah,
nothing,
you're
trying to fill
asking
time.
the
So I'm
point
asking.
in
So
order
I'm
to
asking you a
interrupt
question.
the other
So
point
I'm
that I
asking you a
was
very
making.
simple question.
Right, that's what you're doing. You already asked.
No,
the
you're
question. I
talking in
answered your
circles. You're not
question.
saying
It's like
anything. I'm asking you a very
interrupting me in
simple
order to ask
question.
that question.
I'll get.
At this point, just somebody should let somebody else finish so we can get on with the conversation.
Gay relationships
trying to
worse
ask another
because they have
question
lower
again,
expected
so
Let
utility.
him make his point and then ask whatever you're saying to interrupt him right now to bring him back to the point.
Can't go on to the thing that I was saying earlier because you know you're not going to have a response to it. So
I'm asking
to
a
go back to
question
the thing
about.
I
I'm
was
asking a
saying,
question
just
about your
second,
premise.
This
I'm
is
asking a
so
question about your
gay.
premise.
Again,
Somebody
you're
let
having a
somebody
dialogue.
talk.
I'll go on
Just a
until I've
second.
finished this question about
Just
your
a
premise.
second, Queen Man. It's okay. It's gonna
Why are
be
you
okay.
singing?
Listen to the things that I'm saying. All right. I'm trying
Why
to.
do you think? Do you think it's
It's okay to be arrogant. It's okay to be arrogant. It's okay to be condescending. But when you, like, there's a place and time to do it.
funny when you
trying
sing?
to get you down to like a
It's quite
mellow
embarrassing if you think
level
that's
which
funny when you
everybody
sing.
else is at.
Autistic
I
women
think
do
it's
that a lot.
embarrassing that you think that filibustering your way through a conversation is going to look good in retrospect. I think that's hysterical. So no.
Are gay
Queen Man,
relationships worse
whenever
because they have
we're
lower
talking
expected
about-
utility? Can I get an answer on
Do
that?
you think that gay people have the option to be in a good relationship with straight people? Like, no, unexpected utility. utility, it's not bad.
Yeah,
It's
I think
the most
I think
moral thing that they can.
I don't
do,
think
but it's not
sexuality is
bad and
ever.
expected.
Yeah,
Good, maybe like not for themselves. I mean, they don't have to. Wouldn't the expect utility be better than them not getting into a relationship at all?
utility.
no, I think that's
I already have
perfectly
an answer to
possible.
this question. I'm going to show you that I have an answer.
I think
to
that's
this question. I've
perfectly
answered every single
possible.
fucking
You
question
asked me a
asking
question.
You
I'm
just
responding
asked
to your
me
question.
try and
I'm
get away from
responding.
my
You asked me a
point, and that's
question. I'm
obvious.
responding to it. You asked me a question. I'm responding to it.
Or no, we don't have data that like the expect utility of gay guys in straight relationships is worse than gay guys in gay relationships because the gay guys in straight relationships are in the closet.
What was the question I asked you?
I think that sexuality
Or
is
like Milo Yiannopoulos. We don't have like sample sizes. It's like say that it would be worse.
never
What was
absolute.
the question I asked you, Queen Man?
The question you asked me is, can a gay person be in a relationship with a straight person that can have good utility? That was what you asked me.
Can they? Do you think that they have the same expected utility for a gay person? Let's say the average gay person. Do you think that the expected utility of going into a straight relationship is greater than that of going into a homosexual relationship?
Depends on who the straight person is.
Depends on
I don't think sexuality is.
If they don't have any attraction.
Yeah, I don't think. No, well, no, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
Person are you talking
That's where you're wrong, Bunk. I can explain this to you very. I don't think sexual.
Gay men are able to have sex with women, right? Gay men are like, there's plenty of cases of people who had to be in the closet, and were with women and had kids. Like gay men can have sex with women. Is it ideal for them? No, but it's definitely possible.
Sexuality is ever absolute. I think these are just labels people put on to express dating preferences. So I think absolutely there are plenty of gay people who could have relationships with plenty of straight people and be totally fine.
Yeah, if you could randomly select out the very specific straight person that they might be attracted to, yeah, that might be interesting.
Yeah, we're
to have
talking
happen.
about
I'm
a
sorry,
specific
that's not how
relationship.
feelings
We're
work
talking
in
about a
between
specific
individuals.
relationship.
That's
We're
not
not
how
talking broadly.
relationships work in the real world. Queen,
Okay,
you've never been in
well,
a relationship in your
I'm
goddamn
making
life,
this
and I'm
very-
trying to explain this to you. Just a second. That's not how
I'm making this
relationships
very
work in
clear
the
to you.
real world.
Okay,
I'm
but-
sorry. You have established relationships with people who are around you. There is a practicalities to all of these things. There's things like the distance.
So
in
gay
between
people don't know any
individuals. There's
women?
things like
Is that what you're
the-
saying? So
there's
gay people
things
can't
like
know
the-
women?
Just a second. Holy shit, Queen Man, you're doing the thing again where you just try and talk the most and think.
No,
that you win the
you're
debate.
doing the thing where you're just trying to talk the most. I'm
What are
asking
you talking
pointed
about? Everybody
questions
heard you interrupt me
when I
and keep
respond to
blabbering
points.
over me over and over
You're
and
just
over again
you're
for like
saying
2 minutes
nothing.
straight.
I'm asking pointed questions.
I'm saying nothing at all. If I'm saying
Yeah,
nothing
you're
at all,
going around in
just
circles.
let
You're
me fucking
talking.
finish
You're
the
talking
sentence.
about how.
How old is this guy? Genuine question. Which one, Bunk or Queeman? Isn't Bunk like 20? Queeman, I don't know how old Queeman is. I've heard he's like everywhere between like 20 to 35.
You're talking. You're literally talking about talking. That's what you've been doing this whole time.
So you think that it is nothing at all to say that, yeah, you might have one straight person that you are attracted to, like one straight relationship where you do have some attraction there. However, it's not the case that for gay people, broadly speaking, they have access.
Yeah, but isn't the expect utility of like, aren't there studies that show like there's like poor expect utility in like engaging in like filming a sex tape? So if like what Shud did is like insanely like morally wrong because it had bad expect utility, I'd argue that filming a sex tape will have way worse expect utility than flirting on Discord at 33 with an 18-year-old. So couldn't you argue that's also morally egregious, just as, if not worse, if it's purely based on expect utility?
To all of these relationships and all of that information and all of the establishments that need to be there to have a relationship fostered.
Okay, and?
You think that's a irrelevant point? That's some dumb shit that doesn't have anything to do
No,
with
that is an
the point
absolutely
you were
irrelevant
making?
point. That is a relevant point because
You
we're
think that's an
evaluating
absolutely
we're
fucking
evaluating
irrelevant
an individual
point?
relationship.
What point were you making, Queen Man?
Because we're
What did you say? What was
evaluating
it
an
in
individual
response to?
relationship and we have the information to make
What was
evaluations
it in
about the
response
relationship.
to, Queen Man? Do you remember what it was in response to?
It was in response to you claiming that relationships need to have positive utility, positive expected utility.
No, it was in response to what you
That's
said.
where- that is where
When
it came
I was
from,
saying something,
yeah.
I was responding to myself, Queen Man. What did you say that it was a response to? Do you think it's irrelevant towards?
Dude, you're just talking in circles right now. Relationships
No,
don't have
you
to have
just
an
don't
expected
remember. You
utility.
just wanna call the things I'm
Nobody
saying irrelevant,
evaluates
even though I'm
relationships based on
counter-arguing to the things
expected
I'm saying.
utility.
I'm sorry.
Nobody
Let's think in the
evaluates
real world for a
relationships based on
second. Just a
expected
second, Queen Man.
utility.
We're gonna think in the real world for like just a second.
Okay,
So
I'm thinking in the real world.
the
No one
case
in the real
of-
world evaluates.
Why not use terms like expected outcome, like what the end result will be? We'll have a good end result, a bad end result. Why do we need to talk about like expect utility and gay shit like that? Just say like, yeah, in most cases, an 18, if this is a position, in most cases, an 18 and 33-year-old like temporary flirtatious relationship, in most cases, gonna have bad outcomes than good outcomes. So we'd expect it to generally have bad outcomes. So you shouldn't do it.
Evaluates relationships based on expected utility, you fucking
No,
autist.
them spending all of their time trying to find the one person they might be attracted to is not going to have a good expected utility outcome. I'm sorry, you don't have all the time in the world to make decisions. To
Bunk, do you think
research
people
into
evaluate
people. You
relationships
don't
based on
have
expected
just a-
utility?
oh my
Do you think that,
fucking
Bunk?
God.
Do you think that?
Do I think that people evaluate relationships based on expected utility?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like your average person? Do I think that they
Yeah.
have value?
Were you just going on about how
No, I
this
think
doesn't
your
have any
average
relevance to
person
real
moves
life?
off
So,
of some
so why the
heuristics
fuck are you talking about
just
expected
assessments.
utility for? So
Quiet
what the
the
fuck
fuck
are you talking
down.
about
Oh
expected
my
utility
God.
for? If you say
Oh
no,
my God.
why are we talking about that?
Because
You just
if you're
said
asking for a
that we're not.
robust account of why it's
I think like, yeah, you're like a better listening to Queeman, Aiden, Destiny, etc. Debate has made me notice how little other people say in debates because they generally explain their points well and actually respond to the other. Yeah, I'm not a good debater by any means, but like, I try to say things in the most simple way possible because the reality is, and a lot of people won't admit this, I'm not trying to win over the person I'm talking to. I'm trying to win over the audience. And I'm not going to win over the audience by talking about expect utility or like accusing someone of fucking engaging in composition fallacy. You know, like my goal is to win over the audience, so I have to maintain like, you know, brevity, make it simple. And honestly, being smart, there's a difference between somebody who, this has nothing to do with Bunk specifically, it's like the Gamma crew, like, your ability to explain something in the best way possible with the least amount of words, I think makes you like far more intelligent than like, you know, explaining things in the most complex way possible when there's a simple and more concise and more accurate solution. I don't know. People think it just makes them look smart to throw out big words. Like, no, I don't know.
Morally wrong. Then what I'm going to give you is the robust account, which goes into the meta and normative.
I don't think that's what he's trying to do. I don't think Bunk's trying to look smart. I just think he's in this like autist philosophy kind of debatosphere. So this is just like the vernacular of their daily conversations.
Why?
Now,
okay, so why does that have to?
Why care to win over an audience? Why stream? Why am I streaming? Why not just debate in private? Why do I need to debate on stream? Because the whole point of live streaming is for the audience. It's a mutual exchange. It's a symbiotic relationship. I go live, I give the audience content, the audience gives me support, attention, and money. And winning them over gets you more support, attention, money. It's a mutual exchange. I don't live stream like there's like why not just debate in private?
To be a positive expected utility for a relationship to be good. So what? So explain to me. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're avoiding the question. Why do you have? No one's around. I'm not.
I don't debates. These shitty little Discord debates don't change anything. I don't claim this having some profound impact. It has no impact at all. So I might as well use it to my own fucking benefit.
Dakota,
you're yapping, buddy.
Are you hearing this shit?
Dakota.
This happens. Yeah, this is a comp. Dude, Bonk should have been taking this one on his own.
Are you hearing this shit?
No,
Dakota, are you hearing this shit? Please help me. Please help me.
So are we parasites? No, they're a member of a symbiotic relationship is not a parasite. This I hate dogs guy was conflating the two the other day. Okay, Jar has just declined to come on my live stream. No, a symbiotic relationship is not a parasitism or whatever. That's not.
I can't win without yapping around in fucking circles. Please help me.
I have no desire to.
I'm muting Dakota.
I'm muting. Third person perspective. Is this like this
I've
is
muted the other.
crazy.
I've muted the other guy. I've muted the other guy.
I've
muted the other guy. So
I do not hate you. My audience is all I have left in this world. My cult. That's all I have left.
Can't hear him. And so whatever he's saying is totally worthless.
I'm just making sure that I'm like not wildly distinct from the conversation. No, obviously people don't have all of the time in the world to make all of these types of accounts. People might not on average think in the forms of expected utility because thinking in forms of expected utility is kind of a complex thing for people to do. Most people don't have very robust morals. However, when we're talking about morals specifically, we're going to be talking about them in a more complex sense because both of you and I were capable of having that conversation. I have complex opinions about morals.
Okay, so if two people are in a relationship and they waste time in it and break up.
Individuals, yes, obviously.
Oh my god, there's no way Synth is typing in chat right now. Queeman got extreme autism. This is what dude, I could bring this up for days. It's like surrounding yourself in debates with yes men and then resorting back to them as like your frame of reference for how the debate is going. It's such like a scummy way to debate. It is debate pedophilia.
I think the things that they're...
It would be like me having Willie in VC right now while I'm debating like Keffels, and every 2 seconds I'd be like, yo, Willie, how am I doing, man? It's like, it's such a biased frame of reference.
they're going to be having these heuristics and these intuitions
Synth is in that call too, Aiden. I know. That's what I'm referring to.
around are things like expected utility.
I've acknowledged that already.
Yes.
Okay, so if two people have a relationship and break up, they do nothing but waste time, and it's a bad relationship. Is that relationship
No, I've never debated Keffels.
morally wrong?
Did they think
Queeman is definitely autistic, but it's the pot calling the kettle black. Queeman sits in VCs for hours playing Sonic. I think he might be autistic.
that they would do nothing but waste time in the
Yeah,
relationship?
it was just they were just fucking around.
Yeah, no, that'd be a dumb. If having these heuristics and these intuitions around for
Break up.
individuals, yes, obviously, I think that the things
So-
that they're going to be having these heuristics and these intuitions around are things like expected utility. Yes.
Okay, so if two people have a relationship and break up, they do.
So, wait, then why is the age relevant here? Wouldn't any temporary act of flirtation be, like, equally as bad as this in terms of expect utility? So the age isn't even what's the problem here?
Do nothing but wait.
Or I guess if the age influences its likelihood to work out, but that's under the assumption that either party's ever had the intention for it to work out.
Waste time, and it's a bad relationship. Is that
Couldn't the argument then be, like, e-relationships are morally egregious because they have low expect utility? I mean, how many Discord e-relationships actually work out?
relationship morally wrong?
Did they think that they would do nothing but waste time in the
Yeah,
relationship?
it was just they were just fucking around.
Yeah, no, that'd be a dumbass thing to be doing. Yeah,
I
if you're
didn't
getting into a
ask dumb. I
relationship
didn't
with
ask dumb. I didn't
absolutely
ask dumb.
no
I asked
intent
morally wrong.
whatsoever,
I
you
asked
know that it's
morally
gonna
wrong.
go
I asked morally wrong.
And I just answered yeah.
No, you didn't. You said dumb. You think it's morally wrong to be in relationships that aren't worth your time?
Yeah, I think it's morally wrong to enter into a relationship that you think is going to go nowhere and just waste your time. You could be doing a billion other things with that time, of course. Yeah, for the same reason I think it's wrong to let a child drown. Yeah, you don't fucking throw away your time. You could be doing so many important things.
So is playing video.
People throw away time on a regular basis. That's clearly not the... I'd be okay if that's the problem you took with this. But you're acting like there is some exceptional moral wrong here. If the issue was like purely that it's not going to result in anything and is a waste of time, which I'm not even sure if that's what he's saying right now or if he's just addressing Queeman's point. Like, why call this out specifically when everybody does this?
Video game's morally wrong, Bunk.
No, you need some time to relax as an individual.
Bunk, I see you in aren't you like in VCs sometimes till 5 a.m.? Is that not a waste of time?
In order to actually perform at your best.
Okay, so what if it's a waste of time but you relax in the relationship? What if it's a waste of time but you feel relaxed in the relationship? Is that morally wrong?
To the proper
Because your argument makes no fucking sense, you downy. You stupid motherfucker.
You have to understand in this conversation. You can't call me stupid. It looks like
you are
I have a bunch
stupid
of
as
things
fuck,
in
bro.
complex
You are so no, you don't.
What have I done?
You're just saying big words doesn't make you. You're a fucking opiate addict, waster, loser, fucking tranny fucker
opioid
loser.
addict?
Okay,
Am
dude.
I an opioid addict?
Yeah, you are,
What?
dude. Yeah, you are, dude. Okay.
Where am I an
Stop trying to
opioid
use
addict?
big words because you've
Where am I
heard them
an
on
opioid
Destiny and
addict?
Vosh. Stop trying to use big words because you've heard them on Destiny and Vosh. You don't sound smart. You just sound like you're filling time.
Oh, that one made Synth mad.
You just sound like you're filling time.
Edited for Chud Logic. You are so much.
He did not edit for Chud. What?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? What did you do?
I've never edited
I
for
thought you were
anyone.
Chud Logic's editor. Real shit.
Nope.
Okay, so we both got something wrong about each other. You think I'm an opioid addict, and I thought you edited.
Yeah,
for Chud
except
Logic. I'm
I
pretty sure
know
yours
it's
is
false.
worse.
I'm using it to insult you. You're just
I'm
a
pretty
fucking
sure yours
idiot.
is worse.
So let's carry.
No,
on.
I'm sorry.
Why
you know
does a
it's
relationship?
false?
Why does a relationship
Did you
have to
say
have
you
a
know it's
positive?
false?
Yeah, I know you're not an opiate addict. I was just saying.
Okay, so you were
to
just like
fuck you.
randomly calling me a drug
Yeah,
addict.
I'm just like insulting
you.
you.
Upset,
Yes,
'cause you got
I'm
really
insulting
upset.
you.
You got really ass mad.
Dude, everyone's seen Destiny debates
before.
before. They know where you're getting tactics from. It's fucking pathetic.
What are
that
you
just-
talking about?
Well, you open the conversation with everyone saying, "Have you got a positive stuff?" It's not like you wanted to talk to me, and then you said anything else at the end of the last conversation. You filibustered the entire fucking time.
Yeah, because I want to make sure that people have the ability to say the things that they actually believe. And no, I didn't filibuster the entire time.
Yes,
what are
yes, you
talking
have.
about? I like
Yes, you have. You
engage with every
filibustered the entire
single
conversation.
point
So, but
I mean,
once again,
you might think that
why,
everybody filibusters
so,
because that's how you go
once
about
again,
these conversations.
video
but
games,
everything
playing
that I've
video
been trying
games.
to-
If you play video games with no positive expected utility from it, is that morally wrong?
Yeah, like if you are doing video games instead of like going out and getting a job or working on something, if you're like lazy
You
as
think
fuck, and
any
you're
form
wasting
of
your time on video
laziness
games,
is
of course
morally
that's
wrong?
Yeah,
bad.
but even if you do have a job, what if like I'm sure like there is a activity you could be engaging in other than video games that would allow you to decompress and still be just as productive.
I think any form of laziness is morally
What do
wrong.
you mean by laziness? In the way that I define it,
Any
probably.
procrastination is morally wrong.
No. Sometimes you should procrastinate on things for a good reason. Sometimes you're too stressed to handle those given
Procrastination
things.
describes executive dysfunction, Bunk. It means you're not able to direct your attention in the right place.
Yeah, there's a difference between procrastination and contemplation, right? There's a difference between procrastination and postponing. There's a total difference between the two. If the guy has to schedule a meeting today, but he knows that the Wi-Fi is really bad that day, so he decides tomorrow would be better to schedule the meeting on his computer. He's not procrastinating. He's making a judgment call leading him to postpone it. That's not the same thing.
There's no procrastinating for a good reason.
Dysfunction, do you think?
The inability to direct your attention,
in the right place is what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so whenever we say somebody ought do something, do you think we're saying they can do it?
What the fuck are you asking?
If to say that somebody ought to do something, is that the part that's confusing? Do you have any confusion about what I just said there?
Just ask your question, bro.
I just did, and you got confused by it. I'll ask it again for you. Maybe you'll get it this.
Yeah, but this is like, this is the problem with your wording.
So when we say that somebody ought do something, do you think that we're saying that they can do that thing?
Why would you say someone should do something they can't do?
Yeah, and so if they can't direct their attention to something, then you can't say that they ought to do it. It's not a moral failing. There you go. You fucking answered your own question, Queen Man. This is the first bit of
you think that you have no agency over you have no agency over executive dysfunction. That's what
it is actually possible to stop procrastinating, but it takes like conceited effort and willpower. It is not like procrastinating is like it's like you physically cannot do it. That's just
you're arguing. There's no agency. It's a literal.
What do you mean by can't?
Well, I didn't say. When I say can't in terms of executive dysfunction, I don't mean you have no agency. I mean you have an decreased ability to direct your attention. Obviously, dude. There are obviously strategies you can employ to direct your attention.
Is that of like your will, right? You can only exert your will so far.
So it's morally wrong, but less morally wrong. So it is morally wrong, but less morally wrong. So actually, engage with the point. So that's what you would say. Is it's morally wrong, but less morally wrong because you have less agency.
Okay, so what if in this exchange, Chud knew that he probably shouldn't be messaging this 18-year-old, but he had sexual impulses, and he acted on them anyway because his will was unable to be exerted so far to stop him from doing it? What if his will had a limit, and he just went and engaged in it? Why would it be morally wrong? If your willpower has limitations, so therefore you can't. And wait, so if you shouldn't ought to do something. You shouldn't ought to do something if you can't do it. Procrastination doesn't mean you can't do it. Yes, but your willpower only goes to a certain extent. Yes, but your willpower only goes to a certain extent. So what if Chud's willpower went to its maximum extent and he's still engaged in the action? Oh shit, are we cooking or am I really tired? Are we cooking or am I really tired? So Bunk is essentially saying here, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if I'm cooking. So Bunk is essentially saying here that it is not morally wrong. It is not morally wrong to, like, we're not going to make a prescription like you ought to do something if you can't do it. So if you cannot do it, you have no moral, there's no moral responsibility or whatever. And this was in response to procrastination. So Queeman says, well, procrastination doesn't mean you, like, physically can't do it. And Bunk is like, well, your willpower can only be exerted to a certain extent, which brings back to his first point that there's not, like, the moral accountability if you can't do it. So if your willpower going to a certain extent and it's still not working means you can't do it, and therefore you can't do it, means you have no moral responsibility, then what if Chud had exerted his willpower in the course of this discussion? He has obviously sexual urges. He acknowledges that he shouldn't do this, but he does it anyway, which would be something he would, in his best interest, to not do. So what if he's exerted his willpower in this discussion and it just wasn't good enough? Does that mean he shouldn't be held morally responsible?
Morally wrong.
If he couldn't disengage from talking to the 18-year-old?
for somebody who like has intensive depression, for example.
You realize
and finds it
your
really
definition
fatiguing to
of
do just a
morally wrong
second.
is just
I'm
completely
trying to
vacuous
give
and
you- I'm trying to
worthless to
give you an
most people.
understanding.
If you
This
think
is
that just
pertinent
laziness,
throughout the
that just
conversation.
laziness
I'm
is
trying to give
morally
you an
wrong.
understanding
You
of
realize
$436.0. Okay. If we shouldn't ought to do something just because we can't do it. Like, we can't make a moral prescription if you can't do it. But can't be like not being able to do something is related to extending your willpower and still not. You can only extend your willpower to such an extent, right? So then if you extend your willpower and still don't do it, then you can't do it. So wouldn't that argument be used to defend, like, what about pedophiles that try to fight their urges and then go and, like, rape kids? Should they not be held morally accountable even though they had exerted their willpower to its maximum extent?
this is like worthless to most people.
And
If you're saying child logic, messaging someone on Discord is equivalent to being lazy.
Fucking thing I have to say.
Maybe
because
I
you
don't need to know as much philosophy as I thought I would for this debate. I'm making notes. I'm going to go over all this tomorrow. I'm going to write my opening statements. I'm going to properly label this, write it in the form of propositional calculus.
If you start engaging with the argument, actually start thinking about it, not like a fucking idiot for like 2 seconds, you're going to understand that you're fucking wrong. Right? It's very obvious what's going on.
I'm pointing out to you
for
that
people like,
positive
for example,
utility is a flawed standard for evaluating relationships, you fucking
It's a
idiot.
flawed standard for evaluating
Yes, no one
relationships.
evaluates relationships like this, you stupid motherfucker.
Wait, why is it a flawed standard for evaluating
Dude,
relationships?
what you on here 10 minutes ago saying how everyone else was autistic and has never got any pussy, and you're sitting here saying that relationships are determined by expected utility.
You're like the type of person I'm talking about. It's like exactly you,
dude.
man.
You
it's like
fuck
dead on
men.
exactly
You
who
fuck
are.
men.
Based.
Yeah, I fuck men and I fuck women.
No, you don't, buddy.
What's your point?
You fuck one. No, that's not true.
what are
You
you
fucked
talking
one
about?
while watching a Nick Diorio video and then released the video
Yeah,
online.
So to be clear, was that a man or a woman?
Oh, it was both, wasn't it?
It was both?
Yeah, it was one of them they thems.
So you do fuck both. There we go.
At
There you
once,
go.
apparently. At once. With one
There you
person.
fucking go. No, I'm sorry, Queen. You have like no perspective on who I am or my life. I have a very good perspective on the type of person you are at this point.
What do
it's
you mean? I know
hysterical.
loads about
It
you.
looks
I know
funny
you're an
as shit. I think
embarrassing. I know
gonna
you're
come
an
back to this in a
embarrassing
couple of
chaser.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
Hanging out
I'm a
with the fucking
chaser?
Rhode
What the
Island
fuck?
House
I'm
of
a
Horrors,
chaser?
slamming
I'm not
nasty
even
ass
in Rhode Island.
autistic
What are you
pussy,
talking about?
slamming
You are a
nasty
fan,
ass
aren't you, Queen
autistic
Man?
pussy,
You are a fucking
posting
fan
sex
of
tapes
everyone.
online like some grotty
Holy
fucking
shit.
heroin
Streaming
addict.
for like a
Pace, is he cooking? Is he cook? I think he's cooking. I think he's actually cooking right now.
I know exactly what you are, buddy. I know exactly what you are.
Lord.
Fuck you
This
know
guy
about
cares
me,
about
queer.
me.
Fuck you know about me.
Not up to date enough, apparently. I don't live in Rhode Island. Chaser's a little bit weird because, like, no, I'm sorry, no. Like, fucking, you can ask the people around me. You can.
Dude, there's a
I
video
don't
of you
know,
fucking grabbing autistic bussy by the throat. What do you mean you're not a chaser?
Because I fucked a trans person, I'm a chaser?
Yeah,
I
buddy.
think that's what it means?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on one sec. I gotta grab something. Stay right here. He's actually cooking so hard. Wait, I'm gonna listen. I'll be 1 sec. Hold on.
You think chaser means you fucked a
Yeah,
trans
I saw the
person?
way you looked at that thing, dude. Okay?
Okay, so if what you mean by that is I have had sex with trans people, then yeah, I guess if that's what you mean by chaser.
I guess if that's
not
what you mean by
anybody else
chaser.
means. It
Why
could
you
just
mean
be
I
what
fuck
you
men
mean.
in dresses? If that's what you mean by chaser.
No,
Yeah,
you
it
don't,
is,
like,
buddy.
You don't
Yeah.
have fucking weird rumors about like the fact that like a drug addict or something, and you've decided to bring those up in the middle of the conversation. Like internally, you feel upset. It's obvious you do, and you know that you're not.
Why would
doing
I
well
feel
in this
upset? You've been embarrassing yourself on this whole fucking stream with the most transparent dog shit debate tactics.
You gotta be more self-aware, Kool-Aid man. You look like a freak.
Oh, well, if your
Like,
friend
I
said
was
it, oh,
like,
wait, if your
you
friend said it,
screamed
I guess,
at
oh,
me
well,
that
if
I was
Dakota
an
on...
I think we might be cooking, guys. I think we might be onto something here. Hold on. I think we might be onto something here.
Discord, Bunk's friend. Dakota on Discord, Bunk's friend said it.
Ask yourself why you're upset. Ask your introspect for a second for the first time in your fucking life, Queen man. Just introspect.
True, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
Why are
I'm
you
annoyed
upset?
with you because you're a fucking retard, and you've been
okay, so you're
filibustering this whole
upset.
conversation.
And
yes, I'm annoyed with you because
as
you
far
are a
as
retard.
filibustering,
Where did the other guy come from? Dakota? Dakota is like Bunk's kind of mentor. Debate mentor. My debate mentor, actually, as well. And by debate mentor, I mean... I lost many debates to the Dakota Bunk tag team. Aiden, you suck? What do you mean? You're supposed to be my fucking manager.
is concerned, you've interrupted me more in this conversation far more than I've interrupted you.
That's not what
Lumpster? Did you just call him Lumpster? Yeah, what's good, Lumpster?
filibustering means.
Okay, do you think I've talked longer than you have?
Yes, you talked around in circles saying nothing. That's
you think
what
that I've talked longer
filibustering
than you have,
means.
so that's not true either. Right? You can just go back in the video. You can go back and watch it. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay,
the times
you're
where I was
wrong, and
talking a
everyone's
lot
seen
was
this
because you
exact
just interrupted
phrase
me, and I was just
used
pointing
by
out that you had
Destiny
interrupted me, just
in
like you did
every
just
debate
there.
ever. How do you think you're sly
Why are
when you're
you so
literally you are
obsessed over this
skinwalking?
one phrase?
No one's
Why is
obsessed.
the one
Another
thing you
Destiny
care
tactic.
about?
Another Destiny tactic. Another Destiny tactic. Stop skinwalking. You fucking freak. Get
big
your own
Destiny
personality.
tactic, the big
Get your own
Destiny thing. I don't know what
personality.
the fuck you're talking
You are a lost
Normally
young
whenever
soul,
people
and you
talk
need
about
to
me,
refine
they
your
talk about me being
personality.
a clone of Dakota. Right, they talk about being a clone of Synth, which is like
The
I think
Korean man's gonna say
it's
it's the
far
same
more
thing.
accurate. It's
That
like a far
probably is
more
the same
accurate
thing. They probably both watch the same guy.
Yeah, I predicted it. Motherfucker has terrible jokes.
This is fucking brutal.
It's not a
Listen,
joke. You
Sorry,
use
man, you
every
got
si-
no
you use,
charisma.
you use every single phrase. You use every single phrase in
I don't know
rapid
what to-
succession.
It's not like a skin.
Anything else?
It's more like everybody kind of skinwalks Dakota, I'd say. And Dakota kind of I don't know if Dakota got her mannerisms off Destiny. But it was like Dakota was in the like Destiny's debate space, like the spaces I think where Destiny learned how to debate behind the scenes, like these general servers. Dakota's been at this for a while. Dakota used to co-host the Crucible with Andrew Wilson.
Like people
Yeah, Dakota's trans.
live with me in
Yeah, Dakota is trans.
the real.
Anything
fucking world.
else? What is there? Go back in this conversation. I spoke way less than you, actually. All of them. Literally every single
You think
Destiny
that
classic.
pointing
It's
out
like
that
a
you're wrong
fucking.
about the way the conversation took place.
I think you do it in the exact same phrasing.
What was I
You've seen it
supposed
done
to
in
do?
debates every single
What was I
time.
supposed to tell you? Would you have preferred if I said, just
Well, you were
rewind
wrong,
the video,
first of
my
all.
good
You were
friend.
wrong,
You will
first of all.
find that
You were wrong,
actually
first of
you
all.
have spoken more than I.
Oh my god, you guys are just as annoying as what the fuck is her name? Dude, I forget her name. Lily Tino. I'm like, it's ma'am. You guys are just as annoying. If I like call a trans if I call a trans person or whatever, their fucking pronouns or some shit. You're like, actually, it's he. It's like so annoying. Just let's both mutually make an agreement to call people whatever the fuck we want. I don't police you guys.
You were wrong,
in the
first of
times
all.
that I was speaking for long periods.
It's like with Chris Tyson or whatever. Everyone's like, it's he. It's actually he. It's like, it's just as fucking annoying. It's just as annoying. Just let people call people what they want to fucking call them.
It was because you had interrupted me.
And second of all, you've been filibustering the whole conversation.
Do you actually think that 18 and 33 is okay? Like real shit?
Yeah, if nothing coercive is going on, yeah, why not?
Oh my god, you're a freak.
Well, what's the problem? What's the moral wrong? What's the
Aiden is a she now. It's Adriana. Thank you.
The same problem for 17 and 33.
So, also, Queen Man, just to point
Okay,
something out.
you're
as well,
okay.
dude,
Why do we have an age? Wait. Pause. I'm talking to Dakota. I'm talking to Dakota now. Dakota,
Okay,
why
if
do we
you
have an
want
age of
to
consent?
hang out,
Conversation.
Why
That's
do we have
cool.
an age of
Yeah,
consent?
you can have
Why
a
do we have an age of
conversation
consent?
Because children can't consent.
Okay, why do we have an age
Did
of
you need to
consent
ask me
instead
that?
of
You didn't know?
why do we have an age of consent instead of individually evaluating every case?
We do individually evaluate the cases. That's how
Really?
trials
So
work,
if a
dummy.
30-year-old fucks
Yeah.
a
What do you think a trial
17-year-old,
is?
so if a 30-year-old fucks a 17-year-old in an 18 age of consent state, that's
Yeah, that
considered
goes to
not
court.
okay. Will it be deemed not illegal if they had shown to have fucked them?
Most likely that'll be illegal.
So it's
the fake laugh, the condescend. This is insecure debate tactics.
not done individually, is it? It's always
You're
illegal.
retarded, aren't you?
It's always illegal.
I'm skinwalking Lumpy Willie. My bunny likes listening to your voice, so I put your streams on for him, and this is the first stream that he has not jumped up on my bed to listen. I think he hates Bunk. Really? Wait, I got rabbit fans? Dude, there are rabbits that are fans of mine? Aiden is thinking? No, I'm writing a fucking propositional calculus equation to analyze the validity of my point from earlier. I just want to see if I'm cooking.
If the age is below the age of consent, right? As long as no Romeo and Juliet
there are
exception.
cases where you don't have mens rea. There are cases where you don't have mens rea, and in those cases, it wouldn't be illegal.
No, it would still be illegal. You just wouldn't be able to bring prosecution.
No, for anything to be illegal, it has to be the case that you have both aspects of the crime. The two aspects of a crime are actus reus and mens rea, right?
Do all crimes require mens rea to prosecute? Is that even true? Not all crimes require... This is AI. Guilty mind. All crimes do require mens rea. There has to be one crime where you don't have... there has to be one crime. Guilty mind. The act's not culpable unless the mind is guilty. Okay, so could it be if you like believe that killing somebody will like lead to the greater good, like it's for the greater good and will have positive outcomes for the world? Do you have mens rea if your like intentions are noble and positive? Or is it just intent to commit a crime? Like if I believe, if I'm like working at a this was I think on an episode of House or something. If I'm working at a hospital and there's a dictator that I know is gonna go back to his fucking country, that I know is gonna go back. Well, yeah, they require two things. They require it's mens rea and the other thing, the action, right? So if I have a dictator, it's like an episode of House that I know is gonna go back to his country and commit genocide, and I'm his doctor at the hospital, and I kill him, and I believe by killing him, I am like saving millions of lives. Is it really mens rea, or is it considered mens rea because I knew I was killing him? Yeah, isn't actus reus just like committing the action? Okay, so intent to break the law. Yeah. I was going by the direct translation of guilty mind. I know it's like intent, but I was wondering if is it still considered mens rea if your intent is like one that is noble? I guess, yeah, you could do passion, provocation, manslaughter, right?
Yeah. Right. Okay, there you go, dummy.
There you go,
But that's
dummy.
for prosecution.
Okay, fatty. Dude, this is like flamenco level arguments, dude. Why do lawyers like Latin so much? Welcome to the fucking English language. Like, everything loves Latin so much.
The act.
Well, yeah, because then wouldn't the insanity defense work in certain cases if you genuinely, like, wouldn't that say you couldn't tell right from wrong if you're committing an act believing you're committing a right and it is actually wrong? Like the guy who killed people because he believed he was going to stop earthquakes from happening and stop California from falling into the ocean?
It's still illegal. Fucking someone who's underage is still illegal.
What do you think actus reus is?
That's the act. Yeah.
That's the act. Yeah, you have to have two components for the crime. Like
Yeah,
you just
for the-
agreed. You have to have
to
both the
prosecute it,
action
yes.
and both the type of intent. That can be negligent intent.
Wait, so why... Wait, but don't some states not allow a defense of, like, not knowing the age in certain cases? Wasn't there a kid he was 18, he fucked a girl that said she was 18, but she was actually 14. He still got put on the registry, even though he was under the belief she was 18? Wouldn't that lack mens rea, but he could still be prosecuted for it? Or even better, what if I move from a foreign country where the age of consent is 15 and I have no knowledge about the age of consent in the United States, and I engage in a sex act with a kid because it was legal in my country, not realizing that it's illegal in the United States? Is it mens rea? Can you, or is there mens rea? Can you even convict me? Just because you don't know something is illegal doesn't save you from being prosecuted. But then, so then is mens rea always required? I mean, so ignorance isn't an excuse in the eyes of the law. So then, yeah, but I know okay. I know you need, but don't you need both? Okay.
That can be malicious intent?
The crime does not require the mens rea. It does not, in the letter of the crime, require mens rea. For a prosecution, you need mens rea. That's hashed out in court. But the actual act is the part that's illegal.
I'm sorry, are you, maybe you have like literally no idea what the fuck you were talking about. Have you ever heard the phrase in your life, innocent until proven guilty?
Yes.
Okay, so you know what that means, right?
It means that you don't prosecute until you've proven it.
No.
Yes.
No, it does not mean that you don't prosecute until you've proven it. It does not mean that.
Okay, what does it mean then, Dakota?
The proving it happens after prosecution. You bring you prosecute them.
Sorry, conviction. Sorry, conviction. Jesus Christ, are you fucking retarded?
You know literally nothing. I'm retarded.
That was such a minor mix-up. He knew what he was talking about. That was a fucking minor. They're gonna get caught up on that.
Yes.
No, it does not mean that you don't prosecute until you've proven it. It does not mean that.
Okay, what does it mean then, Dakota?
The proving it happens after prosecution. You bring you prosecute them.
Sorry, conviction.
You knew what he meant. They're gonna get caught up on that.
Sorry, conviction. Jesus Christ, are you fucking retarded?
You know literally nothing.
I know nothing. It was like a minor mix-up. This is such a bad faith, like cringe way to debate. Like your points should stand by their own merit. You shouldn't get hyper fixated and dunk on like mix-ups where you know what the person meant.
You just admitted you got that wrong. You're clearly.
Aiden, didn't you do this to me about paraphilias? No.
Because I used prosecution in place of conviction. Because I used prosecution in place of conviction.
You don't know anything about this. Obviously, if you have not committed the crime, if you don't have both aspects of the crime, to prosecute a crime, it has to be the case that what you're trying to do is prove that they both have actus reus and mens rea. If they don't have the intent, no, you won't be prosecuted for it. I have no idea why you brought this up. You just don't know anything about it. You've delved into law, which is an area you know even less about than morality. At least you have intuitions. You can have feelings about morality. You can know a little bit there. You don't know anything about law. You like know jack shit about it. Don't pivot there again. Back to the morality. So
okay, why do we have age of consent? Why do we have age of consent, Dakota? Why do we have it? No, you didn't. Why do we have age of consent instead of individually evaluating each child?
I told you. We do individually evaluate.
We don't individually evaluate each child, do we? To determine whether it was okay to have sex with them.
Yeah. You even mentioned Romeo and Juliet laws. Do you know what those are?
What evaluation would we determine about a child to determine they were okay to have sex with?
Whether or not that individual has the capacity to consent.
So you think that there are some, say, 15-year-olds that could have the capacity to consent and that would not be illegal?
What's actually sad is knowing all this information and still being a useless Discord debater online. I said that to Synth. I always said to Synth, like, you could have gone into law. You could have, like, done something with your life.
No, I think that in the case of capacity to consent, it's obviously a gradient. I don't think 15-year-olds have it. I think that it's the case if you have an individual who's 18.
So why do we have age of consent instead of doing it individually? So why do we have age of consent instead of doing it individually? I want you to give me the answer to my question.
How many times in a row are you going to ask the same question? I'm just going to give you the same answer every single time, which is we do it individually. That's every single time.
We don't. We have a standard age of consent. We have a standard age of consent.
And those go to court. And you evaluate them.
Yeah, but what you're evaluating in that case is whether or not this person knowingly had a like, it's not like you're assessing the outcomes of it regardless of the age. Like, it's not like it's being judged due to the outcomes. What's being judged is, did the act occur of engaging with this age? So no, you're setting a general rule, and then what you're assessing in each case in court is assessing whether that general rule was broken, not if negative outcomes had occurred, like, cause then you wouldn't need to set that general rule to begin with. You'd evaluate each individual relationship and say, oh, this had a bad outcome, this had a good outcome. You're not assessing the individual outcome of the case. You're assessing whether or not it violated the rule that you had already set to not have to go and evaluate each individual case.
Those in court, whether or not the individual.
Why do we
actually
have
broke
an
the
age
law.
of consent that is set?
Yes, 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 yes.
Do you actually think that we have like an age of consent that's just a magic number? You don't realize you
That's
mentioned
not what he
you
means. That's a total straw man. That's not what he said.
Just a magic number. I'm asking you, why do we have a law that says what the age of consent is?
How many times in a row are you going to repeat this?
You repeat till you answer the fucking question.
I'm not, because until you answer the fucking question, dipshit.
Based, so based. We're on the same wavelength right now.
I've answered this question and the other phrasing of the question that you think are the same question. I've answered it several times.
Yeah, so
no, that's not. No, he's never asked. No.
Why do we have-
You just have no idea what he means. What he's asking you here is, if we're assessing each individual case in a court of law, then why would we need to set a general age of consent? Because we're only going to court to assess each individual case to see if it breaks the general rule. But if we're actually assessing each individual case by the outcomes, which is what Queeman is saying, then why would we need to have a general rule? Why would we need to have a fucking age of consent?
We have an age of consent law is so that people don't fuck kids. That's why we have those. Any other dumb questions you want to ask?
Pre-watched? Yeah, I pre-watched. I know exactly who's going to say what at what time. Exactly. No, you're so fucking right. You're so right. I pre-watch.
So people don't fuck those. Do you understand?
Guys, we've been live now almost 6 hours. I stayed live hours longer than I agreed, even though we didn't hit goal. Leon would never. Leon goes live for 3 hours, then abandons his viewers and makes 100 times the money I make. So if you want to support the stream, hit the Streamlabs link. I'm the most dedicated streamer, no sleep, going at it 6 hours now. We're still going. You want to support, donate to the Streamlabs. If we hit goal, go to the Reddit, join the Discord, like, subscribe.
Go back to being silent again.
Do we have an age of consent? Because there is a line we have to draw somewhere. Would you agree with that?
A magic fucking... No, we don't have to draw a magic line in the sand. That's why we have Romeo and
Okay, so
Juliet
how do we
laws.
stop people from fucking kids if we don't draw a line in the stand somewhere?
We arrest them when they fuck kids.
Okay, and how do we determine if they fuck...
Yeah, if we're putting something, if we're making a law about something, we have to formally define what classifies a kid, which is then brings us back to age of consent, the general rule. So yes, what you're advocating for is the general rule instead of assessing each individual circumstance.
Fuck the kid or not?
By whether or not there's evidence they put their penis in a child.
I am still live. Support us.
Okay, and how do we determine who a child is or not?
We determine who a child is based on whether or not it's the case they meet the age of consent and...
Okay.
Yeah, so this is begging the question. He's begging the question. Or sorry, she's begging the question.
Hey, so we got there, didn't we? At last, we finally
This is totally begging the question.
got there. Wow, crazy.
Do you think you're making a good argument?
Yes, absolutely he's making a good argument.
This is like a good look for you?
If we had $130, I will tell the exclusive, never heard before Kai story. My experiences with Kai.
You're getting fucking dumpstered on this topic and you're just trying to interrupt to stop it from
So
happening.
once
He's just, a synth always does this. I used to mock it in VCs. But you're getting blown the fuck out right now. You're getting blown the fuck out. I need to keep asserting that. Like, if you have to keep asserting that, you're probably, like, very unsure of your performance. And you're reassuring yourself. Aiden, you should do $5 or $10 TTS. I think that'd get you more donos, unironically. Yeah, the problem with that is people say, like, insane okay, fuck it. We'll do TTS. Fuck it. And I'll do it at $3. I'll do it at $3. You know what? We'll do it right now.
We have a line in the sand for what a child is. I agree. We have a line in the sand for what a child is. It can still be the case. It's immoral.
Yeah, but what we're arguing now is you're going in a circle right now. You've made the claim that they do assess cases on an individual basis in the context of, but what he means by individual basis is, are they assessing the outcome of every case? No, they're assessing every case to see if it violates the general rule that they've already set so that they don't have to assess the outcome. They're assessing if it violated the rule. This is circular reasoning.
World that have sex with a person who's above the age of consent. What's your
Okay,
point?
so once someone's above the age of consent, how do we
How do you even do TTS on fucking Streamlabs?
determine whether it's okay to have sex with them or not?
We induct from the evidence. The same way we do for any other
using
action?
using what sort of markers? How do we determine that?
Whether or not it's the case that that's the kind of thing that's predicted to have good or bad outcomes. You can take a look at the data and figure it out.
Okay, what are the bad outcomes in the data that can be predicted from a 30-year-old fucking 18-year-old?
So there's a lot that end up happening. What we see is oftentimes there's like a higher risk of PTSD from relationships with that kind of gap in them. Do you agree with that?
It depends on the relationship. There's a higher risk.
Yeah,
on a
obviously.
statistical level.
Whenever, look, this
But
is
it would be Dakota. It would actually be Dakota. Dakota, I'm going to help you out here with reasoning, okay? Because you're engaging in a fallacy right now, Dakota. You're engaging in a
Begging the question. Is he going to say it?
fallacy right now, Dakota. It's called the ecological fallacy. It's called the ecological fallacy. It's when you apply.
You're getting blown the fuck out right now. You're actually getting blown the fuck out right now.
You apply a statistic to an individual, it breaks down.
Interrupt to make sure it doesn't.
Well, because you're engaging in fallacious reasoning. You're engaging in fallacious reasoning. So I'm not.
Fallacy retard. What fallacy retard?
The ecological fallacy. You don't you don't apply statistics to individuals when you can make better judgments about the heuristics of the individual relationship.
Do you understand that you do apply statistics to individuals in cases where you can't do that?
What we can here.
Okay, so you can't because there is no particular aspect about this through which you can figure out things other than inducting from the statistics. If you don't want to project out from the fucking statistical evidence, then you should give some evidence for why this particular, I think the person was 17, but this particular person, Chud Logic had evidence to believe was a particularly intelligent 18-year-old who totally could have consented and had a massive fucking brain.
I think most 18-year-olds could consent to a like temporary flirtatious exchange where no nudes are exchanged. You're not making like a I think most 18-year-olds could consent to that. I don't think this would be the exception.
In the can match his. Like, do you have evidence for that?
Well, 18 is the age of consent, so I generally assume that most 18-year-olds can consent to sex.
Do you have evidence for that?
I have evidence for what, sorry?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for $3, we now have text-to-speech. Hopefully, you keep it appropriate. I don't know how to moderate it, so please do not get my channel banned. Keep it appropriate.
For the thing that I just asked you for evidence
What, the Chud thought she was a really smart 18-year-old?
She played Plants vs. fucking Zombies, bro. She was
what? Queeman plays Sonic. Can Queeman not consent? What a retarded point. What a stupid fucking point.
Obsessed with that shit.
Everyone plays Plants vs. Zombies. I don't give a fuck.
Evidence?
I watch SpongeBob sometimes.
What was the evidence that Chud had to think she was?
If someone
was fucking super
Dakota,
smart, bro.
Dakota, if someone is over the age of consent, I assume they can consent. I would be looking for someone to show me evidence that they can't.
You just told me. Okay, so you're now pivoting away from the point that you said was fallacious on my end. You said it was the case that I'm inducting from the evidence in that based on the statistics of that age, and now you're pivoting over to you assume by default that age is okay. So I can bring the statistics right back up again, and you're gonna have the same issue. And you're gonna pivot back to the other point.
Because I can explain to you. I don't believe it's not about statistics.
Why are you interrupting?
Synth is actually crashing out.
Statistics. It's not about statistics.
It's not about.
I'm sorry to hear that. SpongeBob is a great show that has stood the test of time. They've snuck in things that only adults can understand.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Yo, longtime fan of the streams. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Okay, that worked. Did it work? Appreciate it, Goring.
Wrong with your brain? Are you diagnosed?
It's not about statistics.
Are you diagnosed?
It's not about statistics. I'm not talking about statistics.
I didn't ask about statistics. Are you diagnosed with something that makes you do that?
No, you said it was about statistics, and I'm contesting that.
Okay, you don't think it's about statistics. You said that it's the case that what you can do is you can take a look at the individual instance and you can induct from the better evidence.
I'm actually glad that the first TTS dono I've ever done was not like sexual harassment.
Other than just
Herman Goering donated to AIDS gang, dude. He's back from Nuremberg. The Nuremberg trials.
using the heuristics. And what you just told me is actually you just think as a heuristic.
I said I
18
assume.
is
Yeah, I
okay.
assume
I don't know
over
why you're
18
interrupting
consent.
again. I understand that every time that you hear something you disagree with, you think it's time for you to jump in and interrupt. But that's not how conversations
it
work,
is.
Ferg.
It is.
Really? Do you ever talk to anybody outside of the house?
Yeah. Do you?
What do you do for work?
I'm a streamer.
Do you have a... Okay, so no...
Okay, this is so hypocritical. This is so hypocritical. This is so hypocritical. Synth worked for a live streaming channel as a job.
You don't. Your ass is inside 24/7 playing video games.
That's what... That's you! That's you as well!
Yapping about fucking commentary drama.
You can make up whatever you want.
Person.
You can make up whatever you want in your head.
Your best
you,
to wait
you
till
have
the end of
the
the
most
sentence before you
autistic
start
conversation style that I think I've ever had anyone display on my stream.
You are autistic. I can tell. You are autistic. I'm diagnosing you here and now.
I am not autistic. You're in a call with multiple other autistic people, yourself included.
You're right. Three other ones.
Me personally,
okay?
I'm not one of you.
My favorite knickers are the ones who ride bikes, not those fake business ones.
What the oh my, okay, he didn't even put in a slur. He didn't even put in a slur. I can't even ban that because that's not, he put, this is a horrible idea. This is a fucking horrible idea.
Okay, we are not the same.
That shit was hilarious, bro.
Yeah, I'm autistic and you're fucking retarded.
So I assume there's someone. So I assume
the difference between other people's autism and your autism is that you have a low-functioning kind.
I assume that everyone over 18 generally can consent.
And unironically, that's way more tame than like how bad it could be, to be honest with you.
Shown otherwise, right? Do you not assume that?
No, I told you why I don't think so. I think if it's the case, there's a huge age gap.
No, you can't ban words because this guy did a workaround.
I think that what you have to do when you're trying to see if somebody can consent to a sex act is you have to take into account the particulars of the case.
Dude, we got something good. We got Goring, longtime fan of the streams, give it the good work, and then we got that. This is a fucking horrible idea.
And if you know that it's an 18-year-old and a fucking 33-year-old, no, they cannot consent to that. They do not have the fucking awareness of that situation to not be convinced by the 33-year-old that things are okay when actually they're not. They don't have, there's a huge fucking power imbalance. And
we start a goal, we already have a goal.
Same reason
Okay, wait. No, you're got 1 minute.
Telling me I use destiny tactics. You're waiting in the middle of my sentence.
Yeah, I am waiting. Okay, desperate times, desperate measures. We have to deal with people properly. So you just said that the issue is that a 33-year-old
what is wrong with
or a 30-something-year-old can easily convince an 18-year-old into doing something. So could you show me?
When did I say easily?
Well, that was something you said. It was more easy for a 33-year-old to convince an 18-year-old. Yeah. So you would have to show me then.
Power imbalance.
So then you would have to show me
that
you would have to show me that 33-year-old actually did.
Okay.
It depends on the context. It would depend.
But it's not the real goal because the stream started at 31 and I couldn't reset it. So the real goal is like 131.
And on whether the 33-year-old actually did.
Okay.
It depends on it depends on the relationship. I'd have to look at the individual relationship.
In general does not depend on the context. By definition, in general doesn't do that.
I don't think a power imbalance is inherently wrong. I don't think a power imbalance makes something inherently wrong.
True. Exactly. That's what I would have said.
A power imbalance is necessarily wrong. I asked you, manager and employee, can they fuck in most cases?
Yeah.
What the fuck? So if your boss is like, suck my dick for a pay raise, is that cool too?
No, that's coercion.
Oh, interesting. Why is that coercion?
Because they're holding
they're using, in the case of the boss and the employee, they are manipulating the power dynamic to get someone to consent to something they wouldn't have otherwise consented to had the power dynamic not been present. We have no indication that the 18-year-old, we had no indication that the 18-year-old wouldn't have consented had they not known Chud was 33 or something.
A promotion over your head to try and make you do.
You're like, oh, but the channel. Well, no, the argument comes down to the age. So that should be the aspect of the power dynamic we're going at here.
Something you otherwise wouldn't do.
Interesting. So
they're utilizing the power dynamic.
Oh, they're utilizing the power.
I cannot reapply for monetization until April, so I'm purely relying on Streamlabs.
Power dynamic.
But I'm thinking maybe doing a Patreon.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do.
Thank you. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
We'll do okay. So I might do a Patreon, and top tier is Sleepy Time Calls.
That makes it
I'm
wrong to
kidding.
do?
Okay, I'm not doing a Patreon.
Yes, correct. That is what I would argue.
Interesting. So if you're 33 and 18, and that 33-year-old utilizes a power dynamic to have sex with the 18-year-old, that'd be wrong.
Yep.
So if they utilize the power dynamic, say for example, by telling this 18-year-old they're going to give them attention, that could be wrong.
No, probably not. That doesn't sound like that's probably wrong. That doesn't sound like they're using any coercion there.
Okay, so your idea of what
I mean,
coercion
attention
was
is part of
utilizing
sex in the
power
relationship.
imbalance. Do you think that?
Yeah. So how is the power imbalance
Your
utilized?
definition is very broad. Your definition is very broad. Your
Okay.
definition of utilizing.
This is gonna be.
AIDS gang represent. Okay.
Have you ever heard of Nick Ursig?
I haven't. Who is he? Who is he? Is he like a Viking? That sounds like a Viking name. This is gonna be my new censor.
Utilizing the power imbalance?
Yeah,
Seem
yeah.
To be just there, just that you've used the power imbalance.
Yeah, utilizing the power imbalance to make them do something they otherwise wouldn't do. Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that unironically, it's very strange to me that you said you don't have you don't think it's necessarily an issue to have a power imbalance when, by your argument here, it should be necessarily an issue.
That's not. That's not. That doesn't follow to at all.
If you have a power imbalance and that power imbalance leads to you fucking, then you've used the power imbalance, right?
No.
No.
The Kai story is off the table. We're now just doing TTS.
No, 'cause just because you're a boss at a
We've changed the goal 8 times.
workplace and someone else is an employee, you've only met because there's that power imbalance, but you haven't used the power imbalance.
You've met because.
Well, okay. Fine. We'll go back to the original goal for the Kai story, 500. No, the original goal we set was 500. 500. That was what we said originally.
Because of a power imbalance.
Okay, fine. I'll give it to you at 130. At 130, I'll give you the story. At 130, I will give you the story.
Yeah, you've only met because of
We'll
your
go back to the original. At 130, you get the story. At 130, you get your story.
position as a boss at that workplace.
At
But you haven't
130
used the power imbalance to fuck
What
them
is
necessarily.
using? What do you think using is?
Employing it
Necessarily, yes,
to coerce or
You have a deal. You have a deal. We'll go back to the original. 130, you get the story, but we're now upping the challenge. 130, you get the story. Where is it, Data? Wait. Yeah, okay. There we go.
manipulate.
To coerce or manipulate. Your definition of coercion includes utilizing a power imbalance, and your definition of
Yes,
utilizing.
utilizing the power imbalance to coerce or manipulate, to
definition
make
is
them do
circular,
something they otherwise wouldn't do. What are you not getting here?
Yeah, exactly.
Your definition.
Dude, he's saying almost. I swear I didn't pre-watch. I swear I didn't pre-watch. He's literally skinwalking me. He's saying exactly what I would say.
Circular.
How close are we? You can see the goal in the bottom of the chat.
It's
Do
not
you recognize
circular.
the circular?
Using the
Really, your
power
definition
imbalance
of coercion
to
doesn't
make them
include
do.
utilizing?
Let me walk you through this very slowly. Using the power imbalance
Anything you do is slow. Why
to
are you
make them
interrupting? Why don't you
do
answer the question?
something they otherwise would not do. Do you understand that? So you're
Using
coercing.
the power imbalance to do something, to make them do something they otherwise wouldn't do. So, for example, if it's the case that
Didn't Bung teach you? That's what he said. Well, that's what I said. I was being a little dramatic.
they're at the place of work,
Bung taught me in the sense of just like losing. I didn't know how to debate, and it was like a trial and error. So I lost and would learn from my loss.
and you use the fact that they're at the place of work.
That's a lot of money, Aiden. How about 120? 120? Okay, so you're trying to donate for 140. All right, why don't you give me that 200 you owe me? All right, 300. Or I'll be suing you for that 5,000 you still owe me. Wait, I didn't mean to put this in here. Why did I accidentally put the screenshot in here?
To have sex with them, then you used. The
No,
power
that's just you being in the same place. That's
You're
not you
retarded.
using a power imbalance.
What is using?
He's just explained it 8 times. He's answered 8 times. Utilizing aspects of the imbalance to get them to say yes to something they wouldn't have otherwise said yes to had the imbalance not been present. For example, a girl thinks her boss is really ugly. The boss offers her a pay raise. So then, a girl thinks her boss is ugly and doesn't want to fuck him. The boss says, fuck me and you get a pay raise. Then she wants to fuck him and fucks him because she needs the money. That would be using the power imbalance. The imbalance is your lack of money, his ability to give you money. His access to money, your lack of money.
I just
If I
said,
use a tool, if I
using
use
the
a hammer,
power
what does that
imbalance to make them do something they otherwise would not do.
Means. You're just repeating your
Dude, he's literally, is he not giving an example already?
statement. Yeah.
He's literally just explained what using means. He's just explained what using means. Aiden, you look very pretty today. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Has using in the word you just said the word using.
Okay, how has at any point, how in any of the acts that have been taken there, explain to me how? Explain to me.
There's literally nothing funny happening. That's like fake laughing. Your makeup is on point today. Yeah, thanks.
Explain to me. I'm asking a question. Explain to me how in any of the acts
I've asked you a question.
you described there, the
Answer
power
my
imbalance was
question.
used. Explain how the power imbalance was used.
Answer my question.
No, you answer this question.
I asked mine first. You can answer.
No,
mine
you're
first, then
answering
yours can
my
get answered
question.
after.
You're answering my
That's not
question.
Would you believe I've not slept in like 30 hours?
You can just fucking leave, dog. You already look like an idiot.
Okay.
Oh, that's the sign of somebody that lost.
Bunk, do you want to come back?
Nobody's interested in talking with you. You're a freak. You're like a fucking borderline pedophile.
Do I want to?
Borderline. Oh my god, this is like so bad faith. Did you do something with your hair? What do you mean?
Do you want to come back into the conversation? You want to come back into the conversation?
What
Why
do
you want to
mean?
argue with Dakota? You like
Well, this guy's bored apparently. This guy's
Do you,
not
like,
answering
wanna-
questions anymore. So I'm asking
No, they're
Bunk.
not
Do you want to?
bored. They're just pointing out that you're obviously evading the question.
I'm asking a question actually. I'm not evading any question.
Every stream, Aiden's nose gets bigger. Okay.
Do that often to try and avoid arguments. You do that with me constantly. I pointed it out and I responded.
That's a one guy. Ban him. $3 to one guy. $3 text to speech. You can give me whatever insult you want, and it has to play.
The questions.
So, Bunk, would you like to pick up this conversation again? So, Bunk, how do you think that Chud used the power
Why do you
imbalance?
keep asking the same shit over and
But,
over
like-
again? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I feel like it might be like I almost feel bad because I like would like to have like a chill relationship with you, Queen Man, but
A
like
chill relation. They just met, didn't they?
you know what I mean? Like I don't want you to like it feels like I'm letting you like embarrass yourself on stream.
That's not what's this is pure delusion. Like they do this every debate, just like the gaslighting, being overly condescending, constant usage of ad hominem, constant reassurance to one another that they're blowing the other out of the fucking park. It's every debate. It's every debate, and it's pure delusion.
Is what it feels like.
You're so bad
Feels like
at
I'm,
this.
like,
It's
partially-
great.
The problem is they rely on like the perception of the public. To like they do this appeal to popularity thing, but they're like paradigm or their gauge for like the public's perception is from like their friends that they have in the VC. It's a really weird tactic, but it somehow works when you're just like in VCs off stream.
You have just done this the
I'm
most
really bad at this,
autistic.
really.
Aiden, the cope from you is crazy. You won. I said you won the debate. You blew it out of the fucking park.
Stream for the last 90 minutes, and you are now trying to go. This is a really bad look. This is a really bad look.
Yeah, of course it was the most artistic stream for the last 90 minutes. I mean, you're here. Yeah, no shit.
This is the most
He has not been here for the last 90 minutes.
desperate shit I've ever seen. It's crazy. You come on LARPing Destiny, get trolled by Lumpy Willy for 20 minutes straight.
I come on.
Genuinely thinking he's serious.
LARPing
And then
Get off Lumpy's nuts, Aiden. I said he won. What are you? I just think he won, and I think they were mocking him for speaking English as a second language. I thought it was very xenophobic. I think Mexicans get treated as second-class citizens by debate bros, and it needs to end. End Mexican racism in the debate bro community.
you turn around and go, it's a really bad look. It's a really bad look.
Korean
That is
man,
so
you might be-
embarrassing.
Listen, man, you are a criminal.
They made about the same. They made about the same tier of arguments as you, so it's kind of hard to distinguish you guys between like trolling and not trolling. It like it's a little difficult for me, but yeah.
Lumpy Willie, his nickname is the Pancho Villa of debates. He is literally the Pancho Villa of debates. That's the nickname they gave him in the community. Like, people, seasoned debate bros, are scared to face him down in the arena.
You have like deep, serious autism, Kuya, man. You're never gonna make it out
Sure, but stop glazing us Mexicans. There's no us. You're half Venezuelan.
of the autism.
There's no us. I see you trying to group yourself in there. You're not Mexican.
No pills that'll help you with that. You have low functioning autism. You're fucking hopeless. You do this thing over and over again.
Oh, Synth said the exact same thing to me, over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Where you just ask the same 5 questions, forget the guy answer.
And you do the gay Destiny filibustering tactic, dude. We know. Give it a fucking rest, buddy. Give it a fucking rest.
You're so autistic. Why are you doing this to yourself? Oh, you froze up again? Sad.
I don't know what you want me to say.
You're so look, all that fucking fake confidence shit every single time that you listen.
That's what you're that's literally exactly what you're doing. That's like, he's just talking. You keep having to reassure each other, be like, you're getting blown the fuck out. You literally rely.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
It's total projection. Yo, we hit 100. The goal, so we're 30 away from goal, I think. I genuinely hate Aiden's hair. Ban this fucking guy. Wait, why did it not read out TTS? Oh, the guy did not. Thank you, ZM Punk, for the 23. No, Synth unironically, like, debated me once into thinking that I was a fucking sociopath or, like, a bad person or some shit. I don't even remember, dude. God,
into an argument, it goes out the fucking window.
Like,
it's just this gay gaslighting shit. I don't even know what you're attempting to do here. But would you like to continue arguing about the child logic thing or not? Or are you guys tuck it out?
Fucking Queen man, do you have a recording of this on your own end? Can you just look at it? Okay, cool. Take a look at that.
Well, thank you for being a supporter, ZM Punk. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 23.
On your own. For me.
Okay, do you want to continue debating this or have you forfeited? Are you running?
You forfeited. You ran from Bunk and you ran to me. Then you got your ass beat by me, and now you're running back.
Actually, no. You cut into the conversation.
Talk about it. We can talk about it, I guess.
Okay, like, the gay soft voice might work on trans people, but it ain't working here, Bunk. Okay,
I'm not
the gay little soft boy voice ain't working here, buddy.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
I'm sorry to shoot down your dreams.
No one's interested in your fucking zitty little face, dude. So would you like to continue arguing about this, or are you done?
Watching Noah's face.
Wait, why doesn't it let me reset the goal to 0? Streamlabs doesn't even let me reset the goal to 0 anymore. This is insane. I hit reset. The goal never goes back to 0. What is going on? The fuck? Whoa. It literally never... Okay, this is ridiculous. All right, so 91. When this hits 91, we hit goal.
Kiss other people's faces on your stream. You're the #1 cock watcher. You're a weird freak.
The #1 cock watcher, because I saw a Twitter clip of Bunk grabbing Bussy by the throat.
Your ass was sitting there watching it. You are a freak.
This is fucking crazy, because it's like,
you're so
you clearly
weird.
you don't want to like just engage with the substance or something. I'm like trying to come back into the conversation and be like chill with you, and then you're like already freaking out. You're already like fucking flipping your shit, right? Like,
Dude, this is the most embarrassing gay performance I've ever seen from anyone. I'm just trying to come back into the conversation, bro. Argue about it.
What I realize in hindsight is like how the wins and losses work in front of their like audience in VC is totally different from how like the same debate performance plays with a general audience. So like they're totally out of their element here. These are the tactics like that are used regularly in like private VC debates with like a group of like 10 fucking speds or whatever. And now like when this is being played out in front of the public, it just doesn't play very well.
Or don't. Are we going to argue, or are you going to keep talking about how we're talking about it?
Tone you're doing.
What?
Man, well, you gotta stop doing that.
That was supposed to
Okay, can we ban this Celtic W's, guys? Is
hardest shit I've ever heard. Holy shit. No, like, argue about it or don't. Yeah, I'm trying to argue about the
Mods.
substance. What you want to do is you want to go.
No,
into,
you're
like, a rhetoric
talking about
line
how
that
you
doesn't
want
work.
to talk about the substance.
Oh my god, that took way too fucking long.
Do you want
Yeah,
to talk
I
about the
started
substance?
trying to.
Or are we going to keep talking about how we're not talking about the substance?
Okay, so
So,
we'll get back into it.
do
We're-
you
we're
still
talking
believe,
about-
Bunk, that relationships are
what the fuck?
evaluated based on expected utility?
Do you remember my answer to the question before?
You said yes last
When you
time. I'm
interrupted?
saying if you're still going to make that retarded argument this time.
Yeah, of course. I think that people have heuristics around things like expected utility. Yeah, I think that's what they have heuristics around.
And you think that a relationship is
Yeah, that
morally
whether
wrong
there's
if
good
there is not
outcomes, and that the
positive
people would
expected
think
utility?
is-
Aiden, you went from 300 to 100 viewers. Yeah, because we're prepping for a debate. Your average person doesn't want to fucking watch that.
So I think that people would think
Wait, what do you mean 300 to 1? Wait, what does that mean? On this stream? All right, banned. Goodbye.
that it is bad for people to engage in a relationship if it's the case that they knew that both people would be worse off because of it. They like feel really bad. Or they wouldn't be much like preferable experience.
Exactly.
Be really
All I need is the core of AIDS Gang, and the core is now 130. We get 130 on a bad day.
Like they expected that to be the case, and like yeah, they would say that it's a bad relationship.
Well, they wouldn't say it's
I don't think that
morally
they think
wrong
in
to be
terms
in a
of
bad
expecting utility
relationship.
exactly, but they have heuristics surrounding that, of course.
Well, it's not morally wrong to be in a bad relationship. No one else thinks that. It's only you arguing that. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, of course it's morally wrong to get into relationships that you know are going to be bad, or you've good reason to believe are bad. Yeah, of course. Like what do you? A bad relationship is bad? Like what do you want me to say?
Well, good job. You begged the question.
bad things
Oh, so we're talking about things that waste your time.
I'm begging the fucking question. Queen man, can you tell me what begging the question is? I don't even think you know what the fuck that is.
It's where the conclusion is assumed in the premise.
Exactly.
You think it's where the
That's
conclusion
retarded. That's
is
every valid argument, you dumb
assumed in the
fuck.
That's like
it.
That is quite literally what begging the question is. That is begging the question. That is begging the question. How long have you been live? I've been live 6 hours. I've not been live that long. That is quite literally begging the question. If you present an argument, what you're assuming is the premises or the conclusion follows from the premises. Not that the conclusion follows from itself. An argument is you're supporting it. You're supporting a valid argument, a valid and sound argument. You're supporting, the conclusion follows from the premises, and you can't prove a conclusion doesn't follow from itself. It's not a valid argument. Or it's not. It wouldn't be sound either, because it's your burden with the argument to prove the conclusion is true. And if in the course of giving the premises, you've already put the conclusion in the premises, then you have yet to prove the conclusion is true. So the conclusion is false. So it's an unsound argument.
Argument too.
Every valid argument, the premises will entail the conclusion. That's every valid argument.
Okay, so if you say bad, so bad is like
that is
bad things are bad. That's assuming the conclusion of the premise. It's baked into the premise.
You're the one who called it a bad relationship. That was you.
The conclusion isn't
think
baked.
that, like, it's necessarily entailed, it's
wait,
trivial.
This is
The
about
thing you're trying
state.
Queeman quite literally gave like the exact definition of begging the question. That is like the exact definition. So are we gonna deny? It's an informal fallacy. Are you gonna deny? Like, are you gonna deny that that's like a valid fallacy to bring up?
Point out is that
Shut
it's
the fuck
trivial.
up.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
argument against your
A
point
conclusion is
trivial.
not baked
I
into
agree.
every
It's
premise, you fucking
obvious.
idiot. A conclusion logically follows from a set of premises. Not every premise includes a
Really?
conclusion.
Tell me if the following argument is begging the question. Then I'll split it up into two premises. You tell me if it's begging the question. If I know that it's wrong, then it is wrong. Premise 2: I do know that it's wrong. Conclusion: it is wrong. Is it an argument that begs the question?
What was the argument he just gave?
It is wrong. Premise 2. I'll split it up into two premises. You tell me if it's begging the question. If I know that it's wrong, then it is.
If I know that it is wrong, then it is wrong.
Is wrong. Premise 2. I do know that it's wrong.
If I know that it's wrong, then it is wrong.
Conclusion: it is wrong. Is it an... Tell me if the following argument is begging the question. Then I'll split it up into two premises. You tell me if it's begging the question. If I know that it's wrong, then it is wrong.
If I know that it's wrong, then it is
Premise
wrong.
2. I do know that it's wrong.
If I know that it is wrong, then it
conclusion it is
yeah.
wrong.
Wouldn't that be begging the Wouldn't that be begging the question? Wait, no, because that would if it would be unsound, right? No, because if you know, then it's the truth.
Is it an argument that begs the question?
I didn't listen to any of that. I don't care to engage with it.
You're retarded.
Oh,
I'll do it again,
God.
right? Here's the argument. Tell me if it's dumb.
I'm arguing about the child logic thing. I'm arguing about the child logic thing.
If I know,
I'm not listening to retarded prop logic.
I know
pop
you're
quizzes.
arguing about the
It's the fucking Riddler. It is literally the Riddler.
Not even doing that. You're not even arguing about that anymore. You're not arguing about anything. You're never making arguments. You're just saying stupid.
So, Bunk, do you think the relationships are evaluated on their moral weight based on expected utility?
So how many times are you going to ask the same question over and over
When
again?
you give me a straight yes or no, if you give me a straight yes or no, I will move on to the next question.
Do I think they are evaluated based on expected utility? Do you think that I'm responding to it in regards to your average person, how your average person thinks about relationships? Is about what?
Yeah, that would be like saying. What would be a good one? If I know that cars catch fire when you put ice cream on them, then cars catch fire when you put ice cream on them. I know cars catch fire when you put ice cream on them. Therefore, cars catch fire when you put ice cream on them. So yeah, you are assuming the conclusion already in your premise. I think that, yeah, that's begging the question.
What you're asking me? Does your average person?
You're
Fucking debate Riddler.
literally unable to
No,
answer a question with a yes or no.
No, I'm asking you for a clarifying point because that's
Is
necessary
the-
for answering a
is
question
the
in only one
moral-
fucking word. I have to know what the
is
fuck you mean exactly if I'm going to
The
answer in one fucking
conclusion
word.
about whether
Just
a
answer my
relationship
question.
is moral or immoral to engage in determined by whether it has a positive expected utility or not.
Yes. Trivially.
Okay. So, if someone goes and dates someone who is unemployed and they think, this is probably a waste of my time, is that a morally wrong action?
Yeah, if it's going to like cause them to be worse off for it, yeah, of course.
So
If it
they're a
causes them to
bad
be worse
person
off,
if
yeah,
they
shit.
date bad people.
No, they're not a bad person. You don't have to.
They
if
are
you do
they
something
engage
bad,
in
doesn't
morally
make you a
wrong
bad
actions.
person, you fucking idiot.
If
If
they-
I like, if
okay,
I fail
but
to
it's
use
a
my
bad
turn
action, it's
signal
morally
whenever
wrong.
I drive, that doesn't make
Okay.
me an overall
But it's
bad
morally
person
wrong.
or something
But
like
it's
that.
morally wrong.
No, but yeah, it's a bad thing to do. It's bad to intentionally get yourself into relationships you think are.
So it's more. You think it's morally wrong
Agreed. I agree.
to engage in relationships with people that?
Yeah, that's what I mean by bad.
To lead people on.
But is bad morally wrong? Does that mean? What does that mean? If it's bad,
Well, bad doesn't necessarily mean morally wrong. Bad doesn't necessarily mean morally wrong.
what do you fucking use the context? You fucking retard.
Well, you could say it's a
You
bad
goddamn
decision.
autist.
A bad decision doesn't necessarily mean it's morally wrong, does it?
Okay,
Punk?
you can't like the autist ad hominems don't like really fit when you've just spent like 20 minutes debating Lumpy Willie, dude.
Does it necessarily mean that? No, it doesn't necessarily mean that.
Based?
What are you doing?
I
Why
said
are you
in the
spazzing out like
context
this?
of what I just said.
Yeah, in the
obviously,
context,
don't
it
talk
can
about
mean
spazzing
both.
out. You
In
were
the
one who was freaking
context,
the
it
fuck
can
out.
mean
Just
both.
constantly. No, in the context, it can mean both. What?
A
What else
bad
could it mean?
decision and morally wrong. It can mean either one.
That
it
was
could be a
so
bad
that was Queeman doing monkey noises.
decision for your
Bad
life,
decision
or it could be
has
morally
the word
wrong.
bad in it. You fucking retard. We're
Yeah,
trying to
so
figure out what bad
so-
means
so
here.
does bad
what the
always
word
mean
bad
morally wrong?
means here? What the word bad means here? No, it doesn't always mean morally wrong. In this context, it trivially means morally wrong. No shit.
Okay, so you think it? Okay, so Bob,
You were asking me about the
answer
morals, and I
again.
said it would be bad.
So, Bob,
Yeah, no shit. That means it's morally wrong.
So,
You
Bob,
fucking retard. Pay attention to the goddamn conversation you're having.
Are gay relationships worse than straight relationships because they have a lower expected utility?
I think the craziest thing about Bunk's a friend of mine. Okay, I still like Bunk. I think this debate performance is fucking egregious. But I'm still friends with Bunk. And I think that the craziest aspect of Bunk, and I've said this story before, Bunk wore a jacket, gloves, heavy pants, a sweater in 110-degree weather 110-degree weather. 110-degree weather, Fahrenheit. And we went out, and he decided to stay in the car and stay on the phone with his jacket still on in 110-degree weather.
So the argument
I don't think you realize how insanely hot that is.
against this is just the same argument I gave before. Do you remember it?
He's looping.
Yeah, it made no sense. It made no sense.
It made no sense. So it was in.
He just looks like you if you were gay. He doesn't look anything like me.
Yeah. So
Really-
answer my question.
Everybody else understood the argument that I made before.
Okay.
So
Your
is it
gay
the case
little
they have
friend
a
Dakota
worse
might have understood it.
expect-
No one else did. No one else did.
No, everybody else understood it. I promise you. I promise. It's a very easy argument to follow.
Yeah, sure. So
It's not
explain it to
difficult,
me.
not complicated.
So very simply explain it to me. Your high level ideas.
Whenever we're talking about somebody engaging in actions that are moral, it's indexed to what that person is capable of doing. Do you agree with that? We're gonna start there?
Yep.
Okay. And so, if it's indexed to what that person's capable of doing, that also means it's indexed to things like the amount of consideration they can give that given decision. That also means that it's indexed to things like their current dispositions and what decisions are available to them.
Okay, no one cares about
Does that
the
make sense?
yammering. No one cares about the yammering. Literally just give an answer.
Well, you wanted me to explain it to you, and to explain it to you, I have to explain it like I'm explaining it to a third grader. Because the way I explained it before is really short.
Okay,
and
so
you still
the
didn't get it.
faggotry and patronizing. We don't care about the yammering. Just give an answer.
Yeah, so is it worse off? No, it depends on the given
Yeah, Quimmin, you did not bring your yes man friend with you, so you don't get to say we.
individual. No shit. It's indexed
Okay.
to the individual.
So if a bi person decides to date someone of the same gender instead of someone of the opposite gender, is that morally wrong or worse than dating someone of the opposite gender?
If they decide to do one thing rather than the other thing, that probably not. They probably have dispositions that are in favor of that. But like, yeah, if it was the case that
Well, no,
for
we're talking
some
about
reason you knew
capability, not
that-
dispositions,
Just a
right?
second. Just a second. Well, that has to deal in your capability, no? Like obviously it does, right? You're only capable of making like a morally good decision there if you have certain dispositions. Right, like let's say that they had feelings for
no,
one individual.
because someone who was
just a
born
second,
in
you're not- oh my
slavery
God.
would have a disposition towards owning
Yeah,
slaves,
yeah,
but we'd still say owning
I'm gonna
slaves
wait
is
till I
morally
get to-
wrong.
get through
So
the
actually, it's
Queen
about capability, not disposition.
Give me
That's
a
what we
second to get
actually just established.
through the Queen Man
So
cutscene.
if a bi person wants to date
Oh
someone,
my god, dude, what is it? Is this the same guy that's botting me, dude? Why is this person trying so hard to grief my streams, dude?
well, the
And now he
same
wants to go
sex.
to a different point because he wanted
This
to
is
interrupt
the
me
same
and go on to a
point. We're
different
taking it
point
back.
because
We're
this is
taking it
the
back
same
to
thing.
literally the exact same point I just
No.
asked.
No,
If a
I
bi
thought he was in the
person
middle of a fucking-
chooses to
what are you talking
chooses to
about? What are you
date
doing?
someone of the same sex as opposed to the opposite sex, is that morally
So is
worse?
this is the thing where you ask the same question over and over and over again and not listen to the answer to the question. This
You
is
didn't.
you're doing
You
the
didn't
thing
actually
again.
answer the question. Answer the question. Yes or no?
Is it morally worse?
Yes.
It depends on the situation. It's indexed to an individual.
They have an equal
Like,
disposition
broadly
towards both
speaking,
genders. They have an equal
If they
disposition.
had an equal disposition
equal
towards
stats.
both genders and they had equal dispositions towards both individual types of people, and it was the case that was absolutely completely even down in every single fucking regard, and literally every single disposition was completely thrown out the way. They're just equal in every single regard. Yeah, no shit. They had like a larger chance of getting abused than it'd be worse. Yeah, it'd be worse thing to be doing.
Wait, why
No
not
shit.
high chance of getting abused necessarily?
Let's say they're like a lesbian.
Yeah, but just equal the stats.
I can't anymore. I can't. I really gotta piss, and I'm tired. So I'm gonna end stream here.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Oh fuck. I guess I gotta tell
For the
the.
lore, this better be juicy AG4LAG4LAG4LAG4LAG4LAG4LAG4LAG4LAG.
I gotta stay on now. That was perfect timing. All right, let me pee really quick. I'll be right back. Cause give me 1 sec. Now I gotta stay live. Hold on. Hold the phone. I'll be right back. All right, let's get this out of the way. I tried to take it off the table because I didn't know if it was super juicy, but I didn't want to offend the wrong people. But I guess I kind of have to tell it now, don't I? So, all right, fine. We'll tell it. This was like 2 years ago. It's VidCon. This was the same year, same house where I took the picture with Boblox, the now infamous picture. It's late at night, and a bunch of people got invited to the Dick Masterson show, including Boblox, Turkey Tom, Kai Sanat. Wait, I know. Hold on. They all got invited to the Dick Masterson show. So I chill alone at their house. It's just me and King of Nothing. It's just me and King of Nothing. So I go and I just chill with King of Nothing, get to know him, think he's a cool guy. Then we actually became friends. I'm not kidding. Then everybody comes back. And this aspect is public, so I don't feel bad about leaking this. Tom and Boblox look like they just got out of Vietnam. They're very like depressed. Boblox is rubbing his nose, and then Kai is running in, screaming at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Pupils dilated, and that's when I just ask, "You did coke, didn't you?" And the response she gives me, I'll never forget it. She says to me, "I did coke and Molly." I'm like, what? And everybody goes upstairs, and she's being crazy. She's talking 1,000,000 miles an hour, all over the place. And then she sits down beside me, and she looks me in my eyes, and she says, "You have the darkest eyes I've ever seen. It's so cool." And then I think I tried to like change the topic to talk about, what was I trying to talk about? I think I was trying to talk about World War I. And that was it. That is literally the story. That's the story. I didn't do coke. I didn't do coke. That's the story. I told you it wasn't very eventful. That wasn't the story I was talking about. I don't know anything you guys know about the lyrics, whatever. Like that's what I know. Anything you guys know is what I know at this point. $130 for this. It wasn't just $130 for this. It was $130 to know that your loyalty, it wasn't the story that mattered. Let me tell you what the $130 was for. It was to know that you are contributing to the efforts of a man who stays live 7 hours, sacrificing a life for your entertainment. It is a $130 to know that I stand by you and support you just as you have stood by and supported me. It is a $130 to let you know that AIDS Gang is stable, strong, and despite the efforts of the slanderous, libelous cabal, we will remain strong. It is a $130 to know that AIDS Gang will triumph. So, ladies and gentlemen, just know, every dollar you gave me tonight went to a great cause. You are some of my most loyal, dedicated soldiers, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. AG4L, ladies and gentlemen. Scammer? I delivered what was promised. Besides the two guys that commented scammer, AG4L, ladies and gentlemen, good night, and keep rocking.